you have to like play with jungle and get these like kill windows. But in this one, they had Mundo jungle.
Oh god, that draft was horrible.
Exactly, which is if you're thinking long term about, oh, wouldn't it be cool if like, 25 minutes into the game we have like a team fight and we have like an unkillable Mundo, behind it, like that would be great. But I do think the early game is a pretty critical part.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna do it, you have to have a ganking jungler, and you have to play towards that, right? You have to be able to camp it. Ashe stats are actually getting to like a ridiculous level with a champion that has played so much in top regions, has a 62.3% win rate in pro play. Like that is actually nuts for a champion that is getting played all the time. What would you guys say is the most common answer in pro? Because to me, it's probably what people bring out.
Karma, probably.
Ezreal Karma. Well, that's usually
or more
like
most successful,
Nami.
I would think.
Oh, most successful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've actually looked this up. So if it's a guessing game, then maybe Kobe goes first.
Yeah. Well, because I was gonna say it's like Corgi Nami is what I always think of as people drafting as an answer. Ashe Seraphine, the win rate against Corgi, 87.5%. In pro and top regions.
I believe it.
That is crazy. Versus Unara, 75% win rate with an average of plus 19 CS at 15. It's like they are just stomping the lanes. I mean, the champions that is doing the best against it is Caitlyn, but it's only a handful of games. Caitlyn is winning most of the games. It's,
Caitlyn Bard, Caitlyn Nico style stuff.
Yep, and then Ezreal has a almost 53% win rate.
Yeah, the Ezreal Karma.
I would assume Ezreal Karma is doing pretty well too. But it is really difficult to play against, and yeah, I mean I think I was thinking of a different game where it was a Pantheon trade for Ashe Seraphine. I can't remember which one that was. But yeah, that Mundo draft was, as soon as I saw that, I immediately thought they lost the game. Because I feel like if you're going to play Nautilus MF into that, the only way is with gank assist. Otherwise, you hook in, and then Seraphine just presses W, and then you just die as you're trying to walk away. Because you can't win 100-0 like all in. And then you're getting slowed and rooted, and Ashe has lethal tempo, and you just get walked down.
Yep. Very hard lane to play against for sure. So I think most of the teams that are giving this should probably have a plan. And you guys kind of mentioned it, but I think was it FlyQuest? There was one team this weekend that first picked Karma when Ashe Seraphine was open, and they went like the Karma Ezreal and actually kind of like won the lane hard in that one. So it can lose, right? But it's a super strong lane. And if I was playing pro, I would feel really bad about doing this because, like you said, you can play to gank it, but at the same time, Ashe has map hack. She just takes Hawkshot level 2 and then sees where you are, where you came from. So it's like your entire path is revealed. So
and you can lose 3v3.
Yeah, and it's not like they're a weak lane. So you would have to have a better jungle matchup and be able to gank and have them not be there while getting hawkshotted everywhere. It's just like it is so hard to play jungle when you're getting hawkshotted because they just get this free info and you have no way of getting info on them. So it's a very uphill battle. I would not want to play against that, but you got to play against something.
I'm surprised people are still banning Varus over Ashe or Seraphine. That's like Varus is strong, but Varus has not seemed nearly as oppressive to me as these like Ashe Seraphine lanes. Karma Ezreal is obviously a good answer, but Karma is the second most banned champion in the game. Like it's almost always permabanned. It and Orianna and Varus and like those are the ones that are like kind of permabanned tier. Rumble's usually up there too. But I've been surprised that Varus has stayed on the ban list and that Ashe is not actually getting up there because that lane feels like it's just beating pretty much everything.
I actually have just been wondering, when are we seeing Seraphine nerfs? Because they've been nerfing Karma. There's been multiple patches where they've had small nerfs. They've started to throw nerfs at it, but they haven't thrown nerfs at Seraphine, and I feel like it's at that stage, although there haven't been a pretty big focus on competitive as far as nerfs.
I think in a way Fearless kind of took a lot of pressure off of needing to nerf champions because of their pro presence. Even though I agree, Ashe Seraphine seems like pretty insane right now, especially Seraphine. So it could probably be warranted, but because of Fearless, it's not like every single game in every region is being dictated by the strength of these few champions. It's in best of 3, we see it pretty often, but when you get into best of 5s and whatnot, it's like they'll show up once and then they're gone. So it's somewhat self-correcting.
It's just that they're nerfing Karma multiple patches. So I'm like, well, they're addressing...
No, last chance to demon.
They're addressing part of it. Seraphine has a higher win rate in solo queue also. So
I wonder if they're... I wonder if it's for ban rate and not win rate because Karma gets banned more. Maybe that's why it's getting hit. I'm not sure. That would be my only guess because I agree with you. I've been kind of surprised that it's been dodging nerfs too. I feel like Blaber had a really good series, though, I will say. In the DSG series, he was like absolutely owning. I felt like both games. And I think this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's good CSG, but Blaber does get a lot of criticism. So like I kind of want to like point out when, hey, like, well, he did, I don't even know what his score line was across the series, but like he was really good on both the Jhin as well as the Ambessa. He was 12-1 and 18, so 30 KDA.
That's pretty good.
And he did almost 900 DPM as a jungler. So
yeah,
like that's actually pretty insane. Like he was just kind of running around the map, fighting nonstop and just owning. And that is one of those games where it was really impressive. I felt like he was the standout to me from Cloud9 in that series.
Definitely. I really liked the game 2 draft as well, where they C9 picked Ambessa and then DSG picked Renekton into it because that's a really good lane. And then they just sent the Ambessa jungle and then picked Vayne top. Because if I'm Castle and I see that, I'm just like, God damn it. I don't want to play versus Vayne top as
Welcome
Renekton.
To top lane without last pick.
I have to give Castle credit because this dude, he's been on rough rosters for a while, right? It was like Immortals and a DSG, into DSG again. And so he's been on not the strongest teams, but even still, it hasn't struck me as he's just phoning it in or giving up because he's actually had a lot of pressure in these games. So even in game 2, which by the score lines looks like a complete stomp, and it kind of was, but he was doing very well top into Vayne. He got a super good trade on her, I think like level 7 or 8 or something, and basically made it so Blaber had to cover. C9 lost all their pressure on the map. DSG was able to pick up a dragon off of it, some bot side jungle. And so when you're hard counterpicked, you're not getting help, and then you're able to create pressure out of nothing and just get so much space for your team. To me, that is what makes somebody good. It's not the person who gets all the resources and is always played to, but that kind of pressure maker. And so I think Castle is someone that does do that often. I think he's someone that you would kind of rely on to get advantage for your team. He does also kind of have a tendency to get caught more than he probably should later on, but I think some of that can be chalked up to like their team's just losing so much, so you have to take risks.
And you have to take more risks, yeah.
Yep. So I think he's, to me, like the bright spot on this team.
Yeah.
I've been pretty impressed with him.
Yeah, I'm hoping Cryo will look kind of more comfortable throughout this split because that was one of the things too. He obviously wasn't there for a lot of lock-in, but when he was, he came in, looked pretty hot. Like his first series was that series that they beat Lion, if I recall, in lock-in, and I feel like he was looking really, really promising. He just has looked more, I don't know, I want to just say, like Castle talked about out on pros how they were always just responding to plays and not making the proactive plays. And I feel like that kind of does describe how I've seen Cryo play so far this split, where it just feels like, I want to say like almost like too cautious or whatever, where it just feels like he's not willing to start action. He wants to always respond to the action. And I think that's hard if you're playing jungle, right? Like you have to be able to kind of like play to your lanes, find the opportunities that are the good ones and just go for it. And it feels like if you're always sitting back and you're always waiting to respond to what your opponent is doing, you're just kind of letting them dictate the pace of the game. And especially against top junglers, like the windows that they give you to respond are not going to be good ones generally, right? It's like if Blaber is going for a gank, it's going to be, pretty high percentage play. If Inspired or whoever is going for a gank, it's going to be probably a pretty high percentage play. So it feels like they're kind of accounting for the fact that Cryo could be there maybe, but I just feel like this team needs to play with some more confidence. I think Castle is looking really good individually. We know that from lock-in, these players can be, good individually, but it feels like they are kind of really lacking in confidence, and maybe that's just them getting pounded in scrims every week or something like that. So they're getting more and more cautious, but it just feels like you have to get some of that swagger back a bit and actually try to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bot lane state is a big part of it.
Yeah.
I definitely agree that Cryo probably could do more than he is. He's been on farm junglers a lot of the game, and their bot lane is losing lane like pretty hard a lot of the time.
Yep.
So I think that limits what you can do a lot, because say you're playing Mundo and your bot lane's hard losing, what choices do you really have, right? It's like maybe they mess up, maybe it's not that you can't do anything at all, but most things you go for are not going to work out. You don't want to fall behind. You start going for low percentage plays, all of a sudden, they take your other side of the jungle. You're just behind now. You can't step up. Their jungler can solo kill you, and the game can fall apart pretty quickly. So I think it's a rough situation to be in. I don't think he's playing amazingly. He had a Skarner game that kind of gave me nightmares. That was not a great Skarner game, but I don't think overall he's doing horribly or anything.
Yep. predict some more rough waters ahead for DSG. The next series that we had last week was the FlyQuest for Sentinels, and that one was 1-2 with Sentinels. They started out with their scheduled Hambach Skarner win. Guaranteed. Hambach Skarner game, absolutely smurfing it. Like Rahel. Oh, actually, I think I gave my player of the game to Huhi Bard in this one because it was Rahel and Huhi were Caitlyn Bard in the first game.
Mm.
They got Caitlyn Bard bottom lane and they had Hambach Skarner. And like he was all over the place ganking, and then Huhi with those ganks, got to set up so many plays with the Bard, and Sentinels just looked super good. And then in the next game, that was a kind of like the comeback for FlyQuest where they had got the Griffin and Bessa game, which also looked pretty good. This was one of the Ezreal Karmas into Ashe Seraphine's, where the Ezreal Karma got so much poke damage with Masu and Cryo. They didn't actually kill them, but they had so much pressure and they were pushing the whole time. They got tower plate and set them up for really big wins. And I thought Griffin, like all of his Ambessa ults were like someone's getting deleted. He just like murdered Ashe. He murdered Seraphine. And so it was. I thought the series overall at the different games were really good and like showcase some of the strengths of each team. Yeah. So even though FlyQuest lost, I didn't come away thinking like, oh no, despair mode or anything for that young roster. And obviously also quite nice there for Sentinels. I did think the third game was hindered a bit. I know it's overstated that a lot of people hate Jhin, but Masu loves Jhin and he just keeps picking it, and it has not been the best for FlyQuest, even though he hits so many snipes and so many times during the game, you're like, ooh, look at that deadly flourish, boom, ooh, he's like sniping people with the ultimate, and then someone turns to you and they ask him, oh, cool, so did they win the game? Mm-hmm. No.
I mean, they even got a lead bot lane in 2v2.
Yeah,
he was pretty
good.
ahead. It was looking good. He was actually going for the like C44 or whatever, like the Hex Optics rush instead of the Ghost Blade rush that people kind of like aren't as big a fan of. But Rahel picked up some kills. Huhi, I thought, was super smurfing that last game too on the Rel. Like he found multiple flash engages early that even from this like losing position in the bot lane where they were kind of getting slammed, he found these really, really good engages. Rahel picked up like every kill in these skirmishes that they were having. And it just felt like he got a couple kills, got to a point where he was even on gold and then eventually way ahead on gold of Masu, kind of deleted that laning phase disadvantage. And this just felt like a game where I don't really know. I mean, maybe if Griffin or Quad or someone was super fed, it could have looked different, but it just looked like compositionally, I didn't understand where their damage was supposed to come from, because in every single fight, Masu was just getting violted. And even if you're just, surviving that and running for the hills or whatever, like your damage is now out of the fight. And then it's like just a Syndra practically to try to kill everyone, right? There's like Xin Zhao's trying to get in there, but it's Xin Zhao against like a Nivea and you're just getting kind of like walled off and whatever. And, Jhin and Syndra are trying to get through like Shen, and there's a Rel diving on your head and a Vi diving on your head. It just never felt like they had any damage to actually deal with the front line. Jhin, especially into Shen, always struggles because as long as the Shen is actually just timing your parry for the fourth shot, like that is such a large percentage of Jin's damage. That's really, really tough. But this one just felt like A, Sentinels played really well, but B, it just felt like they were too low on damage for your 2-threat comp to be 2 carries that are really vulnerable and not great at killing frontline. It seemed like you would have to be so far ahead for it to work.
Yeah, I will say from the other side, Rahel was stressing me out so much watching this game. It felt like this guy was trying his absolute hardest to throw the game. He was in this just the most fed Kai'Sa, and he just kept trying to throw. He had several times this game where he barely got away with just a sliver of HP with a Shen ult coming in. There were so many times where I think FlyQuest was just, it was a torturous game for them. There was just, like coin flips that they were losing over and over and over on somebody getting away with 1 HP. So I didn't love the comp. Definitely not a big fan of Jhin. He seems kind of weak right now. But I think it was unlucky and
damage elsewhere.
Oh yeah. I mean, like Jhin and Syndra together with Sion, it's like, you need Xin Zhao to just be massive this game for the comp to function. But oh man, Rahel, like
I was
Rahel,
gonna say,
bro, what are we doing?
the most iconic Rahel one from that game to me was when they were super far ahead and they were sieging bottom. You remember he just got his Seeker's arm guard. Yeah, it was like
He wanted to use it instantly.
yeah, exactly. That's what I said during the guys too. I was like, oh, he really wanted to use that because he ults in between the whole enemy team, and he instantly has the Zonios and then flash out, and then they also use like Shadow on him to keep him alive,
And then he died. Still,
Yeah.
he got Jhin ulted.
and so I was like, well, that was one of the times where it actually was a throw.
Yeah, and Jhin used the shutdown to get a Seeker's arm guard. Yeah, it was. I think the comp wasn't great, but you know, Rahel, I think we could be a little cleaner.
I kind of like when I see the Eddie carries like living on the edge, just because it's exciting, you know.
It's exciting.
Kinda
Yeah,
like-
you're right about that.
it's like-
I can't argue that.
For the first like 4 times, he did barely get out and survive, and yeah, definitely fun watch.
Something I will say too that I was noticing is I just feel like FlyQuest they hadn't been doing well with Gekos on tanks. Like when they're putting them on tanks, it never feels like they're actually like getting that big team fight out of them, or actually like playing effectively to the other side of the map and getting big advantages and scaling. And it's kind of like, I don't know. I mean, clearly FlyQuest had this big paradigm shift with Inspired and Bwipo leaving, and they used to play a lot more towards top side, and Bwipo would go with his weird counter picks, and Inspired would often be up there, and it would be more about top side of the map. And Masu is just like, okay, I'm just gonna do nothing and scale and just try to get my farm and play. And Busio is roaming and whatever. And then now with Gekos up there and Masu and Cryogen, they're more the focus. And it feels like a number of times FlyQuest are putting Gekos on these tanks, and I was just thinking to myself, like, it never feels like it works. I was looking at the stats, like they've lost all 4 of their games with him on tanks. Like they haven't won a single game with him playing tanks. Obviously, that's not just on him or anything like that, but it doesn't feel like they are able to play that style effectively at all. And even just like compositionally when they're drafting, it feels like some of the games they're too low on damage when they do have him on a tank. Like they're 0-4 with him on tanks and 4-0 with him on carries so far this split. It's only a handful of games, but it's just something that I kind of noticed.
A pattern.
And yeah, exactly.
I think lock in the Aurelia, lock in the Yasuo, because he's actually insane on these champs in solo queue. He just runs the game. Why not?
I mean, his Gnar, his Ambessa, his Yorick, and his Jace have all gotten wins. 2 Sion games, Cassandre game, Orin game, all losses. And like he is really known as like a mechanical player who can play that carry style. So I feel like maybe they just need to embrace that. It feels like they're trying to play to Masu because he's kind of the star and everything. But it feels like Gekos maybe isn't as comfortable playing that other style. And I feel like oftentimes when you take a really, really mechanical player who's like used to making these individual outplays and doing all these things, they are doing too much on tanks. And the way that some of these players are playing, like as frontliners, I kind of felt like even Morgan in the TL game was doing this a little bit on Sion, where it's like they're trying to make the big play and they just like ult into the back of the team. They take so much free damage. They're like disjointed from their team. They're too far ahead. Like their positioning isn't actually right, because it's like as a tank, you want to be soaking damage for your carries when your carries can hit, right? And I feel like a lot of carry players, when they are playing tanks, are diving in as though they are making the individual play, but it's like you can't really do that as a tank. If you're just getting hit while your carries aren't hitting anyone, you're just losing the fight. And so I'm not trying to say it's all on him, but it just feels like that style is not working for them at all. I know that is like a classic LCS style of so many teams that have won titles over the years. It's like slap your top laner on a tank, get a hyperscaling bot, and play to it and win the team fights. But their drafts haven't made sense. He hasn't looked good individually on it, and it's just, I don't know. I feel like maybe they should just let him play what he wants to play.
Yeah. To that top laner note, there's actually. I was talking about this on co-stream and I was getting memed about it, but do you guys know about the classification for tanks? So there's like a Vanguard and a Warden.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, people who play TFT probably know those terms, but like the actual definitions for League, I thought was pretty cool because I didn't know it specifically. But basically, it's like Vanguard is the Malphite Leona. They start the fight, they hard engage. And that's, I think, what you're talking about. Like a lot of these people who aren't really tank players, when they're on tanks, they look for that because, it's more fun and they want to kill people. But Warden is more like the Braum, the tank who sits back and peels, right? And I think that's honestly what you want to do in pro play more often than not is, you stand in front of them, you like block skill shots, and you see the people who go for them. But when you're the front line and you just charge into them, being like, hey, look at all this damage I'm taking. I'm tanking, guys. It's like, well, nice, man, but
therefore
nobody can follow you. Yeah. So I think that's like just learning those terms and like the actual definitions. I thought was like pretty cool to see because. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like certain champions are better at a certain role. And then I think players as well kind of like might not have the eye for it initially.
I've always also thought the very best tanks aren't the tanks that like, oh, look at the end of the game and you see like damage absorbed or whatever. Like, look how much I tanked for you guys. It's even if you're playing Vanguard, it's using the cooldown and space of your CC possibility of your ability to like push them back and like make the enemy carries not do damage by like kind of spacing. So you're not actually taking it or soaking it. And then like finding the right time. So yeah, I mean, tanking is an art, even though even a lot of games people are like, oh yeah, just you're going to be the tank player, right? I'm the carry. I'm the one with all the skill and the brains and everything. But there's definitely a lot of skill expression in how you're playing tanks. And the best damage is not damage tanked. It's damage like avoided and prevented.
Yeah. The other thing that I think is interesting about it is it's like, like you said, it seems as though, I mean, we don't know what the thought process is in draft, but like Masu likes playing a lot of these more supportive style champions anyway. Like he likes playing the Jhin and stuff. And to me, it's like the Jhin also pairs better with carry top laners, right? Where you are more of that supportive guy where you don't have to deal all the damage. You have your Jace or your Ambassador or whatever, and you just like press R as everyone's running in and, and shoot out deadly flourishes and stuff. And so I'd be kind of interested to see if FlyQuest wanted to try to shift it up a little bit and see if they'll change that style or if they're just like, no, this is the right way to play. We just need to keep practicing it.
Yep.
Next series we had was Shopify versus Lion. And looking back at this one, I just remember so clearly game number 1. And we actually have a clip from that game that I think encapsulates it, because as this clip starts, and this is going to be a dragon fight that's really important. Let me give you the context of Contractz was smurfing. He was having this Pantheon game. He's like, boom, you're dead. Boom, you're dead. He's like all over the place, right? And you're like, oh, this is what the Shopify need. We have all these stats about how many games they've lost and how they need to, they're starting to step it up. And like everyone is well acquainted with like the games where Contractz is really on and they're looking good. But so this was one of those games, and the setup is there. They have a lot of gold, but if we now like run through this clip, take a look at what my bottom lane does. If I'm Contractz right here, I am so pissed. Okay, so this setup, here you guys. Yeah. So Contractz is super fed. He's been winning all game. Let me even go back a little bit. You can see the setup better. So Contractz is on the dragon. Like they're zoning everybody, right? My AD carry is auto-attacking a control ward in the very front while we're on the objective. Not only do we like not have good battle lines, but we are doing the objective and he is autoing the control ward in the brush where Wukong just was. And they just saw all of them. B-Boy, do you think he did any damage to champions this play? He literally did 0. He auto attacked that control ward once.
How much damage to
and
wards?
Then
But did he get the ward?
He did not. He got one auto on it.
That is actually what makes it not work.
And they're not even, the bottom lane. I felt like for Shopify, this was a total miss. This whole series was a really big miss for them. But this fight was like. The reason we originally pulled this clip was because they're like, oh, cool, look at this Isles Seraphine ult over the top into like, Seraphine beat drop right afterwards. You're like, ooh, that is so good. And from Lion's side.
What is this Corky doing?
But wait a second. Then I was like, well, let me look at it from the other perspective, the Shopify perspective.
Yeah.
My boy Contractz is getting done dirty. I felt like I was just like, oh no, man. I was like, we're doing the objective. Like my Corky is just in the enemy team autoing the control ward. And then after that, he flashes out. He gets like the Mikhail's and stuff. And he's like running away. And he's like, as he's running away, he's like, oh, you're doing dragon? He like tries to auto Q the dragon. I think Contractz kills the dragon before the Q damage from the Corky even lands. So I don't know if he even got damage on the dragon either, but holy, I was just tilted for him in that one. So I just...
That was tough. I mean, it's interesting because Shopify have a really good early game. Like they're averaging up over 1,100 gold at 15. And almost always teams with that kind of an early game are doing quite well, like as far as their record is concerned, right? But they are losing most of their games, right? They're still struggling to actually turn that into anything. They're 2-4, obviously. I felt like obviously there's team fights like that you can look at, huge individual mistakes. But I just thought even beyond that play, Shopify created a lead in this game by attacking side lanes, and this was this game where they had Raes as well, right? Yeah, they had the Pantheon Raes. They have this ability to move around the map and to like make plays towards bot. You know, they had done that really well early. This was the game I was thinking of, actually, the Pantheon trade for the Ashe Seraphine, and they attack bot lane. They're able to punish it. They pull off this dive. They 4-man down there, use the realm warp, whatever, and they're like, great, we've attacked side lanes effectively. We've like found picks. And now with our gold lead, we're going to 5v5 the 5v5 team, you know? And I just felt like they lost sight of what put them in a good spot in the first place. And then they just decided to group 5 and try to play against Wukong, Rumble, Seraphine, Ashe, you know, like this team.
With our Vanguard, the Corky.
Exactly. And with this team that is just like godlike in 5v5. And then they just rock up in 5v5. And every single 5v5, Isles is like 3-man charming them. They're all getting equalized. And there's a Wukong knocking them all up. And I'm just like, why didn't we just play towards side lanes with their giga-fed Pantheon? There's no 2v2 they can lose in the whole game. You have Raes to play towards side. Pantheon was like 7-1. And then we just go into 5v5 where he's just perma-CC'd and can't even play the game anyway. And that was kind of like my frustration in this one. Obviously, horrible team fight from B-Boy. But I just felt like they lost sight of what they were supposed to do with their composition. And even though Lion was behind, their comp was so good at 5v5. You can't just walk straight at that comp and expect you're going to win fights.
Yep. I feel you on that one. It's one of the things that tilts me the most playing and watching. Is just when you is in that situation. It's one of the reasons I'm sure I've talked about it before. It's not a new thing, but you know, you're playing the split comp, the comp that doesn't want to fight, and you're winning, and it is impossible for people to resist the urge. Like someone on the team will be like, oh, it doesn't matter. Let's just fight him. We're so ahead. We can't lose. And it's like, actually, you can. You probably will, honestly, because it's like, why give them the perfect situation that they want?
It's the only way they can come back.
Yeah, it's, you know, I get the idea of, I prefer being the team fighting comp. I like the idea of, hey, if we're grouped and they're grouped, we'll just win. That makes the game a lot easier to play. But, you know, if you're going to pick other stuff, then at least play to it. And so when you've got like these really strong split pushers like Raes, like Pantheon, you have globals, you don't want to ARAM them, especially not a team fight comp, and it was just such a mess. So it's pretty sad to see. I have a hard time believing that there wasn't someone in comms just being like, yeah, let's just fight him. You know, we're so ahead. Like, we're strong. I'm so fed.
I mean, Contractz was an entire item above Inspired. He was like 2 or 3K ahead at one point in this game on the Pantheon. Like, there is no way you ever can lose that 1v1. You will slam him a full item up. There's no misplaying the Pantheon, you know, to lose that fight. And then so you just add Raes, and I don't see a world in which there's any 2v2 that the other team can send that you don't slam, you know, when you're that fed. 7-1 Pantheon. And then you have like a Scion and this bot lane that can actually just like wave clear mid, and you can just play heavily towards one side. If they send 3 there, then you can make realm warp plays and plays towards your other team with Grand Starfall and stuff. And yeah, it's just one of those, it's like that classic trap. It's like you're saying, you're playing like Fiora top or whatever. Fiora gets like 3 kills in a row. It's working so well. You're taking all your towers, like, haha, now it's time to go 5v5. And then Fiora just cues forward, gets stunned without parry, instantly dies. Game is lost.
Yep. It is a sad one. I will say Contractz, that was one of those Contractz games. I feel like he has some of the highest highs of any jungler. And lately we haven't seen it as much as some other times, but like this was one of those Contractz games where he's just genuinely running around. Every single play is working. He's getting so many kills, and they lost. So that's super sad for him.
That was the Poppy game though last week too. I feel like back-to-back weeks he had games like this where everything he did worked, and then they lost. And those are hard games, because I always feel like when I was, you know, trying to climb and trying to play and trying to review my own games and stuff, and you're thinking about, those are the games that were the most confusing for me, where it's like everything I did worked. Was it just unlucky and my team sucks? Should I not have gone for those plays in the first place? Like, should I have been somewhere else on the map, and like this play wasn't even worth it, even though it worked? Those plays to me were always some of the most, like, those games were the most complex to actually know what to come away from, right? It's like, if I go in and I like take a 2v2 or whatever top, and we just like mis-execute and you lose, you're like, oh, I just need to play this better, or oh, like I can't win that thing, or oh, I should cross map. But like when everything you do works the whole game and then you lose, it's so hard to know what your takeaway was. At least I always feel that way.
This is why League of Legends players flame their teammates.
Yeah.
That's what you turn to.
I mean, I have 4 teammates, and there's only one of me. The odds are that they made more mistakes than I did.
True. Yeah, I mean, the reason I got so tilted on that one again is because I got the taste of like, ooh, this could be a really good series. And like Shopify showed some really good things. And then it ends up as a, 0-2 for them. And everybody just goes home. So like, yeah, haha. Like, yeah, sure, it could have been, they could have won games. No, I think they really could have actually
against both
won
TL
some
and
games
Lions back-to-back weeks.
Yeah, and so I'm like, it just makes me more frustrated when you see the hope and the possibility and stuff.
Yep.
And then it doesn't actually, pan out that way. But
which leads us perfectly into our last series, which was TL versus Dig, where Dig has actually taken a game off of the same 2 opponents that Shopify had the last 2 weeks, right? They went 1-2 against Lion, and then this week they went 1-2 against Team Liquid Alienware. So like they are actually capitalizing in at least somewhat, right? Like they're not winning the series.
Yeah,
but
those games looked really good too.
Yeah.
By the way, that you're pointing out. Both those important ones.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Dig is actually looking like they can kind of scrap with the top of the table, right? That's TL and Lion I think that was in our power rankings, probably our aggregate number 1, 2. Or at least like
with C9 floating around, those top 3 for sure.
I think we all had the same top 3, which was like, yeah.
Do we have TL third? I
think we had TL third.
Okay, so then first and third.
They almost missed playoffs and split 1. It would be crazy to put them number 1.
Yeah.
But I mean, Dignitas, I have some questions for Exu. He's had some stinkers this split. I'm not an Exu hater or anything. I like the dude, but man, okay, this
What's
game
your question?
1.
What's your question for him? Then?
Just what? That's probably my main one. Like what was that? Because dude, okay,
but not into
this
like
game
Faker.
1,
what was that way?
What was that? Yeah. Okay. So this Nocturne game, when I was watching it, I was actually laughing my ass off because I think I have no stats for it other than pure vibes. This might have been the most Nocturne ults used in a game. Not successfully, but just used. He was just mashing this thing on cooldown. He ganked bot so many times this game, almost entirely unsuccessfully, but he did not stop. He just kept ganking bot over and over.
I respect it.
It was actually a comical game. And it only started working when Photon, who's winning his lane on weak side, and is running all the way across the map to join the play to make it a 4-man instead of just a 3-man, that anything started happening. And so, yeah, I don't know. This one was just wild to watch. And then like, at the same time, Quid was like...
Quid was having a bad
the biggest
game
passenger ever on Aurora. It was just like he wasn't part of any of their winning plays, and he would just sometimes run in and die for fun. It was a funny game for sure.
His whole series,
Quid was a horrible
Quid,
series.
I was during the cast, I was shocked, like what was happening, and then it happened the next game too, and I'm like, what is going on? Like Quid is usually talked about and looked at as, oh, he's one of the best players on this team. Him and Jose have been smurfing, but I felt like the series he was the worst player on TL from their perspective. That being said, TL were still able to win, and I think deserve the credit for, like, if one carry is underperforming, Jan stepped up in a huge way for them and had some massive carry games. That being said, the series was so good because Dignitas took that game that you're talking about in the middle where they drafted FBI his Senna and Ignar his Alistar. And it's like these signature iconic picks for these two players. And man, did they make it worth it and like return the confidence back to the team, because like FBI was deathless on the Senna, full build Senna here, absolutely smurfing, 0 deaths the entire time. Ignar was setting up all these plays, and he was doing like he headbutted enemy jungle out of the Baron pit and stuff to like try and get them the steal, and he's getting all these crazy creative flanks and stuff. So like it's another one where, wow, I'm seeing so many of these good things from one of the teams that does lose, like Dignitas, a team that just gets memed on all the time. But this wasn't a case of just Photon, which has been the case for some of the other positive Dignitas games where you're just like, oh man, get Photon a team. He's putting in so much work. But the bottom lane absolutely smurf that game too to get Dignitas the win.
I will say, like, Dignitas, it's crazy because they have these couple wins, you know, like against top level teams, right? You know, they've gotten their games. It's when I talk about Shopify is the team with this like really good early game that only has the 2 wins, right? They're averaging up over 1,100 gold. Dignitas' early game is just catastrophically bad. It feels like most of their games, they're just out of it before anything happens, right? Like they're averaging down over 2,100 gold at 15. And so it is just so hard to actually have a realistic chance to win games when you're just down on average thousands of gold before a point in the game where you've even had a team fight, right? It's just like their lanes just need to be more stable. You know, FBI I think had a really good game on that Senna, but like a lot of games their bot lane is getting blown out. Exu I think is really struggling, and Exu to me looks like by far and away the worst jungler in the league, which I think is really tough. Jungle feels super important right now. And I think this team just needs to find some way to stabilize their early games because they clearly show some promise. Like in these wins, like they have some solid wins where it's like, okay, you're actually like pretty close in gold. You look like you can take some games. Like you look like you can actually scrap. But so many of their games are just instantly off the rails, it feels like, where everything goes wrong. Bot lane's dead, jungle's dead, mid lane's dead, everyone's dead. And it just feels like 3 minutes into the game, it's already over. So I feel like Dignitas has you know the ability, if they can actually clean up their early games, to be pretty competitive with some of the better teams. But that's the big question for me is like, can they actually stabilize? Because yeah, their early games are just like catastrophically bad.
Yeah, I mean I remember Jat said it in one of his segments, which I liked. He basically just said Exu needs to play better, which is kind of how I feel about this team. I don't necessarily think he's a bad player, but his performances as Split have not been good enough for sure. I think it's a lot of like just trying to do too much. He's had a lot of games where he's just like genuinely running around dying everywhere. I remember like 0-9 Skarner game that stuck out to me. I've been playing a lot of Skarner, so I kind of keep an eye out on the performances from Skarner players. So yeah, I think he just kind of needs to figure it out, or this team's gonna have a tough time getting wins.
Yeah, TL the other side, obviously, you know, you talked about with Quid. Jan, this is the first time I felt like this split where I was like, damn, okay, Jan's back. Like he was kind of owning that series. I felt like he was kind of 1v9 in some of those games. He was playing crazy. And if TL can get it like all their players playing well at the same time, this team is going to be incredible. But that is the big question is, you know, can they get to that point where, you know, Morgan and Quid and Jan are all looking really good in each game? Because I think that they have such incredible individual talent, but it's just been weird that a lot of the season, like you said, has been about the soul lanes doing really well. And then as soon as the bot lane's doing really well, the soul lanes are struggling. So it's weird. You know, they won the game again. They won the series again. TL keeps winning, but I guess they still haven't sold me to that, that have that super amount of confidence where it's like, yeah, like this is the team that was promised, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Let's look ahead then at their upcoming matchups. All 4 of our upcoming matchups. Let's start at the very beginning, though. Actually, honestly, let's start with the Team Liquid one, because that one is a banger. The Team Liquid versus Sentinels, that should be very competitive. Sentinels, I feel like, always gets underestimated because, you know, people meme on the age of the team or like stealing a lot of the players from old disguised or, you know, whatever. But I have really liked what I've seen from Huhi, especially. And Hambach has this like Skarner needs to be banned now versus him. He is really smurfing on it. He's giving Meteos even a run for his money.
His Skarner's pretty good. I like it.
I feel like Hambach should not get Skarner anymore.
Yeah, just ban it.
Just ban it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's to the point where like basically all their wins are with him on Skarner. And whether or not you think it's like a meta champ, I think it's getting to that point where he, like 2 of the 3 games, he's just Giga Smurfing. And then the other game that they won was the one where he caught Sven and they were able to turn around that game. Like, yeah, they were winning most of the game, but still. So I feel like it's at the point where it's kind of like, okay, this is one of these champion pairings where you just shouldn't let him have it unless you have something that you think is like actually, oh, this like hard counters it. Haha, we baited
Olaf, that matchup is not playable.
There you go.
I will say that one's really bad. I think Mundo is actually pretty good against Skarner as well, just because like Skarner can't actually ever E Mundo, and Mundo can just stand in front of Skarner, so he can't E anyone else. He goes run into him and pop off his passive. So I think those are, okay, I don't think Olaf's actually good in pro, but I think Mundo's pretty common and probably fine.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I don't see Jose as like a Mundo style player, so I doubt they'd bring it out. But I still feel like TL has been a lot more consistent. I think Sentinels really showed a good performance last week and who he was smurfing. But overall, I still favor TL pretty heavily. I think it would probably be 2-0, 2-1 TL. Yeah, I guess maybe I should have more faith in Sentinels, but they still haven't shown the consistency to make me believe that they could beat TL yet.
I mean, for me too, it's that even though I was really shocked this last weekend about Quid underperforming, he's earned so much trust from me that I'm like, yeah, I was shocked because that's not normal and it's not going to happen again. I just expect him to bounce back this week and be really good again. And I think the solo laners for TL advantages over the Sentinels solo laner should be enough to make a whole game plan around, with Morgan and Quid if Quid does bounce back and should bounce back. I think those two probably should be theoretically like number one, number two in their positions for the whole league.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they should be able to construct a pretty easy winning plan around that since Jose is in really good form too.
Yep, I'd agree. I'll give it a 2-1.
2-1. Me too. I'm going 2-1.
I have some faith in Sentinels. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think they'll put up a good fight, but I
like that.
I think TL's looking a little stronger.
All right, what about Fly Dig? I mean, this one's kind of interesting. Obviously, FlyQuest, I think, on paper are probably favored. Dig obviously has had a couple good games against some of the higher ranked teams. So I think this one could be actually pretty close.
But everyone's going to say FlyQuest.
But everyone's going to say FlyQuest.
I'm going to say FlyQuest.
It's kind of my feeling.
Yeah, I know.
No one's willing to do it yet, but I honestly I wouldn't be that shocked if Dignitas won.
Then vote them.
No, yeah, see, no one's willing to do it yet themselves, and yet
I want you to do it.
Yeah, we all bring it up. We're like, anybody want to do this? Anybody want to invest in Dignitas while the stock is low?
You guys should put all your money on Dig. I'm gonna go fly them.
Yeah, invest low. Buy low and then sell high.
My fantasy can't do worse than it's already doing. I think I'm dead last in our broadcast league.
Oops.
I had Quid and Morgan last week. They got me 0 points. It's tragic.
It's unlucky.
Yeah. So maybe I should.
Points in a win is tough.
Not actually.
They didn't have 0.
They got like
they like 12 or something because I had both Quid and Morgan also.
Yeah. So Jed got me negative points last week.
Ooh.
I did not draft Jed. I think
Jed
is literally the lowest earning player in fantasy points in the entire league.
Yep.
You must have been real poor at the end.
Well, I had all my other players were like some of the highest average earners, right?
Yeah.
But then it didn't work out.
We got to get Sajid back on Cryo.
Yeah. Just got to keep investing,
Yeah.
Eventually, he's going to pay off. Just like Dignitas.
I mean, well, maybe we should talk about their series then as the next series because DSG versus Lion. Oh, wait. So we're all predicting FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Or is it all like, you know what? I'm giving Dig a game. I'll go 2-1. Does that count as...
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is just like can Dig actually stabilize their early game, and I feel like Masu and Cryogen's bot lane is really good 2v2, and FBI and Ignar have been kind of struggling. So maybe they can solve something, but it's like Ignar just is not good on enchanters generally, and always wants to play engage style. And I feel like while that can work, the meta right now is all about enchanters, and Cryogen's really good on it. Masu and Cryogen are good at playing lane dominant stuff, so I think that'll be pretty problematic.
I will say maybe Photon can get top lane advantage over Gakkos, and
I'd favor him for sure.
So
unless we get Gakkos on Yasuo.
There you go.
One thing I got to say though before the next one is Quad's Aurora performance last week was absolutely insane.
First time, by the way, first career Aurora.
Yeah, that was so unreal because Quad's the guy he's like the Merc Trade guy, the tank build on everyone, just the hold it down and like kind of lose most of the time guy. But his Aurora was absolutely insane. Like the angles he was getting the kills on, it was so aggressive and precise. Like that was so cool to see from him.
Yeah.
I want to see more of that.
Love that too, especially when it's like some personal growth. You can tell, new direction. First career one, Lion versus DSG. That is who. You don't still have Sajid on your team, do you?
I have to choose my roster for this week.
Okay, so technically he is now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Lion, the player.
Lions
also fairly low earner
Yeah.
down there. The bottom lane together is
Yeah.
one of the biggest discussions. And if that bottom lane is playing against Berserker Isles, we did just see this last weekend how Berserker can mega pop off and is playing the Unara with a Lulu behind him and gets to be his, hyper carry self. So,
I mean, I feel like the story with DSG is always like, can Castle do it? You know what I mean? Like, and he probably can do it against Dokka if Dokka's playing how he has been. I don't think Dokka's had his greatest split. So, like, would I favor DSG top lane? Yeah, I actually would in the 1v1, but like, do I favor Lion literally everywhere else? Yeah, I do. So I think it's a pretty hard one to see for DSG because I think that it's like when people talk positively about Sajed, it's about his team fighting. Well, I think Berserker's a better laner and a better team fighter. Cryo is like Inspired Junior. Well, okay, guess who you're playing against? You're playing against Inspired. So I think it's a pretty hard one.
So he's younger,
Yeah.
more,
there you go.
better reaction speed version of
He
Inspired.
did-
That's what you're saying,
They
right?
did beat him last time.
He did?
Yeah,
He
it
did?
was-
They did win last time, so it's not impossible they could do it again.
2-0 Lion.
However, if we look at recent results,
Yeah.
I would expect Lion for sure. I have no stats on this, but when was the last time that? So in this past weekend, Lion, I think it was like unanimously Saint got player of the game 1, and then Berserker got it game 2.
Mhm.
And I don't know the last time Inspired got Novos, which was pretty crazy because normally every team Inspired's on, it's just him doing his thing, right? And it's
Yeah.
like even if he didn't hard carry the game, he still like at least gets a nod. It's like, yeah, we see you. But this one actually was like just some crazy performances from other members, which just makes the team look even scarier. So
Yeah.
it's probably going to be a 2-0.
I was gonna say it's probably not gonna influence in predicting this series, but does it make you more worried for the team if Inspired can have some underperforming, like not very good games, and other players can step up? Because you're just like, yeah, he's still Inspired. Like he'll have some really good games later anyway.
I didn't take it so much as he played poorly. I don't think they were his best games, but he wasn't, just running around feeding or something like that. I think it was more just his teammates really stepped up. I think Saint had like an insane Azir game because we mostly just been seeing that champion feed his brain out. And same with Unara for Berserker. So they popped off on champions that have been mostly doing very poorly this season. So
Yeah.
I think their teammates stepped up. I think Inspired, he was fine.
I also think that Inspired just kind of has those games. Even last year, he would have those games where it's just like, if he gets behind and he thinks that he can't play a normal game from that spot, he's not going to passively lose the game. He's just going to randomly start fights over and over, or he'll start invading if he feels like that's the only way to get back. He's just going to play however he thinks is going to get you the win. And sometimes that's just going to turn into, his Wukong game obviously didn't look great. They won it. But like, I remember games last year of FlyQuest when they were winning like every game in LCS where he would just have like a 6 death or an 8 death Xin Zhao, or he'll like have a ton of deaths on Sejuani or whatever, where he gets behind and he's just like, nope, best way to win is if we keep fighting and randomly win this fight. So here we go, going back in.
All right, next one, Cloud9 versus Shopify, our final one, coming up for the next week. Now, as excited I was, and I saw some good things from Shopify, I'm not going to think that they can do it here versus Cloud9. With last weekend, Cloud9 looked great. Basically across the board, we were talking about Blaber a lot, but Contractz versus Blaber. This this one has a lot of history of, and I remember we did content even where we interviewed Contractz, and he was like, "Yeah, Blaber's always thinking about me," or like I'm in his head, or something like that. So actually, they're all time head to head. Actually, I need to dig into that, but it's definitely a spicy one usually. But
Like a bullet.
I also, I think last time they played, I also favored Cloud9.
27-15 for Blaber, according to DPM wall.
Yeah, more competitive than a decent amount of the junglers, but not still not winning for Contractz. But it also reminds me, the last time these two teams actually played was the upset where Shopify upset them and kicked them out of playoffs. So then I also in that time period I also was favoring Cloud9.
Yeah, that was the 5-game series too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's
all right. Then do it. Go for him.
There's always that chance, but I think Cloud9's playing quite well right now. So I mean, this one and the Lion one are the two that I feel like are more one-sided. The other two series I could see going either way, even though I kind of predicted one way. But this one I think is tough. Shopify though, they have a good early game if they can actually get it together in the mid game. I know there's some stats like the early game rating and mid game, late game rating. They're like, actually quite a good early game team by all the metrics, like all the stats. And then mid game, late game, they have like the worst possible rating. Like they're just, it's really bad because they build all these leads and then they just kind of usually lose. But I think it's possible. I think it's unlikely. I think Cloud9's still playing pretty well. And if Blaber has a series like he did last week, then it's going to be really good. I mean, Cloud9 is just so good during the regular season, it seems like. And the tough part for Cloud9 is now, because all their failures have been like in playoffs in these big pressure moments, they can't actually change that story about themselves until they get to a finals or something and win, right? Like no one is going to change how they feel about Cloud9 right now, no matter what they do in the regular season, because they've dominated regular seasons. So it's like for them, they have to stay locked in and try to actually get all the way to the end and then have a chance to kind of change the story about themselves.
So who are you going to vote?
Cloud9.
Okay.
Cloud9.
It's regular season, baby.
I'm going to go Shopify. I don't have a good reason for it, but I'm just thinking. No, here's what I got there. Here's
Bro
what I got
rocks
there.
up with no C9 jersey for the first time in his life. Instantly predicts against them.
Yeah, actually.
He's like, Jack, if you're not paying me, I'm not predicting you.
I have my freedom. I'm off the leash. I can just run around the neighborhood. Yeah, so I'm thinking about it. It's like all of these series seem a little too one-sided. Yeah. And I swear every time we go into a weekend when it feels like the game should go a certain way, it never does. And so of all the upsets, why not this one?
Yeah. And a lot of the times it's like Shopify or, the similar players from like Energy or something like that.
Or Shopify players on a different team.
that do upset Cloud9. So we'll see. We shall.
I don't have good logic for it. It's really just vibes. I'm feeling it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. You know who agrees with you?
Who?
You're actually not the first to make this hot take. On the Coaches episode of Pros podcast that we just put out from last week, the TL coach Spooks, Sam, he said hot take because they've been scrimming both these teams, of course. He thinks
not TL scrims. Now you're making me doubt it. Now you're making me doubt it.
But he said that Shopify had been doing way better, and he thinks it's
I'm
close.
switching my vote. I'm switching my vote.
Okay, well, there you go.
All right. Well, that'll wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, keep leaving comments. We are pulling some questions every so often for our episodes from the comments on YouTube and Twitter and wherever else. LCS returns this Saturday, April 25th at 1 p.m. Pacific as FlyQuest takes on Dignitas. We will see you there.
Aurora. Aurora dead. Knockdown. I'll kill knockdown. I'll kill knockdown and I come back. We win this.
Yeah.
Take it with me. Yeah.
Penta.
Yeah, don't take it.
Mid wave or in Baron?
Penta first.
Come.
Yeah. Don't hit.
All you caps. Okay.
Nice.
A little bit of breathing room in his matchup, really close there. Would have got one more round attack in. But Yopper is flashing forward as well. Salmon flashes away.
You didn't watch me.
So I did for a little bit, but Frozen Tomb coming out. Rolking. Glacial path forward. Leader still looking for the chase. Chains onto him though. There's the route. Leader.
Flash! It's the Grog solo kill by leaders.
I mean, Paris has.
What can it do? What can he do? Thinking about it. He can die is what he can do. This is there for the follow-up for the Heroes and King was stopped by Jhin with a wonderful pop blossom. Public execution out from Mainton trying to kill off Noah. Relent will get him in the
It's gonna be a bit awkward for this Jace now. Taking those 2 tower shots really doesn't.
They're gonna die?
Favors. This is a 2v2 dive.
Noah has the barrier. Sunday looking for Jhin. Tries to get behind him. Breath of Life comes out from Paris and death comes to Jhin. as Noah now underneath the tower. He's going to try and trade back, but Paris can't do it because Paris tanks it perfectly.
Using their range well, Giant X not ending the play. There's a Realm Warp, only giving away Petrifying Gaze, cleansed by one, and that's enough. Noah will just stand, auto, get the kill. Now Lintas for the retrade, gets a 1-for-1. Kazi onto 2, flashes autos, double kill. Noah will get the enemy jungle in the meanwhile, but he stepped on a trap, and Kazi will break his back. 80 carries on the board, but Kazi's bigger in this play.
And now, wherever you want to, you kind of just swap. Hang on, Ice.
Oh my god, yeah. He stood around the corner thinking he's okay. Deadly Flash stopped away by Mirwin, but he's at full HP.
Yeah, I was going to say Ice.
Equalizer. I stepped up to that. He's not shielding like a front line. He's just shielding everyone. Like, he's kind of whatever. Just stay away from my carries. There's JoJo's engaged. Wade dies in an instant.
So it's a very good spot.
Going Cats now?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Yep.
Leader should be able to actually take the tower.
Does he just go on Carter?
I think he loses this though.
Moonfall, he's definitely losing it at the moment as Carter just final hours him.
Scout here also now potentially vulnerable. He still has his flash, but no ultimate.
There's the flash in from Daejeon, looking for the angle as Scout doesn't have any mana, and he hits the backflip. It's just a solo kill. Canton looking to lock down this Lee Sin. The hostile takeover does basically nothing as the handshake comes in. Fate's Call goes down there as well as Diablo just flashes into the enemy team. He gets the bailout as they take down Daejeon. Sponge now down as well as it's a double. Diablo's popping off like an absolute maniac as he collects the triple and now wants to take down Canton. There's the Quadra. The Baron's down very, very low as the Encore is going to miss. He gets into the pin, and Lucy Kenny gets the steal!
Infernal Dragons were the stats on top of it.
Loki trying to bait this, it looks like, as he is, well, he baited it.
That was really clean, but it's not enough. Duckdom's had a weirdly clean game despite getting pushed back.
Zeus! What am I watching? What is this? Well, Carrier round the back of the pit here isn't exactly all that valuable, but Showmaker is going to be able to find Doran. He goes to the skies, might just be able to take out this LeBlanc, but he's not going to be able to do so. Still, she does die. Emperor's Divide is not going to connect onto too much more than just Lucid, as now Pace could be in trouble. She looking to try and find it, but he blast codes to get himself out, and now Faker against the world. He goes golden and gives Ona the space to go ballistic, flashes to the side, denies Shiu, and there is the GOAT. Which is good. Oh, no, it was Aurelia. I think it was Aurelia mid. It was either that or mine. Never mind. As that is going to be another bone skewer connecting. And Showmaker, gets caught by the flash from Carrier. I know how bad that can get. As Shiu, final hour comes in, flashes out of the way, but he is still in a lot of trouble. Oh my god, smash! Massive amounts of damage, picks up the triple, and that is all she wrote. D+ will be taking down T1 in 3 games.
Really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. As now we have an all-out here. Perfect is going to stack that passive. He's continued to go in onto Dudu as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu's in a bit of trouble as still not able to get him into it.
Yeah, instead be a bit of an angle here for casting.
Are into the wall as Canton might be in a little bit of trouble here. Another statue is going to connect and hits Mininar at exactly the right time. Flashes to pick up the hyper proc. There is a flank angle from Sponge.
Teddy is trying to stay as far back as possible.
Oh, the arrow actually gets dodged with a blast cone. That was crazy. There's the steal from Sponge. Encore gets flash, Mega Inferno Bomb.
Map turret, and in fact they will not, I don't think.
Well, they're going to look for it. There's the shockwave. The arrow, though, to interrupt. And Faker will just sweep them away. Flashes out of the way of Willow there as well. And Ona.
那现在 Elk 没有往自己的家上走，又是一个 Q 闪，给到了呼吸这个头。
Miko 要干嘛呀 ？Miko， 哇，助攻，
大招有个进化。 雷火过来了，哦，好高的熟练度，但是扛了一下防御塔，交出闪现，还能再来架狙一枪，哇！下路现杀了，而且2个人也要死，再来一个Miko双杀。Miko 想过去断，不让 Elk 出来，给了一个墙，但 Elk 能出来，还行。
无所谓啊，这个位置双子塔感觉跟纸活的一样，而且 Elk 没有什么输入环境，但是呼吸哥已经倒了，但还没有一个冲击波把 Elk 给拉了回来。菲亚塔倒地了，爱情全员 A 塔就好了。小虎能不能阻止对方？阻止不了吗？魏开了一个大招，3打1，能阻止他吗？阻止得了他吗？ 万亿丝血，微博守住了。
完了，要被这个上线拉成麻了，闪现开！刚才 Monkey 是交了闪的，好在给他解了。Cube 交一个踢过来之后，花彩定住了。香克斯开一个中亚，往上交闪现，香克斯被击杀，狗锁了 About， 但是上面弗兰朵踢过去直接偷家了。WE 能不能有人回去？后部交闪现去了，有人不让对面回，家要被偷掉了。弗兰朵杰斯点击地很快，这个超级伏笔的上路兵线成为了 击败 WE 的关键因素，晕住了，再给块石头。虽然再往前一个 QA， 阿斌靠着磕血瓶回了一点血。伊泽尔的大招有没有机会精准命中？精准弹幕刷死了！先锋也掉了，老牛开个大招把先锋捡了。老牛这个位置捡完直接放，想做先锋走，能点进去吗？只要能到达那个地方，他走了这波。 哇，这个思路很清晰，他还要去撞塔，哇，这给他秀到了。Q，
冰塔卡的是安，对，但 Q 技能是给的 V 的
1判1，
但伤害节就小安的爆发可能不太够，但有被动可以追着 A， 还是 A 死了，不好说，确实命中率会相对比较低。
上路兵哥生气了，看见没蓝开大灌一套
啊，然后坦克形态呼吸这个位置就比较危险了，
等个 Q。
出来，这一波是 Viper 先行交大，然后闪现2连被 Miko
再往前逼，等下一个2连追着 AA， 主要 Miko 这个状态不太敢回头，追不上了。
是，感觉就是，
哎呦！刚手老母6级和7级打在一起，还好自己也到切，大招抵消了一下 W 的控制，两个人打到了一起，拍到墙上，再砸了个 Q 技能，伤害其实已经打得很足了，呼吸哥这个当中哇，斜角拍住，好一个呼吸哥。
O fluxo tá muito atrás, ainda pode ser caçado. Entrada frontal do Digo, ele é deletado por ali porque o fluxo ainda tá muito forte. Vai tentar perseguir ainda, vantagem numérica ainda continua na equipe da Fúria. Eles vão tentando um milagre, tem eliminação agora. O Canton ainda consegue fazer ótima linha de frente.
Code.
Pode ser quadra. É quadra.
Pode ser penta, chefe.
É o penta. Vem pro penta. Ele parou o fluxo. Vai segurando ele. Tá dando um pouquinho mais de espaço. Tá deixando mais nada.
Ele foi main, toda a partida ele trazia, toda hora ele trazia. Agora a jogada é pra cima do Tuts, mas já vai voltar no ultimate, não vai conseguir finalizar, o Tatu tem que sair.
Vai tentar agora fazer essa jogada continuada por aqui, equipe do fluxo. É garantida as larvas pra Fúria, mas e depois, como é que fica? Tudo vai ser eliminado. E o Pit ainda consegue sair vivo, todo o jogo é assim, mas o Gigo busca, garante a eliminação. Faz a linha de frente, agora tem a mãe pra ajudar a curar. E aí pode complicar, mas tem double kill nas mãos de novo no Gold. Ele que vai continuando, avançando, buscando o seu terceiro. Olha o triple chegando! E ele quer mais! Sai muito rápido na mão do robô. Do outro lado, o time da Loz vai tentar com o Drake Hero fechando pro dive. Ele usa o ultimate. O Curi muito no quase de novo. Ele finalmente é eliminado. O Drake Hero vai voltar a passiva do Zarrinha e o Trigger fica de novo contra 3. Ele usa a barreira, pula pra longe. Vai batendo e garantindo a mais.
Não caiu, não ainda. O Dudu vai se empurrar um pouquinho mais. Agora sim consegue muito dano.
Conseguiu executar! Chegou, apertou o flash com o E e o Q e um abraço. E aqui é duelo, hein? É duelo. Vamos ver quem leva melhor. Dudu contra o Trigger. O time que saiu, as pernas são puxadas e retalham o Trigger. Mesmo assim foi eliminado. Acabou voltando ali uma hora pra tentar dar um hitzinho nessa vida. Troca no top, pode ter um abate. Devocha, apanhou muito. Flash pro um lado e pro outro. Embaixo da torre o Chino. Vamos ver a Leviatã que puxou esse varão muito rápido. E o AJ tá próximo, o Chino também. Pega que é ladrão! O AJ rouba o varão e a galera da Leviatã. O time da Leviatã, enquanto a gente rever essa jogada no 1 contra 1, deve ter flashado até o ultimate. Aí o mano a mano. Nossa, ele deu um flash no fim das contas na barreira. Na casa do ultimate.
Já inicia. Se tivessem matado a frontline da Red, era uma troca boa, era justo se levasse steps.
Pra solar! Sobra uma, vem pro flash, Mirel!
ficado mais em aberto com o roubo do dragão, mas agora a Matilha vai colocar esse passo à frente.
O Kazé encontrou com o Mireu, atravessa agora o Entre Mundos na perseguição em cima da Zoe, ele é bom em kaitar, mas o Kazé é melhor ainda! Dano que o frontliner causa, de Samus quase eliminado, Zins com menos metade da vida, vai chegando o por trás, olha o que ele quer fazer, também tem o Kazé se aproximando. Sensacional! A Matilha vai à caça e extingue os guerreiros!
Jhin would also be pretty strong in the 2v2, but Blaber's made his way to continue clearing as bot lane trades pretty aggressively.
Yeah, Lion's forced to use the heal there, very low, and the Nautilus has to flash away, and Sven's ready to flash follow. 2 more auto attacks with a focus fire, just take him down here in the 2v2. The Ashe Seraphine doing exactly as they please down here. Sven, he might just get the second kill, and he doesn't even die.
He was clearing out enemy vision in Dragon Pit, and then he put that one too. Because this...
Oh, flash forward and gets him with the final auto, goes across the veil. Quad barely misses out on the kill.
No way! Impact stole it!
Oh my god.
Yo, Titanic, baby! Yeah, Grayson's like, what?
As Lion are still thinking about contesting this, it would be sole point if they could force Shopify back and make the play, but now B-Boy's gonna get caught, gets himself away with about half HP still left. Seo's trying to escape from Saint, who's chasing after that enemy support. The Cloud Drake is claimed by Contractz. Lion still fighting as a unit. Dokla grabs the kill and a fudge. B-Boy still barely standing at about 100 HP. The volley flies out, but it won't find the damage here just yet. Saint over the wall with the damage onto Zenny. Zenny takes him out though. Lion manages to pick up the extra kill there onto B-Boy. It's a nice cosmic binding, locks him into the wall. Contractz sets it up and takes yet another kill. Isle's going to be their target next. Wild Growth on himself to stay alive. Contractz charges forward here with another EQ, and Zinni grabs the kill, but now he's under pressure. Shopify trying to get something here more, as Inspired's down to 200 HP. Contractz picks him up. Berserker still fighting. Flashes over the EQ. He takes out B-Boy. Berserker is standing and fighting, and Contractz is about to drop. Isaac, I think Ignar is online.
Look at Florin. He's down in the bot side of the bot. He goes for a nice flank here himself. Tidal Wave goes out. It's stolen away with a Tidal Wave here, Logan. It's too much.
Both junglers now level 5, and the first Drake has just hit Summoner's Rift as Chica level 6 goes in.
Straight away, and Fisher actually has to flash out, but no, okay, it's a first blood for Chica Cassante, the 5,000-year champion in mid lane. Like, okay, full health D-Ray into just like a, what? Oh, the flash forward is insane. This is 100-0. Infight aspect of Aurora is going to be so big, but at the same time, the flash is first blood for Ariel. What is going on?
This one for the lane, as Kiaya could be in trouble.
Yeah, might be in a bit of a pickle, as you could even see junglers coming up. Husha wants to join this fight. Maybe it's just to secure as the flash comes through. Solo Bolo, E-Jung.
Ooh, public execution's been used.
Yeah, is no longer available, but trying to get that energy back up. And look at Kiaya now doing the damage. It could just be the end of E-Jung. It's a 1-for-1 trade on this top side.
Now, let's have a look at this top side. We saw the start of it in the live, but once again, it's Kiaya starting the play. That's one, as it goes all out. That's that one. It's looking, that's 2. Unstoppable, moving forward. It's getting, look, it's so close. That's 3. That's 4. And then it just gets burnt down. That's 5. Flashes away, but E-Jung bears down. And unfortunately, at that point, it's too little, too late. Oh,
he flashed. As they are looking at this next dragon, it could be another steal. They get the vision up. Drakthar has the paranoia. Let's see if they can turn this fight. Paranoia gets dropped. Tidal Wave goes in. It's stolen again. It's just too easy for Drakthar. He's keeping Gem in this fight way too much. Now that they stole the dragon, get out of the fight once again. But no, they're strong enough to take this a little bit further.
Welcome back to week 4 of the LCS Spring Split. Emily, what'd you say?
Yeah, what happened, Emily?
I did not. You said
No, I don't know what
something.
you're talking about.
Raes is a menace.
Also, I appreciate everyone who's here. Just at the top, all of you are amazing.
All of
We're
you.
in
Yes.
chat. We are 29, 30 minutes before LCS for you is better than the LEC Roadshow, so I applaud you. You're the best.
Well done,
Yeah,
guys.
wow.
Well done.
Yeah.
You guys are the real winners.
Welcome to LCS
True.
Waiting Room. We have a treat for you that are here.
What's the treat?
30 minutes of League of Legends chat.
Let's go!
Okay, anyway, standings and schedule. Now that we are 3 weeks into the LCS season, we have Cloud9 and Team Liquid still at the top. It feels like Team Liquid is perpetually struggling, yet you look at the standings and they're actually tied for first.
Yeah.
So they've been on a bit of an uptick. Haven't had to play Cloud9 or Lion yet. That'll come in weeks 6 and 7. And then a bunch of teams at 1 and 2, and Dignitas still looking for that first win.
Yeah.
6, 7. Yes, 100%. Meanwhile, today's game, Dig versus FlyQuest, that's going to be a banger. Shopify versus C9. I don't know what to expect out of that. I know we'll have a conversation as the day goes on, but for Shopify, I feel like they're a team that is just scaling up, and they could just take a game or two from Cloud9, and by two, I mean the series, obviously. So I'm worried about Cloud9 there.
Contractz has been playing out of his mind.
He
kind
has.
of. If he continues to have some good games, there's a shot. They have a shot.
I have a Cloud Sidkey stat. He tagged me and said it's a Jat stat, but it's a Cloud Sidkey stat.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
315 days since C9's beaten Shopify.
When's the last time they played?
So they played in Split 3 regionals when Shopify
Yeah.
eliminated them from the year.
Oh, I thought it was a fake. I thought it was
Yeah.
the most fake stat. I just forgot.
And before that, to be fair, they played one match in the
Yeah.
last 315 days, in which Shopify was victorious. 316 days ago, C9 3-0'd them.
Okay,
in
well, there it
playoffs.
is. Well,
True.
damn.
Interesting stat. Reminder that LCS Spring Finals is headed to Arizona for our roadshow, which is the university's Mullet Arena from June 13th to 14th. Tickets are now on sale, so head to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code, which is the much easier way. Well, honestly, for me, Ticketmaster.com, easier.
That is easier.
QR codes,
But we're
they're a
just
little buggy sometimes.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Yeah.
The Ticketmaster website gives me problems sometimes. I don't know.
I want to talk about fantasy a little bit.
Get your mullets
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, so I have my own fantasy league as well, the JLXP Fantasy League with like 800, 900 people. I'm bottom half of that league. I think it's the most competitive league in the world.
Oh my
Because
God.
technically I am
Is it?
second to last in our caster league,
Yes, you
Unlucky.
but I'm close. I'm close to the rest of y'all.
are. I like it.
My
Wait a minute.
problem is, and I'm glad you guys called Flowers out about this,
What the
right?
hell is this?
Because he is auto drafting. This is why I quit fantasy football, okay? One of my friends auto drafted. She didn't even switch out her players in the bye, and she won the league, and I've never played anything in fantasy ever again until I was forced to do this for the bracket.
And it's the stats guide that's
And
enabling
I'm
him.
mad about it
The
because
funny
Flowers passed me this week. I wasn't first.
The funny thing, if we put the stats guy's actual team, he'd be here.
He's
this year.
like
He
he's
won
last
lock-in,
place.
but Leo is doing bad.
Yeah.
He's putting all
He's
his
in
power
last
into
place.
Captain Flowers. He's
Yeah.
playing 2 accounts. He's
Call him
account
out.
sharing.
Call him out.
Either way,
Bad stuff.
So a reminder of why we're doing this is the loser at the end of the split, which includes Spring Finals, will have to wear clown makeup, which will be applied by the winner. So
I really want to win.
yeah,
so
I just want to not lose, but I've changed my strategy a little bit to be higher risk, so I am likely to lose. So this is what I did this week. I've done some research. I've looked at past performance throughout this split.
Okay.
And it used to be that top laners were fake. Like,
Yes.
even if you did great, you'd score like 15 points.
Yeah.
I noticed mid laners are also fake. So mid and top are very similar in low scores. All the points are going jungle, bot, support.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what's not fake? Support score actually
Enchanter meta
a really
is
large
insane.
amount of points.
Vulcan is averaging 1 trillion points so far. But anyway, because I'm bad this split, I couldn't just go with the C9 or the TL bottom lane. I have to take a chance on my FlyQuest boys.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm actually, this doesn't look like it's all in FlyQuest, but it's all in FlyQuest in the important positions. And then I'm just getting the multiplier bonus in coach, mid, and top.
You have no respect for Dignitas. That's why you're doing this.
Dignitas is also statistically the worst team in the league, Raes.
Okay.
So I think it's not a terrible gamble.
We'll see about that.
All right, that's my roster. We got Emily's team
I
next.
don't have a big explanation for mine.
Well,
either.
start talking about
This
it.
is my roster. I did end up swapping out Contractz because the streak finally broke where He was actually scoring me a good amount of points, but I think.
So you're really not that different than my roster.
No,
you have Griffin, Morgan, and Masu.
I'm using a very similar strategy, yes.
All right. Well, look, guys, before you even show my roster, I got to tell you something. I made a strategic choice.
Show his roster.
I made a strategic choice.
Just show his roster.
And the strategic choice is...
All TL.
Oh, and former TL.
And Swiffer.
Basically, I ran 3 weeks back to back to back. And the reason I wanted to change somebody, especially after Quid's last week, I wanted to change that. But I was like, Sentinels is a bloody team. Team Liquid will match blood for blood. Sangre y sangre. So it's going to happen. I feel like we're going to see Team Liquid succeed in that matchup. Swiffer, I'm sorry, you're the cheapest coach out there right now.
So did you pick Renekton or Gnar? Because I'm sensing a...
Yeah.
Do you remember?
What did happen?
Do you remember? I think obviously they just put both of them in somehow.
God, I do not remember at all.
Okay. Well, I hope he,
it was one of them.
hope he plays neither.
That's his champion pool anyways. That's just your champion pool.
Renekton and Gnar.
Yeah, so it works anyways. Hopefully I get the benefits of both.
So if you haven't played Fantasy yet, you can still make your own fantasy team. You can make your league and compete with people there. You can join the JLXP League at any time. It'll carry over points from the start of the year. So lcsofficial.gg to make your team. You can also sort by popular leagues. JLXP is the most popular league.
Congratulations.
I know the people in chat are really dedicated right now because they're watching us.
The Razzers, they're top
Raz
5.
is high. Did you join my league?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
I haven't joined anyone's league except for the
more people that join my
league.
league, the worse I'm like 500th.
Oh my God.
It's not good. Okay, so Emily.
Yo. Yeah, so
How good
we
are
had this
Dignitas?
discussion. We're going to swap completely
Let's
away
do
from
it.
fantasy.
Let's head on over.
But last week, we had a parody discussion, right? So
Yes, we
I
did.
wanted to use this discussion to kind of introduce our two teams today. So up here, you can see that we have the standings in order, right? It's a little, like, obviously some of these teams are closer to each other. But the way that we've been talking about it is kind of in chunks, right?
Yeah.
Where for me, there's this group of teams, there's these two, which I'm going to talk about. These two are like the wild cards. And then the top 3 in C9, TL, and Lion. And so when we look at like C9, for example, even as someone who's advocated for parity, I feel like it's more likely that C9 could maybe drop a series to like up to here. We get questionable when we start thinking about Shopify. There's obviously a path there, but like generally you're thinking they're gonna not fall past like the top 4-ish teams.
True.
Whereas Dig, I think, are on one of the teams that's about to play today, on the opposite end where it's like, okay, you can see them taking a series off these teams. Maybe if they get really lucky, because they've been able to take single games off of the top teams.
Whoa!
Like, yeah,
That's
I
the
think
width of Dig?
it's hard for
We're
me
talking
to
about
see
series.
that.
We're not talking about
yeah,
games.
series,
Okay.
right. So that's why like I'm like, okay. But then you have FlyQuest, who I think is a really interesting case, because I feel like they're all over the place. Like I see a path where they could beat C9, right? Like you have like a good Griffin game, he like pops off. Oh wow, his head came out bigger than I thought.
Yeah.
But like Masu, Cryo, they're doing really well in the bot lane, right? So we'll take those heads away because I did not know they were gonna be that giant. But I feel like they can also be in a position where they can lose to Dignitas. You can also see the path.
I can. I hope
right?
it's not true.
So like I feel like FlyQuest are one of these teams where it's like the range is like this.
Yeah.
Whereas Dig, I'd put their range at about like here.
I think that's even
To
too
take a
generous for
series?
Dignitas at the moment.
Raes.
At the moment.
Oh, where would you put them? Get up here.
Get out. Okay. All right. Now, if we're just talking about series, if we're talking about games, they could take it all, right? But I'm just talking about just a series. I would say it's amongst with the two teams, Shopify,
You don't
PSG.
think I could see a path where they beat Sentinels or FlyQuest. You don't think that?
Maybe in week 1 when Sentinels are laying an egg. But at the moment, I feel like Sentinels are playing really well around team fighting. Where I feel like Dignitas, we even saw a good interview from Exu saying that not all their players are playing well at the same time. So if like Exu's having a great game, then maybe Palafox and the bot lane isn't, like they are just having very flawed games from a micro level.
Right.
So worried about them. So that's why I think it's actually quite shorter. But like with Shopify Rebellion, I'm high on them. I think they're
So
a
you
team.
think they're like more like Sentinels or FlyQuest?
Yes. I think I would even probably, just to ruin your lines
You can
here,
add a Shopify.
I would put
They're
Shopify
available.
like in this. I would think it was like 3 teams that Shopify could be a part of the middle tribe.
Oh, so this is the yeah.
But
they
like,
did super beat Dig.
They did.
I mean, regardless, Emily, can you write something nice for me for the
That
explanation
in
here?
nice handwriting or
Yeah.
a nice
I want you
remark?
to go
He doesn't trust
A,
me.
B, and C for your 3 blocks of teams.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So
A
like
tier,
this is
B
like
tier, C
A.
tier. Yeah. So I think the easiest way that I can explain how I see it,
yeah, I'm gonna put it
and then we'll start justifying it because I realize I stated this a lot and I've never really explained it, but I feel like any tier can win a series with a 1-tier gap. Win or lose a series with a 1-tier gap. So
Yeah.
A can lose to B, B can beat A and lose to C, and C can beat B, right?
Yeah,
But
I agree with that.
any tier can take a game off of any other tier.
Yes.
Is how I see it.
Yeah.
So you can do a 2-tier jump for games. That's how compressed our league is, but when you're playing best ofs, that's what's likely to happen. Obviously, it still is possible for 7 to beat 2 or 8 to beat 2, because I think one more game goes different than Dig Series. But I think I want to zero in a little bit more on FlyQuest, because
let's talk about them.
Their team, in terms of justifying why I feel like they can beat or lose to anyone, I believe that their willingness to hand check people and their capability in lane makes their peak very, very high.
Yeah.
But I also feel like they draft exotically, I guess. they play Nasus jungle,
Yeah.
Volibear jungle.
Then
They
jungle.
were the first on the Karma train, which has then became very normalized.
Yes.
They just generally play weird champions and are a little bit different than what the accepted meta is. And on top of that, they have the youngest support jungle duo in the entire league. So when they gain a lead, it's never that safe. And when they're behind, rather than chipping away at deficits, they just take giant swings. So they strike out a lot.
They do remind me of a middle-of-the-pack LPL team that will win and die on fighting. Just any skirmish. And you can look at some of their fight selections and be like, that is perhaps the dumbest choice I've seen of the week. Like, why would you ever choose this fight? And it's like not even, it's one of those fights where you're like, will we even discuss it within the review? Because everybody already knows this is a bad fight. Yeah, it's a bad fight. Why would we even talk about this, right? But it's like in the moment, it's like, why are you making that decision? And then on the flip side, some of their fights are so beautiful, like micro-wise. Like Masu has like an incredible team fight. You're like, wow, he is the best AD carry in the league. Or Griffin has like, remember that week where he was, I think he got Player of the Week? No, he was close to, but got usurped by APA in Split 1. But I was like, wow, he is incredibly aggressive. He's willing to take any fight, and they're just working. Like, they can have those type of games, and it works great, and then on the same game, have ridiculous, like, losses because they're taking bad fights. It's just, they're willing to take any fight, and they need to be able to draw it back in a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember, and I think ThinkHard traditionally has done really well with teams like this, where it is sometimes not even young players, but just players who are willing to go in. It feels like a lot of teams in the LCS right now are trying to work around like how that works, especially with the way laning phase works right now.
Yeah.
And that's where I'd want to point to FlyQuest bot lane, who I think in the past 2 weeks haven't been performing as well as they were previously, but are still such a bright spot for this team because of how early on Masu and Cryo like clicked, and also how aggressive they are willing to be in the 2v2. Because it's not just team fights. It starts with like early skirmishes.
Yeah.
Like obviously we've all seen the Griffin Crab ones go awry, but like their bot 2v2s, they take a lot of risks, and a lot of the times it actually does pay off just because they're willing to hand stiff people.
Yeah, and my biggest flaw of FlyQuest is specifically Griffin's unwillingness to fall behind. I feel like he's so unwilling to just say that they have position on this crab, those raptors are gone, I need to be behind and have a bad game. He's just completely unwilling to do that. And I feel like it's cost them over 5 games. It's cost them, I'd say the majority of their losses are because of that. So I do think they have a high, it's fixable. It should be very fixable.
Very funny because it's usually teams like FlyQuest that are so good at fighting that they should be confident as the game goes
That they'll come back later.
that they can come back.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is.
We haven't talked that much about Dignitas. But they're a team that is yet to win a series, but we've all kind of said throughout this year that if they put it together, they have potential. They won a game last week as well. And then also, I had coaches on pros last week, and all three of the coaches had actually talked about FBI, and they all had really interesting and nice things to say about him. So let's take a look at some of those.
But the most incredible thing about FBI, I think, is back then in 2020, 2021, I feel like he was a big kid still. But I feel like in 2023, when I went to coaching and then he came to NRG, I credit a lot of us winning the trophy that year due to Vic kind of like growing up. He became an emotional rock for our team, and he drove a lot of the VOD reviews forward.
They also all said really complimentary things about him. Spooks as well said he's one of the best players he's worked with in esports. Even though he was a sassy little Sasquatch in the past when he was a younger kid. So he's matured.
That. Yeah, I love that turn for you.
He's matured for a while. He constantly grinds off of, they said now, like Viper and Ruler VODs, so he's always trying to emulate the very best, which some people will criticize, but I'm going to credit FBI for doing that because if they've done the work for you, you want to try and emulate it first before you evolve your own gameplay. So we don't get to talk that often about FBI, but he's one of the most successful AD carriers in our entire region. Yeah. So it's good to hear, especially when he's had a bit of a rough start to the year.
Yeah, and I want to talk about FBI because I want to talk about FBI and Ignar because I feel like in a lot of Dig's wins, and this is specifically going to be the Senna Alistar game, because I wanted to point out just how like in sync these two are. I should be coming at it from this angle. Let's see how well I can do this with my left hand, actually.
You can switch sides.
It's fine. So here, basically, Exu is going to be looking for a play onto bot lane. They're going to try to want to get onto Yon. They're actually going to end up going on to core JJ. And this kind of sets up where their lane goes. It's really important. Ignar goes, blows flash, and then Exu is going to come wrap around onto core here. And FBI hits 6, gets the Dawning Shadow, and this sets them up in a really good spot. Now, the other play I want to call out, just to showcase, like, this is more of a showcase of how much FBI and Ignar kind of trust each other and trust their champions, because this is actually after a TL positive play, right? Like, you can see Palafox, they actually got onto him. So he's dead, and this is the Dig response. And I want people to really pay attention to how aggressively FBI is posturing, because he knows that he has Ignar to back him up, and then also is aware that both junglers from the previous play are going to be resetting. So I really like this play. As soon as the hook misses, they immediately turn onto Yon. As soon as Ignar gets out of this route, he's going to go right in. And I just love the coordination, and again, how this came off of how aggressive FBI was willing to be in this lane to turn around this play. It ends up being a double kill for the Senna, which really sets them up. And these are two plays that I think showcase like just how coordinated FBI and Ignar are together and how much they trust each other, especially on champions like the Alistar, like the Senna, that they're both known for playing over the years.
Yeah, that last point, their best champions is Alistar and Senna. And I feel like over the last, just over the week, right? After this game was played, I've just been seeing like FBI Senna clips and highlights on the timeline. Because back when it was FBI and Huhi, there was like so many different combinations that you were seeing Senna with. Senna Ziggs, Senna Tom Kench, Senna this, Senna that. And it's like, oh, well, now it's a Senna composition. He can play extremely well. And even regardless of that pick in general, FBI, if you look at this team, should be the carry for this squad with how well he was in the prior year.
Yeah, and we also have Azael standing by with Ignar for an interview.
Hello, Azael here with Ignar before the FlyQuest series. Ignar, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the meta, because this year it feels like it's been all about enchanters, but you're a player that's famous more for your engaged supports. So are you enjoying the meta? How do you feel about it? Do you think you can still kind of bring out the champions that you prefer?
I think so, yeah. It was big enchanter meta, and then I was practicing only enchanter and base to bot like this, but I feel like meta is a little bit shifting to more like melees right now. So now I'm good on melee, but I feel like I forgot about how to play melee a little bit because I was always playing enchanter. But for sure, I will enjoy it more.
Yeah, well, you looked really good on your Alistar last week. You took a game against Team Liquid. You guys have now been close in series against two of the top teams. Liquid, you won with the Alistar Senna game, and then also against Lion, you guys took a game. So, is that giving you guys more confidence going up against some of the other teams that maybe aren't power ranked as highly?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think we had pretty close game, and then I think as a player, as a team, we all know that we can be decent, but also we can be kind of biggest clown same time. So, but problem is we don't know what will happen today. So, it's just 5.
How do you know that? How do you prepare? You're saying sometimes you guys are good, sometimes you guys are playing like clowns. How are you going to get more consistent so that you can actually take some of these series against the best teams?
I mean, it's problem. Just we are trying, but we can't. Like every game is new game in League of Legends. So I don't know, just play new game and then suddenly we are pretty good and suddenly we are like biggest clown. So I don't know how to fix it, but we are trying.
All right, well, you're trying and we'll hope for the best. Thank you very much, Ignar. Good luck today.
I'm so glad we're getting like more of Ignar's personality. He was great on pros when he was just like, we were asking him like, oh, what does a good mood day mean? Because he was like, I don't know, you're just in a good mood and you win.
Yeah.
Like talking about not only Dignitas, but his NRG days as well. I think he has a really good attitude towards like, you know what? It's a new day.
It's such a refreshing
Anything can
answer.
happen.
It's such a refreshing answer.
Yeah.
What are you doing to try and improve? Well, we're working on our dragon setups, and these are our mistakes. It's like, no, every game's new.
Yeah.
And anything could happen, and obviously we're trying.
Yes.
That's relaxing, actually.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's
it
so
is.
chill.
I love that.
Every game is new, but I will say what is a constant when it comes to Ignar.
Yeah.
Ignar, when he's on Enchanters, and he was talking about how he's playing with the Enchanter meta, and he's like really just grinding on that. Like in general, like you don't feel the presence of Ignar, right?
Okay.
But Ignar on engages, it's a whole different beast. How many packs do you have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. He has 8 packs on this. This is Ignar on engages. But if he's on Enchanters, it's a whole different game. But he's on the Alistar in the previous series. Oh my God, punting out the enemy jungler as they're going for a smite steal on towards Baron. The engage that he had on Line Bush towards Dragon, the Dragon feisty who was incredible in the exact play that you were highlighting just previously. Like that engage that he had on Daejeon when they recognized that he was alone. This man is there, telepathic. He's basically channeling Alistar. He's channeling every engage that you want to be able to play. So I feel like even though he's saying that he kind of a little bit forgot just because now melees are coming back in, he's trying to get acclimated. It's muscle memory.
We can't tell. Yeah,
it really
we
is.
can't tell.
Sick.
He
I
was
love
still
that we
great
pulled up
in the Alistar
Cheems.
game.
That's the name of the Shiba that's pathetic, is Cheems.
Oh, okay, of course. You are a Shiba.
Cheems in.
Yes, okay, of course.
It's perfect.
Yeah,
That's
it
exactly what he's like. And
Yes.
it's part of why I think Dignitas have struggled, because FBI Ignar do seem really good together, and we see glimpses of it when they're on Senna Alistar.
Yeah.
But when they've played the Enchanters, occasionally it's but it just doesn't take advantage of all of the big strengths that Ignar has. He's so good at communicating what a primary engager needs to do.
Yeah.
And you cannot do that if you're playing Nami.
Yes.
So
and he's playing the limits. He's creating space. That's what like a lot of players that have played with him know him for. Even when he's on a struggling team, like the time that he was on IMT, like he is leading the charge on like a Mumu and stuff like that to really get his team going. He is the engine starter. So now that we're moving into melee meta, maybe he gets a nice little Leona, but maybe he doesn't want to get countered by like a Carrier Morgana, something that can come up and mess you up a little bit. But no, I think it should be great to see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he is someone who the team might just want to focus on having on engage. Not even because, again, like it's not like he's bad at enchanters, but it's the role of a support when they're on an engaged pick and how not only their calls and comms, but their actions can just dictate a fight.
Yeah, I think there are a few teams in the league that are just like trying to play what the global meta is.
Yeah.
And there are some teams that should just outright ignore it. And I feel like Dignitas at the moment, because they're talking about how they should be kind of like playing what, like just at least being on the same page or everybody having a good game at least.
Yeah.
Because there's a big question of like, if one person's having a great game, the other one is not. The easiest way to solve that is playing what you are comfortable on. And so the Alistar Senna is a great example of it for that reason.
I think Alistar Senna was an example of that from Dig last week. I thought game 3 of Sentinels FlyQuest was that as well, when Sentinels essentially took like 5 comfort picks.
Yeah.
I also feel like T1 is a team who's not playing global meta at all. They had another series last night, what they won, even though it was a messy game. But there are teams around the world, and that's why I threw T1 out there, because everyone respects them for trying to change the meta.
True.
But if you're playing the stuff that you're good at in LCS, sometimes people clown you. I don't think that's the case. But I think it's really interesting today with Ignar going up against Cryo, because Cryo's 11 years younger than Ignar. And we caught up with him to see if he remembers one of Ignar's most iconic moments.
Uh-oh.
So we're doing a little bit of like league history trivia with some of the younger players in the league. So what we have in front of you is a draft from a pretty significant game. Do you recognize the draft at all?
Damn, this looks very old, actually. Well, it can't be that old because Ivan's in the game. I do see a Vayne, though, and a Gragas, so I do reckon it's probably like before 2020, maybe?
Okay, you're right. You're right. It is before
Maybe
2020.
2018.
Do you recognize the rune that Leona has?
I think so. Isn't that the one that gives you like more damage when you auto something?
Were you playing League at this time?
I remember the rune. Was I playing League? Yeah. I was like maybe 12.
Okay.
15.
You were playing when you were 12?
I was playing since I was like 6.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah. So you know.
I think I know a bit.
Okay. Okay. Is this any more familiar to you?
Okay. So the Tristana skin reminds me of Cody's son a bit.
Okay.
I don't know if that's actually true. Or Wild Turtle.
We'll say that neither of the teams in this are NA teams.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So this is from a Worlds match, but we can talk about it after you go to the next slide.
Okay. Oh my God, this is. Oh, is IG in this game?
No, no. Oh. Which Worlds do you recall watching? Like which Worlds do you? I know you probably watched
Almost all of them.
Yeah.
Was this after 2016?
This is after 2016.
Dude, this is like, I feel like I know what this is.
Yeah, I feel like it's on the tip of your tongue.
Oh.
2017. This is 2017 Worlds.
Who played in 2017 Worlds?
Someone you're playing against today.
Yeah, so this is Game 5, SKT versus Misfits when Ignar was on that roster. And Ignar was playing Fervor Leona, which I think a lot of people were like...
Fervor, that was really cool.
Yeah, Fervor of Battle Leona.
Oh my God, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I kind of remember it now.
So what were you doing in 2017?
Well, shit, 2017 was 9 years ago. I was 10 years old.
Okay.
Probably like eating boogers or something. I'm trying to think. What grade was I in? 3rd grade?
Okay.
4th grade?
What was the most important thing you learned in 3rd grade?
I mean, they were having us like practice multiplication tables.
Okay, pretty
times
good.
Tables.
We have this lovely photo provided to us by FlyQuest. Does this ring a bell at all?
Yeah, that was me in 5th grade, I think, or 4th grade.
Is this a science fair?
No, that was an award ceremony.
Oh.
I had like all A's or something.
Oh, okay. We thought it was like a science fair. We were starting to think if you were just like you were him when it came to science.
That's exactly what I expected.
That's amazing.
In that clip.
That's perfect.
Now he's playing up against Ignar in the game today. Recognized Fervor. Wasn't quite sure.
Yeah.
Couldn't nail it. That's such an iconic moment because the reason we brought that up was that everyone was playing Enchanters back then, and Ignar's team Misfits put the Enchanter in the jungle so he could play Fervor Leona.
Yeah.
This man won an award for something. I don't know what it was.
He didn't tell us. He just said it was an award ceremony.
Speaking of awards, by the way, welcome One Game Men. Dignitas, look, they're building momentum. Surprise them with FBI Senna. It's anyone game. They got one good game in them. They work out that one punch. Anything to get that one game. But unfortunately, you got to play 2 other games. And so the reality is sometimes you may lose the series to Team Liquid or to Lion, and you're 0-3 in the standings. But just think about that one game. Think about the potential. Maybe you can punch him one more time if you have wind-up, like Bowser in Super Smash Bros. Or something. If you can get one more wind-up, unfortunately, it hasn't happened yet. Unfortunately.
Is it going to happen today, Raes?
Will it happen today, Raes?
Predictions. Is Dignitas going to wind up for the second punch?
This is their first punch. This is their second punch. Oh, God, it's weighing them down.
Okay,
it's weighing them down.
I'm the only 2-0 because I'm a FlyQuest believer that they're going to be able to be more consistent on stage. Where's Dignitas? Where's the slight Dignitas belief coming from you two?
I mean, I think Dig can take one game off of anyone, right? And I think FlyQuest are, as we talked about, a team that has a lot of really great qualities, also makes a lot of mistakes. I see a very easy window for Dig to take a game.
Yeah, when we talked about parity, I was just talking about a single game, all right? Because you can take a game against anyone because I do feel like they have good talent on this team, especially in the bot lane. Series-wise, hell no.
Yeah, none of us
Consistency
bet
is
on the
not in
series.
their name. There's a reason why they do not have a mouth to speak of in this logo. They will not speak of consistency.
For me, I'm looking at Griffin. If he falls behind, if Exu has position in the river, Griffin, don't fight him.
Don't fight him.
Just only fight for winning positions. Your team will create enough of them, and then I think FlyQuest can get the 2-0.
But I got one punch in me. You know what this one punch says?
What?
Start the games! Go! Go!
Don't break the camera.
Start the damn games!
Welcome to week 4 of the LCS. The battle for playoffs is heating up, and we have 2 big series for you today. Later on, we'll see if Cloud9 can stay undefeated against the team that knocked them out of Worlds contention last year in Shopify Rebellion. But first, Dignitas looks to convert their positive momentum here in a series win against a FlyQuest team that seems to be getting stronger and stronger week over week. It's going to be a good one. I'm Azael here, joined by Kobe for the first series of the day. Dignitas has been looking better. You know, they got a win against both Lion and TL. They didn't get a series win. They didn't get a series win. They got a game win, though.
Yeah, they did. Honestly, I think it's a really good point because in those games, you can see what the Dignitas players are talking about when they're talking about the peaks of this team. They look really good. They're playing on comfortable champion picks for their players, and they're actually able to execute. So now all that's left is to bring it together and make it 2 games in a single series.
And speaking to Ignar, it sounds like it's a roll of the dice. I don't know if you heard my interview with him, but he was saying, you know, sometimes we're really good and sometimes we play like clowns. And I'm like, well, why is that? He's like, I don't know, but we're trying to figure it out.
I love it so much that I immediately asked, I was like, yo, can we get some sort of like meter to judge? Or going from like Dignitas looking decent to Dignitas, I love the phrase, his phrasing was biggest clown.
Yeah.
So we'll see in this game number 1, will they be decent or will they be the biggest clown?
Yeah.
But yeah, Ignar definitely a character.
It was funny, yeah.
Well, happy to see too, because he was like, oh wow, you know, I had to play Chantis for so long, I kind of almost forgot how to play melees. But his Alistar was looking like
clean.
It was just back on the bicycle, you know, good as new. They do ban the Nautilus against him, and Nautilus is, you know, one of the premier, you know, kill-oriented melee, you know, hook champions looking for point-and-click CC. So I wonder if that means, you know, the FlyQuest bottom lane here want to play some sort of like hyper carry, or at the very least some sort of carry for Masu that does not have a dash and would get punished more. Of course, Ashe and Seraphine, when you have Karma Band, Bard Band, and Nautilus Band, that hits the Ezreal Karma, it hits the Caitlyn Bard, and it hits any sort of Nautilus lane that you would want to pay into it. So Ashe Seraphine looks way better when all of those other supports are banned out, so they are going to go that route.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're going to allow them to have Ashe Seraphine, I mean, you could actually try to split it up and take the Ashe away, but if you're going to allow them to have Ashe Seraphine, you need a ganking jungler and you need to try to punish it. Like, we were actually talking about this on the dive. The win rate for Ashe Seraphine into what is the most common pro answer of Corki Nami is horrible for the Corki Nami. So they are going to try to break up the duo. They grab the Jarvan as well as the Ashe. So now it becomes the question, you know, which is the better half of the duo? And I always think this is interesting in League. We had this when Zyra Khan was super popular back in the days, and different teams would have different opinions about which is the more important half.
And we've seen some teams, you know, go with like Ezreal Seraphine instead. You still get poke damage. You don't get, of course, like super godlike slow combinations and stuff. But I assume they'll still go for something like that, and you still can get the poke damage, and it is good versus Ashe and most Ashe combinations. But then, you know, Ashe can also go for a lot more punishment. You've got a Jarvan jungle on your side, so you do have that ability to try and jump on the Seraphine.
Yeah, I wonder if they would go like Ashe Nico or something and try to play, something a little bit more lane focused that's still in the meta, or if Ignar would just go towards, an enchanter himself. I feel like, Lulu to me is a weaker laner than Seraphine, so it is going to scale really well, of course, but I do kind of favor what FlyQuest has in the 2v2.
Personally, though, if I'm the Ambessa, just from Ambessa view, we just saw the last couple picks, and FlyQuest, they go Ezreal plus Ambessa.
Not fun.
And then if you're locking in Ambessa, and then you see a Lulu immediately on the other side, you're like, ah!
If you're the jungler, say, hey, top laner, you want to play this?
Yeah.
This looks fun, this game.
Yeah. I think there's a very high likelihood still that Griffin does play it. Griffin loves Ambessa jungle. He is a big carry jungler, so probably still play it here. But yeah, playing into Polymorph, playing into Lulu, it can be significantly more difficult.
All right, so Renekton ban going to come through. We've already seen Raes taken off the table. Palafox has been a pretty big fan of Anivia so far, in this split. And over on the other side, Quad has been playing a variety of different things. His two most played still up and available in the way, as well as the Annie.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple. They're looking to take away as many blind picks as possible too for top side. You can tell for the Gakko side, and it is a point of contention because the top lane champion pool here, Gakkos has had a lot more success on non-tanks, and Photon has brought out some very fun counter picks with like the Sylas counter pick that he did into Ignar as well, and so. This top lane focus actually here. Ooh, interesting. With Galio ban also could open up some more Rumble looks here, but it would need a little bit more CC to work with.
The Shen ban's also interesting because I know that Griffin played it in one of the EWC qualifiers in jungle, so maybe they were still respecting the fact that it could actually be a flex and do decide to ban it out. Of course, Impact also played it last week in top lane and did do quite well, and there's a Rumble as you called out. Ornn is still up and available, Cyan is still up and available, but as you said, Gakkos really has not had that much success on the tanks. Of course, it's not just on him, but FlyQuest is winless with Gakkos on tanks so far this split, and they are actually 100% win rate when he's playing carries. So has not really been working out for them, and could just be Annie as that primary engage. That is comfort for Quad, and they are a little bit light on engage for sure. With the Ashe being taken away, that is another wrinkle where they didn't kind of have that primary way to start the fight, and now they do with Quad on the Annie.
And Quad, Annie is one of the primary engage champs that he does play. He doesn't play a whole bunch of engage mid, but that definitely is one. And Annie plus Ambessa plus Seraphine, now they've got it covered.
Yep.
Plenty for themselves, and it looks like they are going to do the swap for the Ambessa into the top lane, into the Rumble, and bring out Griffin's Pantheon.
Okay.
He's got a giant grin because if you saw Thinkguard's tweet, who is also smiling right now, I don't know what they're talking about, but Thinkguard was like, I tried to get Griffin to play Pantheon for 3 months, and he's telling me, the champion's not that good. And then Forest Within or Forest Without on his other account tweeted at Griffin one time, and they had that kind of debate on Twitter. And then instantly Griffin's like, oh yeah, Pantheon's strong, and he has all these Pantheon games, and he has had quite a few very strong Pantheon games as well for Griffin. So definitely a fun one here that he's come around to, and definitely enjoys. And also, honestly, Pantheon with the point and click works so well with all of these lanes. Point and click, great for Ambessa. You can guarantee Ambessa ults, or you can try and use that one to get the follow up there. Anyways, with the Pantheon ult coming through, same thing for Annie. Lots and lots and lots of CC chains available here to FlyQuest. And if you're worried about, oh yeah, we've got melee carries and stuff, well, if you just have a whole bunch of melee carries, you can't polymorph us all.
Yep. But you can wild growth them if they're stacked up, so you still have that. Also interesting to see Palafox locking in the Aurora, not a champion that I associate him with. Quad, we saw him play his first Aurora game last week, did quite well on it. And Palafox only has the 3 Aurora games all time and no Aurora games so far this year. So is 1 and 2 on the champion, hasn't played it very much, but does decide to bring it out against Quad's Annie. And I expect him to be able to have a pretty good laning phase, I would think, into the Annie. Should be able to have the range advantage there, and we'll see how he's going to be able to pilot it.
All right, FlyQuest versus Dignitas here. both of these teams really looking to make some moves up the LCS ladder, and definitely need to start here.
Yep, it's going to be an important one here for Dignitas, still looking for their first win of the split as far as series are concerned. Had a couple of close series against both TL and Lion, and now trying to climb the table here. And it does start to get pretty important to pick up these wins. FlyQuest as well, has been close a number of times, but 1 and 2, not exactly where they want to be. But this is a win that they would be expecting to be able to get, as we can see that Quad had made a move down towards bot side, trying to see if there was any level 1 play, and there was not. So now Palafox is going to get the early shove here, and it is going to be Quad getting familiar with the sights and sounds of his own tower early on.
Going to be on the receiving end, but all pretty easy so far. He got both melee minions in time, back to the wave. Not just experience, got the gold as well. So good job here for Quad.
Tower shots, double tower shot taken by Palafox.
We got it.
Quad had his Q stun prepped, or maybe it was a W, I'm not sure. We didn't see what spell he actually leveled, but Palafox went for a trade and did get stunned there, and now Palafox takes 2 tower shots, loses his flash, and he's going to be sent back to base.
I think we got to get a replay. So oftentimes we do replays for kills, but
here we go.
Yeah, we got to see this because he got tower aggro too. So he goes for an auto and immediately gets stunned as he's trying to hop backwards.
Greedy boy there gets punished. Is Masu going to trade out the barrier? The heal is traded back on the other side from Ignar. FBI is playing Flash Ghost, so he does not have that second combat summoner, as Photon getting rocked in that trade there by Gakgos. Puts him quite low, but Photon does trade back pretty nicely on the end of that.
Yeah, that Quad didn't even have to do anything special. It was just definitely a little bit of a blunder there on the early game, but no summoner spells at all now for Palafox after having to teleport back after the early trade fiasco here. We'll see how that does kind of snowball, because if Annie gets lane priority and has teleport and flash available, you can start to affect the other lanes way earlier than you thought you previously could, especially in this matchup. So might have some ramifications for the rest of the members of Dignitas. Jungler's going to both finish their clears on the bottom side. Of course, we saw Exu already kind of walking over on Vision, so they're very well aware of his presence. And because of the push bot and the extra ward, he's just going to give up that bot Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, it was nicely timed there on the ward from Cryo. Had he been a couple seconds later, he would have been actually face-checking the Jarvan and could have gone bad. Hawkshot will spot Griffin, but he's going to be able to grab the first scuttle, and he's just running straight up towards that second scuttle because Quad has Prio in mid, and Gakgos has Prio in top, so Exu running out there as well. It could be a fight for it, but I think this is probably going to go bad for Exu if he does commit to it, given that Quad would be faster to respond here, you would have to think, and they will be starting up this scuttle. Griffin going to be looking to secure it, does secure it. Exu goes in. Now Palafox actually going to be the first to arrive. Quad there trying to give some support, but Griffin going to have to flash out. Will survive, of course, but does get the double scuttle and looks to reset.
And even if you know you're not going to be able to go for this Smite steal, I like Exu's idea here. Griffin is going to do a Q plus Smite on the Scuttle Crab to secure the Scuttle Crab. So you're not going to have your damage spells to fight Exu afterwards. So Exu says, fine, I will EQ you as you get the Scuttle Crab. And they earn the flash off of him. And if that allows you to counter jungle Krugs, then that's a big dub. So very positive play here for Exu. Getting double scuttled is not even close to the end of the world and ends up being quite decent there. And no flash on Pantheon does reduce some of the potency of that gank pressure that could go punish the Palafox without flash in mid otherwise.
Yeah, and I mean, Exu knew he was going to be winning that fight, as you said. He used a spell, but also he had the double longsword buy, right? Whereas Griffin had not yet been back to base. But I wanted to touch on Gakgos. I mentioned it during the draft, but they have had a lot of success with him on carries, on these non-tank style champions versus him on the tanks. They're actually 0-4 with him on tanks on the Cassante, the Ornn, and the Sion. Haven't yet won a game. Of course, that's not just on him, but it is a pattern that I had been noticing where, when Gakgos is weak-sided, when he is not on a carry that can kind of make the individual plays, he seems to have less impact on the game. And I think he has been struggling a bit on playing how to frontline, which is something you often see with a lot of young players that, climb up in solo queue by playing carries. How far you dive on a tank is more the difficulty of the tank, knowing your limits. As Gakgos is down a level here, Photon just going to drop the equalizer, and we'll be able to push Gakgos back, who did just teleport back. So maybe going to be forced to base. We'll see. If Gakkos can get 6, though, Photon could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, needs a bit more experience here to take over.
We're going to see between worlds as Palafox gets flashed on by Quad, and Quad, last auto coming through. The Tibbers burn, cannot quite get in range. Palafox will survive, and on the top side, Gakkos will not be so lucky, or will he? The last Electro Harpoon barely misses, and Gakkos gets out with his life, getting both of the flashes off of Photon and Exu there, and surviving without even using the ultimate.
Equally as lucky, I guess, in fact, and flashes blown all across the map. Meanwhile, Griffin here was just working away on Dragon, so Exu shows top. Exu uses the flash here in the attempted gank, and that just means objective for FlyQuest. No blood on either side. Quad here really wanted to punish the flash advantage he had over Palafox, and he's got his level 6 advantage as well, so another Q stun was hit to set it up and drop the Tibbers as well. But as we know, it wasn't enough damage, and then wanted to go a little bit further.
Yeah, Palafox walked back in, which was the risky part there. He walked back in, then Quad flashed on him, and that's where he got him down to about, I want to say, an auto of health. Probably did keep him alive, but at the end of the day, Palafox survives, and now he has his flash back, and Quad is going to be the one missing his, so could be dangerous. Exu just hit 6 now, so that is a pretty easy gank target, and you can see Exu was hanging around mid lane looking for the opportunity.
Still no first blood as well, so you're going to have a pretty big W. Wait a second, we have a super deep ward behind Pantheon at the moment too that does see, and those wards, it's a very rarely checked brush, so as he walked from Krugs towards the red, it would see him. It's not going to see into like the health of the red or anything like that, but definitely a rare one to check, so we'll have the extra knowledge here for quite a while.
Yeah, and that one's already been there for quite a while. That was there after Exu forced the flash from Griffin, so he actually dropped that very early on after that second scuttle was taken, and that brush has not yet been checked. That is one of the things sometimes you'll hear big complaints about from coaches, you know, when they're like, this ward was in that brush for like 10 minutes and we didn't check, and they're getting so much free info. And when you already have an Ashe on the other team, this is something you talk about a lot, it's already, you know, kind of this like map hack that's there for the Ashe team. So if you're going to get free vision on the top side from that control ward that's not getting checked, plus the hawk shot, it will be really difficult for Griffin to find an angle to get a gank.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that brush is in very few auto paths through jungle. And so you only really naturally check it when you're like resetting from base over to a quick red buff or something to go there, unless you're intentionally looking around. But sometimes when you're retaking an area of the map where you know you got invaded on, like the early Exu path that you're talking about, then make an effort.
They're going to go in. The Grand Starfall comes in, and the ward was not enough. First blood claimed by Griffin as Gakkos set it up, and Griffin just knocked him down.
Beautiful combo there. Ambessa ultimate used to set up the landing for Griffin. And Gakkos on carries. Gakkos on carries is quite good and successful for them. Does get the first blood bonus, goes into the hands of Griffin. And bodes quite well, because if you get the melee carries ahead on this FlyQuest comp, they're going to have so many weapons to use when we get to the mid-game fights.
Absolutely, and he is strong. I'm really curious, though, if Griffin was visible on vision at all. Like, could he have known that he was up there? I didn't actually see where he pathed through, because we just talked about those wards on the top side and hawkshot and everything, but somehow he got up there and was able to find the gank, so.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. He just walked down through lane. So he did
no counterplay.
Didn't enter his own jungle at all.
Nothing you can do.
You get a Pantheon ult from Fog of War right on top of your head. And yeah, I mean, Ambessa ult, when the enemy doesn't have flash, sometimes if you have really good responses and you have a move speed boost, you can dodge. Move speed boost like that. Nicely done, Quad. Dodges on the Ashe arrow, but
he misses the cannon, so it wasn't even worth it.
Rather get the cannon and get stunned and see what happens.
Exactly.
Afterwards.
You know, if you can't get the cannon, life's just not worth living, you know? Got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, might as well give over a kill.
Well, Quad feeling a bit uncomfortable, and now with Griffin behind him, he knew that he is vulnerable. He still was missing his flash, so that's why he's not walking up. He was worried, that Ignar would be there, Exu would be there, someone could be looking to punish that missing flash. But now, with Cryogen and Griffin around, of course, he has the confidence to step forward here. FlyQuest could be looking for a pretty quick second dragon if they are so inclined, as Masu trading back and forth with FBI. The bot lane's been pretty much dead even at the end of the day. You know, there was the push early going to Masu and Cryo, but it hasn't really amounted to anything.
Yeah, farming away nicely. Both of these supports scaling quite well. And the solo lanes have been where a lot of the action is, a lot of the fun trades and dangerous trades. We've had a pretty competitive opening here with just the single kill going over, but FlyQuest, you have to imagine feeling quite comfortable. Gakkos now with the early Hex Drinker as well, gonna feel very confident versus Photon. He already has the turret plate. He got the assist money at least from the first blood, and trying to work on the second turret plate. If you push one more in, that is very close to being taken. Since Griffin did get the actual kill credit, your full Sundered Sky is done, kind of matching Exu here, and just keep on stacking dragons.
Yep, and they are going to do just that, starting that up. I was also going to mention, I think it's actually a really good Serpents game for Gakkos when you're thinking about Scrap Shield. You have, Masu going to shift right into that, gets stunned up. He does not have Cleanse. The peel's coming through. The barrier's there, the Grand Starfall, the Tibbers, everything getting thrown on Exu. And Exu barely has the damage to finish off Masu, but will be traded back. And now Palafox coming in. He goes across the Veil. He's going to go between worlds as well. Looking to turn around on him is FlyQuest. They're trying to focus down Palafox, but they can't quite do it. Griffin has to flash out. FBI flashes over the wall, looking to try to finish him off, but Griffin is fighting. Palafox comes in to back him up. The Lulu shields are there. They can't knock down FBI, but Gakkos on the top side. Flash back from Photon is not enough to keep him safe. Gakkos gets one back on the other side of the map.
Oh, Dignitas with a confidence play. I like it. They do get the extra kills, flashing over with multiple members. Here's how they started it off, though. Ashe Arrow out of the brush from FBI. Right as Exu was coming around, and Ignar had cleared that ward. So they do get the full all-in. At first you think, oh, maybe this Seraphine peel and the shield is going to be enough, but Exu does barely finish him off, so that was huge, allowing the counterplay here. Palafox comes in, hits them all with the ultimate, and even though they turn back around, FBI doesn't hesitate. Palafox says, I'll be right there once I have my spells. And also over the wall, Ignar joining as well, pops him up with the shield. But not to be outdone, Gakkos here on Ambessa, very confident again. He had the Hex Drinker as well too, so he is chilling, goes for the full on. Another Ambessa ult, another kill.
He's like, I got mine. How are you guys doing on the other side?
Yeah. I mean, that honestly, that could be like a morale saver right there. Everybody on the bottom side just died, and they're looking around for some hope. And then Gakkos is like, don't worry, guys.
We got you Vision of Jarvan on the bot side.
Yeah.
That was us.
Jungle's down here,
that was us. That was us.
Honestly, though, when you know enemy jungle's down there for top laners, it's like, good.
There you go.
It's now a fair fight. I know I can all in and 1v1 this guy.
Yep, drawing pressure. But yeah, I mean, I think Serpents would actually go super hard here for Gakkos. We'll see if he wants to go. Tibber's going to get dropped by Quad, is just pushing Palafox back because there's Scrap Shield, there's the Golden Aegis, there's all of the Lulu shields. There's a lot of shields here to actually break through. So we'll be interested to see if it is going to get grabbed by Gakkos this game. As Palafox trying to bait Quad forward there, who again is missing his flash after that bot side play, and Exu hanging around. They are going to look with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, will not connect. And meanwhile, FlyQuest will get this second dragon that they had started before that scrap, but of course pulled off once the fight broke out.
Yeah, so the timer on the dragon stacking is still going to be delayed because of all the fighting that went on, but they are going to keep it, as one of their big win cons here. If you can get this team over to a dragon early, and you're stacking them, you draw the enemy to you, you have really, really big opportunity to turn off of it with, again, the things we were talking about. Annie with the flash, you have Ambessa and Gakkos who's been nailing these ults after ults. And once you're all the way in there with Ambessa and Pantheon ults in, and your Seraphine can just bounce the ult off the top of your heads, it's a very dangerous turn off these objectives. So dragon stacking definitely going to be a very useful tool here for FlyQuest.
Yep. I want to talk about Dignitas a little bit, though, and the fact that they've actually been very competitive against some good teams these last couple of weeks. Of course, you see that they're 0-3. They are at the bottom of the standings, but they got a good win against Liquid. They got a good win against Lion. They are putting together some pretty impressive individual games, and you have to give them the respect for that. So this is the power rankings in the middle, the initial power rankings from the LCS broadcast. So they're going to look for a pick here onto Cryo. Jhin. He is going to get knocked up, CC down. That should be an easy kill. But these were their opponents. You know, power ranked aggregate first was Lion, and then third was TL. And they did go 1-2 against both those teams. They are now against another team that we had power ranked in that top 4. And we'll see if they have an opportunity here and are going to be able to actually get a series win, which would be huge against FlyQuest.
I just want to say props to the observers for the lead up of that kill, because the observers just showed us all the wards being laid down. And then you had Cryo as we get another chunk of health. Cryo killed the pink ward finally that we were talking about for quite a long time. So they see him clear that one, and they see Griffin clear the one in Crux.
Ooh, Grand Starfall, they're looking for the dive onto Palafox, but Gakkos is already low. Don't think this one is going to work, and Ignar is rushing out there. Gakkos going to have to be careful on the exit. Might actually be forced to flash. Nice side steps on the spells, though, as Griffin getting slowed down. Will be able to just walk this one out, but that is a couple ults forced there on the bot side as Palafox able to navigate that expertly and does survive. He's now 2-0-1. About to have his flashback up.
Yep, another Pantheon ult down now, so they have a little window here where they can try and push back out. Ignar covering for Palafox, again clearing all this vision. And the vision work really has set up quite a few of these plays. Ignar, again, just solo Lulu now. Because Pantheon already used ult, solo Lulu gets to go in deep and get some more deep vision. Last one did result in a very successful play for them. Ashe arrow, another swing at Quad. Quad knows. All right, yes, that's like the 7th arrow you sent at my head. Maybe I should just like hold onto my shield always.
What did he say to FBI? What did he do to him?
Sorry, not sorry.
Ran down one of his solo queue games or something. FBI just on cooldown. Here comes another one.
Even when he moves to top lane, just gotta nail this Annie. Honestly, though, look at the other champions. They're all pretty hard to hit as well. You know.
Nah, I like my story more.
Yeah, the personal grudge.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just make up a grudge match.
The grudges that are tearing the LCS players apart. Ezreal's pretty hard to hit, even though that was actually his successful arrow.
Yep, exactly. And now Tibbers going to get dropped again onto Photon, and this time Griffin is here. Photon could be in some trouble. Teleport coming up, but Dignitas is ready to respond. The Ambessa is going to be TPing in the middle of the team, and so is TP on the top side as Palafox getting chunked down. Cryogen arrives. Photon's going back to base. Exu is in a world of trouble. Has to flash away from the Encore, but going to get stunned up and knocked down. Gakkos gets another, and he wants more. Griffin flashes forward. Palafox goes between worlds as Gakkos flashes past the tower. Masu has arrived, and FlyQuest are still chasing them, but FBI is arriving on the scene here. Masu and Griffin should be able to walk this one out. Ignar trying to stop Gakkos. He is able to stop the base. Gakkos has to run because the teleport is coming back in here from Photon. But he doesn't have his equalizer, so I think that's going to be the end of things.
And they have an extra teleport on FlyQuest, so they send Quad down to bottom lane. So after this entire play, they use their extra teleport, push bot wave, get the minions down there. But here's a look at the start. They have the control ward, the walk over, Annie gets dropped, set up the play here. And the real difference is when 2 people are teleporting in, and one of them is a top laner with a role quest, you get a giant shield. So Exu camps on Gakkos, but Gakkos comes in with that huge shield. He also doesn't even get his timing on his first EQ on the teleport arrival. Did not get that timing correct, and so he got punished immediately. Meanwhile, the Palafox teleport, he doesn't have a very big safety shield or anything. He had to get out of there. He got chunked. He had to run for his life. So kind of rough there for the Dignitas side.
And it seemed like a little bit of a panic moment for Palafox because I expected when he arrived he would just go across the veil because even if you get stunned, you're invis at least, right?
Yeah.
But instead he just spammed flash as he arrived, but you can't flash the Pantheon stun. So he still just got stunned on the other side of that and was down his flash very quickly. Going to be looking to crash this in mid lane. That is a healthy tower, but instead they're going to turn towards the dragon here as FlyQuest is trying to go for their 3rd dragon. Exu going to be heading into the middle of the team. The Ashe arrow is going to go splitting the uprates, and on the side, Palafox gets caught, and Palafox gets killed by Quad. The dragon is taken by FlyQuest, and the fight looks to be going their way, but FBI trying to turn things around. Gets Gakkos slow. FlyQuest, though, not done yet. Masu shifts forward. That was way too aggressive. Has to pop the barrier, has to pop the flash. FlyQuest should just leave. They're low on health. They got the dragon, but Masu getting punished for a very aggressive shift in.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a dub for them because they got their 3rd dragon, but and they got the extra kills there onto Exu and to Palafox. Some extra summoner spells down afterwards. Take a little deep breath after that one. Set up for the Dragon Soul in 5 minutes. All good, FlyQuest. Yeah, I think they were just cooking a little bit too much there. tried to go with the flank and then Rift Herald driving through all of them. But then they left themselves isolated, and it was a good call, FlyQuest. They all pulled down to the bottom side of the fight. So FlyQuest right now, they're making the call, okay, go down to the bottom side. Palafox is down here, and they do have that ward. And so they dropped the Tibbers. They just annihilated Palafox. Quad just dumped everything on him and blew up Palafox. So then when Exu pops out, he didn't really have much left. It was a long Rift Herald drive down to
Masu face-checking Exu, but will shift back over the wall. Flag drag does not connect, but the Cataclysm indeed will, and this time the arrow nailed again onto Masu.
No sums.
Keeps firing him at Quad. Maybe Masu's the target.
Yep. Quad's a little bit harder to pin down. Masu, wait, is he though?
Uh-oh. Quad looking to try to get out of here. Palafox goes between worlds. In comes Griffin trying to back up Quad. Quad tries to run over the wall, but does get killed off there by Palafox, who now has the reset on the other side. Gatkos is just pushing down bot lane. Photon's got to get over there and try to respond because you don't want to be giving over that free plates. But mid lane is going to be knocked down by Ashe at the same time. So Dignitas winning across the map right now. Make a big play on top side and get the tower kill in mid lane.
Yeah, FlyQuest kind of falling apart here after the lane assignments and kind of taking some weird routes. Setting up after the play. No vision and some risky movements from some carries here. Definitely good punishes for Dig. And they still, honestly, even though it is, the 3 dragons here, they've still got a very competitive shot at winning all of the rest of the fights. It doesn't really matter if you don't give up the soul. I mean, there's also a teleport for Annie, so they've got split push Annie going here, but they're just trying to create some extra time.
Yeah, it looks like they want to maybe try to start something. They were grouped very heavily trying to fight for a vision. Masu forced to shift back over the wall, and the arrow comes out. Nicely buffered there by Griffin, but the equalizers drop behind him. He has to flash out. In comes Palafox, the encore across multiple members, but in the backline is Exu knocking down Cryogen. Quad is on the side, getting one back. Gakgos kills off one, and all of a sudden the wheels fall off for Dignitas. Exu still alive, as is Palafox, but that is 3 kills for just the Seraphine, and Exu might just get chased down. Quad gonna stun him up. Masu coming in on the side, and Gakgos looking to flank in behind him. I don't know if Exu has any way out of this. He will be knocked down by FlyQuest, and now it is Baron on the table. Palafox around, has his flash, has his ult, but Griffin's just going to ult right back in and start this up. Palafox trying to chunk them down. Does get a bit of damage down on the Griffin, but I just can't see how he can approach and make this happen. Feels that he has to try for it, though. Throws out the 2-fold Hex, looking to get some damage down, but is stunned up there by Quad. In comes the True Shot Barrage. Palafox put incredibly low, and that is going to be the end of any shot to contest. FlyQuest without Smite claim the Baron here, and now they are on Soul Point. Now they are fully in control.
Oh man, that ramp is just a dream fight for Seraphine. The ramp is like the exact width of a Seraphine ultimate. So right here, you're going to see them retreat over this ramp and get a huge turn. All right. Stun used on Griffin, and he's going to flash back over. So really good kiting, and then the turn right through the ultimate, and Gakgos, look at this big ulti through him, is just, they get annihilated. Gakgos and Bessa has been hitting all game long. Exu in the back line, of course, does at least punish Cryogen and kill the Seraphine, but Seraphine's job was already done.
Yeah,
Cryogen,
pressed R, buddy.
Yeah, well done, soldier. Worthy death.
Yeah, Seraphine taking center stage. Beautiful ult by Cryogen there. And it is now just about 15 seconds until that Ocean Soul is up and available. Not the best soul, honestly, with a squishy FlyQuest team, but Palafox looking on the side, trying to get some chunk down onto Griffin. Nicely timed shield came through from Cryogen, though, and he pretty much absorbs the entire thing, and now Dignitas getting pushed in mid. FlyQuest will take control of the river.
All right, watch the positioning. You cannot afford to group up again and over-chase down a small line like that. So Palafox is trying to flank again. Last time he was on that bottom side dragon flank, though, he just got blown up. This time, it is Gakgos that is marking that side.
Well, the Ashe arrow did connect there in onto Cryogen. Cryogen is just going to be able to walk it out, and that's the equalizer down as well. Not a good trade for Dig, as most of that was just absorbed, and Palafox has to flash away there from Gakgos, who's pushing him out, and now Gakgos can go for the flank. They can actually look for a fight here on the other side if they want, but for now, their eyes are on the dragon. It looks like Dignitas has made the tough call to just give up the soul.
FlyQuest with another big dub. The attempts at the flanks on the bottom side here for Palafox getting rebuffed again. This time by Gakko, so he can just go into his split push again too. And honestly, he's not under a tremendous amount of threat at all. Either solo laner he can deal with very easily. He has his Hex Drinker still, but he's also so far ahead and so rich. He's going to take multiple members. So 4-1 split push, very easy for them. Exu's looking for some sort of flank here, but even if they got that, he might just be dying.
Oh, Palafox tried to go for it. Insta McHale's from Ignar is not enough to save him, and Gakko's in the back line looking for the Ashe. The Encore connects, and FBI has sang his final song, knocked down by FlyQuest, as Palafox just kind of wandered through the team there. Didn't even look like he was going for damage. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe a little bit of mispathing, but FlyQuest, I think they're going to claim the game right off that.
It's looking good. Gakko's leading the charge here for FlyQuest in game number 1.
FlyQuest marching on the Nexus here. It's Photon and Exu trying to make something happen. The Cataclysm comes out, but just going to donate another kill to Gakko's 5-0-4 on the Mbessa, looking so strong on the carries. The Equalizer is going to get dropped just to pad the damage numbers a little bit, but FlyQuest will eventually knock this Nexus down and claim game 1 against Dignitas.
Really good stuff, especially from the FlyQuest solo laners. Griffin having a very good time himself too. And honestly, after the game number 1, I don't know. Dignitas, though, they've been able to take one game versus some very strong opponents in their series already. So we'll see if they can do it again. Lounge, what's your take?
If Dignitas is one game, man, that might have been their game to win.
Oh, man, it was close.
Might have been.
It was close.
It did feel close, but FlyQuest had Drake control the whole time and blew the game open when Dignitas actually tried to fight on them, which is what I have on the screen right here. So this game was very close up until 21 minutes and 52 seconds. I'll show the general map state right now. 3 Drakes to 0, and Palafox gets a good chunk onto Cryogen and crucially burns his W. So the W's on a 15-second cooldown now, and they're saying, okay, we have 5 people here. They only have 4 people, and he's not here on the Squire's Bloom. Let's go. But watch this. What I will say is when you're approaching a Seraphine team in this choke point right here, proceed with caution.
Oh,
you
no.
cannot all go at once. So Cryo lands onto 3.5 because he makes Palafox jump backwards, and that's when the flank arrives. Quad is here. 3 people are charmed up, so Gakkos gets a guaranteed Mbessa ult on a very fed Mbessa, and essentially him and Annie one-shot the backline of Ashe and Lulu, which means even though Cryogen dies, they're going to be able to win the fight. They win this sequence, they win the extended fight, they get the Baron buff, they turn that into one more fight after Ocean Soul, and just essentially end the game from that 4 minutes later. So it was a close game, and that fight really was the difference maker.
That was painful. That was painful.
Yeah. I mean, look at that goal jump.
Look at that
goal jump.
I'm glad you pointed out the choke point, because I feel like on the one hand, you see the angle that Dig are going for as well, because they're like, oh, we have this choke point, we rumble ult across it, right? Like, we can soften them up, hopefully before Quad is able to get here. But then, yeah, the Seraphine ult just rips through them.
I think this is interesting. I think Quad had a really good game. You could see he was constantly just Tibbersing people to push them out of lane, which is kind of inflating his damage up about 24,000. He also dodged every Ashe arrow. But the cool thing here, I'd say, is damage on kills. Actually, right now, is Mbessa had 8.3 thousand because it was the Mbessa that was really delivering the hurt in the team fights.
This was the best Gakkos game so far from the split or the year.
Yeah.
I feel like this was something that we really wanted to see from Gakkos when we looked at FlyQuest as a team, as a triple threat. You have Quad, one of the best mid lanes of the league, just based off of the last year performance. And then, of course, from the rest of the map, we talked about bot lane constantly. Gakkos on carries is ridiculous. And so we got to see that on the Mbessa pick. We were thinking it was maybe going to be Ornn in the draft.
It felt like an Ornn angle because we've seen Griffin play Mbessa jungle so often. But I'd say I like Gakkos' Mbessa. Griffin's Pantheon as well, to me, showed, well, a little bit more patience. He actually, Griffin spooked me at the very start of the game. By going for double crab and contesting double crab when he didn't have double longsword, which Jarvan had. That scared the crap out of me.
Is this
the most lopsided? Yeah.
I think it is.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's great to see Gakkos come out and have a good game, because even when things were going wrong, for example, on the bot side of the map, a place where FlyQuest is usually very strong, Gakkos is suddenly just getting a solo kill up in top lane. So it was nice to see them be able to play around Gakkos as a point of pressure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Cryogen has a nice scoreline just there too. But I just, speaking of support.
Do we still have a moment though?
Yeah, why not?
I need to show. I need to show this Griffin play. So I talked about before the series what I was scared about with Griffin, and I wonder if the coaches cared about this, because I was so spooked at this stage in the game. I just need to show what happens in the jungle. So when you give away first crab, and the other jungler bases and gets 2 longswords.
Oh.
And you go to this. This is exactly the crab that I don't want Griffin to fight.
Yeah.
Because you can lose the whole game on this crab.
Yeah.
So like, he's 2 longswords up on you. Palafox is gonna be able to join this fight in river. So he gets the crab in a smite flip and then has to flash away. He ends up doing fine. Exu counters his Krugs, and then the game just continues. But that type of thing actually scares me still.
That is a scary situation.
Well, especially since he's going for double Scuttle, right? Like, he already got
He didn't have
Scuttle.
top prio. He didn't have clear mid prio. The other jungler's going to have more items. That's just greedy.
You know what the worst part about that one is?
What?
It worked.
It did.
So now he's going to do it again.
Yeah,
Every game.
He's going to
do it again. He's going to do it again. What I don't want to see again, though.
Yeah.
Your boy.
I just don't want
Ignar on
to see
Enchanters.
my brother on Enchanters. I know, look, the thing about this game is FBI had a great game. On the Ashe specifically.
He did.
Like, he was finding picks on towards Masu. So he might be willing to go to an Enchanter again. But if we went on Big Boy Alistar, if this man was walking up to my Mbessa,
What
he gets
happens
him
when
out
he's
of the fight.
Seraphine ult Ignar Alistair? He presses R and he hits you back.
Exactly.
What does Mundo do?
And Mbessa doesn't have an angle if you get a horn to the head. So
I do want to point out, it's not Ignar's fault they lost this game. It's not like
No.
he played like particularly
The lack of
poorly.
Ignar
But yeah.
might have been
yes,
why.
yes, I am.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Either way, as we head to break to watch Ignar play Alistair, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Ban Braum.
Okay, Dragon 2
Lumber
minutes.
here,
I
lumber
still
here.
need a reset.
Yeah, lumber here.
Okay,
They're fine. They're on fine.
Yeah. They're
Looking,
Aurora above
they're
us.
ulting.
Looks fine,
I'm
looks fine,
coming,
looks fine. I can flash out one time.
We need to
Look,
go.
look front. Ashe, no flash.
Look Ashe.
Is that
Ashe,
look.
Rumble. No lumber.
Jarvan's flashed on me. Jarvan, no flash ulti behind.
Go bottom. Can you base and ult back with Pantheon, or is your
Yeah,
HP
I think that's
fine?
better.
Oh, I can hit.
Yeah, you guys can chase. No flash ulti. I'm chasing too. Yeah, I think chase is good. I'm chasing.
He will die.
Yeah, I got him.
He got stunned. Go bottom.
Just Baron. I think I just ulti.
Think of the double TP, okay?
Ashe flashed.
Shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
We can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? The map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Raes, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are heading into Game 2 here between FlyQuest and Dignitas. It was a close game for most of it, but FlyQuest did take over after one big fight by the Baron and really never looked back after that point.
Yeah, FlyQuest looking very good here, very controlled, focused in the fights that they want to take. Especially Gakkos was on one in that game. A lot of good Ambessa ultimates, even when FlyQuest had a losing skirmish on the bottom half of the map, which in the early game can like break some teams, can be very demoralizing. If your jungler gets behind, if your bottom lane plus your jungler are having a hard time. But at the exact moment that Gakkos like, don't worry, you know, I solo kill, all good, you know, and it kind of like stabilizes. And they were able to continually stack the dragons anyway, despite that skirmish loss on the bottom side of the map. So they were able to keep their focus towards the win con. And we have some audio fixes going on right now, so a little bit of extra time in the lead up to this one.
And it also continues the story of kind of those stats that I was talking about with Gakkos. You know, he has not yet won on tanks, but they are undefeated when he is playing the carries.
Okay, yeah.
But he's 5-0 now on non-tanks. So, you know, across Jace, Yorick, and Bessa, Gnar, he is 5-0 so far this split. It really does just feel like when you give him the ability to make individual outplays, he just looks a lot more comfortable, right? Like he's finding angles, he's able to set up more for himself, and I think he's more comfortable in that role than the role you have to play as a tank, which is much more playing around your team and setting up for them and making sure, okay, if I go in, I got to make sure that Masu and Quad are able to hit. I can't just kind of go on a solo mission where, hey, if you're strong on Ambessa, you just fly into the backline and kill Ashe by yourself.
Yeah, was looking pretty good in that one. We'll see how Dignitas can recover from this, though, because they have actually been a resilient team rather than just crumbling at any signs of losses, because they have had those losses regardless and still been able to bounce back. So let's see if they can do it here in game number 2 and push this series a little bit further.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a bit of a frustrating game for them, because at one point they were about 1.5k up. They had a pretty significant lead in the bot lane. I did think their draft strategy of taking the Ashe away, I thought that actually worked pretty well for them. I felt like they had, you know, most of the priority on that bot side. This Ashe Lulu, I thought for the most part had a pretty good impact on the game. You know, FBI was about 1,500 gold ahead at one point over Masu, so I felt like that did work out. It's just, you know, they take a couple bad team fights and things went really wrong. Yeah, and I mean, it's tough, you know, when you have those games where most of the things went right, most of the game was going well, and then just 1 or 2 bad plays and GG.
All right, let's get into the draft for game number 2 here and see what we can do about it. A lot of bottom lane supports were banned in the first game, so let's see if that continues to be true, because now with Ashe and Ezreal out, those are 2 primary AD carries. Varus is still floating around. That could be an option. Any Varus combination.
It's going to be floating on the ban list, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Definitely.
I'm making a bold prediction. I could be wrong.
They have been focusing on the support parts of those duos. And the Nautilus and Karma still remaining banned here. But there are, you know, a lot of combinations still left and available.
Yeah.
So let's see if they do go for it, because the Varus is still a prime one. Still
It totally
prime
is.
pick.
Yeah. I mean, Varus gets almost always perm ban, but definitely does get through sometimes. It can be quite strong. You know, feels like the Anivia ban wants to set up for an early Raes pick. So it'll be interesting. You know, Dignitas has the option, if FlyQuest doesn't ban the Varus, to try to be like, okay, we're just going to trade with you, right? And that might be the situation we get now, where you're saying, okay, we'll do a Raes for Varus trade, and you just don't ban either.
Well, now you kind of are pushed even more too, because my personal favorite answer into it is the Sivir into the Varus, so it's even more pressure on Varus now. So if they don't ban it, I feel like Masu should grab it.
Yeah.
See, they didn't ban it in game number 1 either, so.
Am I crazy? I could have sworn they did. Yeah, they banned it the first 3. Pretty sure. We could double check. Doesn't matter. But it is going to be Varus. I'm a little bit surprised, you know, with the Sivir banned out, Dignitas, you know, even banning the Raes. I thought if they were going to give over the Varus, I thought they would trade for the Raes. So it'll be interesting to see what their plan is here. Obviously, they do take away the Raes. They take away some powerful picks, but they could have gotten a trade. And now I'm just kind of wondering what they are feeling is the even trade. Xin Zhao, pretty high priority, you know, is obviously a powerful pick. You know, you could go Nami Corki or something like that if you want to still play towards enchanters, but instead it's going to be Jhin and Xin as the first two here to answer the Varus.
I mean, Xin is pretty high prio, but still it feels weird. Yeah, giving up quite a significant amount here. And Griffin loves Nasus jungle. You can't. Wither is very good versus Xin. But there's a lot of stuff you could still pick into it. Like, he could go to the Nasus. He could go like Trundle or something if they wanted to also deny Dignitas possible tank picks up on the top side. He could still do his Shen jungle. It's definitely plenty of options there for Griffin. So
yeah,
he's not going to have to rush into anything. And you get your Varus and Bard here. It just feels like this is so good for FlyQuest so far. There's the Shen that we're mentioning.
Little jungle?
It is flex pick, but with more probably priority towards Griffin. He does like the Shen Protoplasm Rush jungle, and I think it probably would be pretty good here. I mean, it works both too into the enemy AD carry that's already showing with Jhin.
Yeah.
And being able to block Jhin shots is always super high value because he only gets 4 of them. So it does. I mean, I'm already kind of leaning to the FlyQuest side, but we do get to see Owlstar here for Ignar. Again, a signature pick for him, and he had a huge performance on it last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It already feels like a really hard game for Jhin, though. I'm not going to lie. I mean, when I think about Bard is a champion that answers Jhin pretty well. You know, if you pop the curtain call, he can just temper fate you for free. You know, this is a heavily winning 2v2 with Varus Bard into Owlstar that has no level 1 at all. You know, you can look to get down there and gank, but still that can be difficult. And if it is Shen jungle, you can just kind of be power farming and respond to ganks with your ultimate, with the Stand United. And then, as you mentioned, the Spirit's Refuge, that parry zone, as long as you are timing that on the 4th shot from Jhin, Jhin is losing so much damage. It does feel like a difficult Jhin game, and people are already such Jhin haters that I feel like a lot of Dignitas fans are not going to be happy with the draft.
Yeah, okay, so I was wondering mostly about mid lane here as we're working through it. In quad, with the defensive ban here, Palafox definitely does like to do some of these, you know, LeBlanc in a certain scenario for counter pick, and put a little bit of extra pressure there as mid lane is whittling down. Now it does feel pretty safe for Quad to go kind of like generic any control mage that he does favor at the moment, to just build a strong team fight for FlyQuest. You know, like a Victor style champion or something.
He likes Sway a lot as well, so
yeah, either of those definitely do work.
Yeah, Jhin has not been played that much so far this split. Only the 3 games, 1 and 2 so far. So not, you know, horrible stats or anything like that, but just in general, a lot of Jhin comps do struggle because they lack consistent damage. So you do want to see consistent damage somewhere on the Dignitas side. I do like the Gwen ban, especially if you're considering putting Shen top. That is a horrendous matchup for Shen and does give really high consistent damage. Azir, I think, fits the bill as a good pairing to me alongside the Jhin. If you want to go full dive, you can send it in that way, and Jhin can work with that. But Azir fixes your consistent damage issues, obviously. Jhin can be that more supportive style because you have a super high DPS mid laner, and I think that is a pretty good pairing.
Yeah, and you kind of need something with mobility to be able to deal with if Bard is trying to pressure mids and get some Bard roam timers. So you are going to need your own dash. So it goes with the Azir in the end. Let's see, though. Is it going to be a tank game for Gakkos? They're already going over a couple of the options here, so now we get to put your stats to the test, sir.
1-1. We're going to game 3. All right.
But the control mage, it has to be a big damage control mage here for Quad, especially, you know, the Victor or the Hui that we were talking about, because you need some extra carry for these team fights.
Yeah.
Shen is good like base damage and when you're getting Q pull-throughs, but is basically the jungle build is mostly tank, as is, of course, the Scion here. So, all right, we are going to get the big Hui damage and pretty good range into the Azir as well. So, should be able to farm pretty comfortably. You have Bard roaming around. You have Shen Stand Uniteds as well to cover.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see, you know, obviously we just kind of default to assuming that it is Poke Varus. It is played the vast majority of the time, but around 20-30% of pro games are on hit Varus, so that is always a possibility if they feel like, hey, we need more damage. It's going to be Gnar on the other side for Photon. I actually kind of quite like this this matchup for Sion. I feel like it's pretty easy to stabilize in this matchup and then just kind of become that brick wall. But of course, you won't have that individual agency that we were talking about with Gatghost, and we'll see if FlyQuest can get their first win of this split with Gatghost on a tank. The Shen jungle, going to be really fun. Not something we see much in the LCS at all. Of course, you know, he did play it in an EWC qualifier, so it has been out there. You know, it's not necessarily the biggest shock, but it is a pick that I think has been kind of going under the radar for a while. It's been relatively strong in jungle for solo queue for a while.
I definitely agree. Like and it's been fun for a long time.
Yeah.
What really got it on the radar was Xpetu. He's originally a top lane Shen main, and then he was like, all right, I'm gonna do some jungle stuff for now. And he's famous for his like coachless website for builds, and really was pushing the super efficient, you know, like support items, protoplasm. Rush is very, very good, very valuable, and that is what Griffin jumped on. He jumped on it during that hype.
Yep.
Since then, you know, getting on the radar that way did get it nerfed a little bit, but it wasn't very big nerfs. Still very, very viable and very good.
Yeah.
And Griffin really has been liking some of those more fringe jungle picks in addition to the main champions like Pantheon and Jhin and the like. So definitely going to look for it here. Protoplasm, Rush, and then should be a stable, or at least if FlyQuest get their way, some pretty stable early game here.
And when you're looking at the top 4 regions and major international events, not a single Shen jungle game so far in this split. There are 8 games of it played, you know, in tier 2 regions and ERLs and things like that. Has been getting some play, but you know, first time it is getting played this split in a major region. So yes, people know about the pick, but still had not really been getting that pro interest in those top regions. So it'll be fun to see how it actually performs.
Definitely will be. Again, early stages, probably just full clear down to the bottom side. Unless there's like some aggressive trading down here and we get some summoner spells early. Nice little electrocute trade proc right here onto FBI. That one's going to sting.
Yeah, and speaking of FBI, his coaches were talking on pros, and they had a lot of positive stuff to say about him.
They did. I actually loved that coaches segment because we got so much insight since all of the coaches on that episode worked with FBI. And as you can see here, a lot of their praise were about FBI's growth over the years, basically as a person and a player, you know, being very stable and growing emotionally, like leading some reviews and stuff as well, and they're going to need that after a loss like the previous game in order to remain stable. A lot of these coaches were crediting him for, you know, like some success on energy and some success, you know, in team reviews and really being able to grow over the years.
Masu in a bit of trouble here, has to flash, and they spent the heal. He is playing teleport, so we'll be able to come back, but really nicely done by FBI and Ignar. They're actually winning the 2v2 at 2 minutes into the game in a matchup that I think is horrible for them. Masu and Cryo just kind of unable to hit a lot of their skill shots, and now Griffin going to get jumped on here, has to try to taunt out to safety. Exu does push him out of his own jungle, cleared the top 3 camps, and meets him at his own red, and now Griffin trying to see if he can stay around and at least get the Krugs here, but Exu will finish off this red, and he's holding onto his smite because he wants to take the Krugs too, and it looks like he's going to get it.
Really, really good punishment on the Shen jungle. Again, the nerf after the
They're going to dive. They're going to try to set this up. Griffin has to cancel the base. He's going to come over here. Good binding initially, but Masu has no flash. He's going to get burst down. It will be a trade kill back. Griffin going to get the Krugs, a little bit of a consolation prize, but FBI claims the first blood. Masu loses some of the CS there and dies, put way down already on this Varus, and his only buy is tier refillable. FBI is going to have a much better purchase.
Really good attack here from Exu. Comes in, counter jungles the Shen. The nerfs after Shen got popular was 20 damage early off the level 1 Q, trying to slow down its jungle clear, and it allows Exu to get there in time, plenty of time to contest and push him off the red. And then he's like, you know what? I'm not going to finish this Krug camp. I'm going to take your Eddie Carry camp and just dive. Just dive Masu, deny some of those minions as well, in addition to getting the first blood bonus money into Jhin, into FBI.
And look at that buy. As this is going to be a nice setup here. Cryogen going to pop the Magical Journey, try to get back, hits the double binding. He does have his flash, does have to use it, but he's going to be knocked up, and there's no way out now. The Blast Cone taken away. Exu gets a kill, beautifully set up by Ignar. And just last week, he was playing the Alistar in this Alistar Sentinel lane and looking incredible on it. And again, here he is, just starting things off in a losing matchup, finding plays and setting up Exu for success.
I mean, Ignar is a melee support specialist for sure. He was playing Fervor Leona when a lot of these players were still in diapers, honestly, and taking it to T1. So really fun to see him back on Alistar. Obviously, last week, like you're talking about, they did get that win over Team Liquid, who are looking very strong right now.
Yep.
With his Alistar and with FBI's Senna. But again, this bottom lane that we've been hyping up for Dignitas. They super showed up last week in that Team Liquid game, and they are definitely showing up here. In addition to Exu, by the way, who gets flamed all the time, but is on a very good Jhin game here with the early invade and then the follow-up playing with Ignar.
And I mean, just look at the bias off of that early play, right? It's a tier versus a serrated Dirk, so that is rough. And Masu Cryogen, have been a really good 2v2 in this league. We can see Gakko's in a lot of trouble. He is very far up. Photon's just going to flash over and then block the charge. The flash is there, but Photon doesn't hit the boomerang, barely misses on Gakkos. That slow might have been enough to get him a kill.
All right, flash for flash plus ult trades here though, and he's going to use the shield to try and get this.
Yeah, that was making me a little bit nervous there for Gakkos. And now Exu down towards that bot side, and there is the root setting him up. Cryogen in trouble here once again. Griffin in the area, but I don't think it matters. Another kill on the bot side. Ignar is on fire. He's just setting them up time and time again.
Yep, camp bottom lane. If you've got the Alistar playmaking, then you should use it. Exu camping bottom side, Ignar creating the plays for the team. They get the pick, they get the objective afterwards as well. And Dignitas, they're always good for one, Azael. At least one in a series. Starting out with a tremendous early game in this one.
They are really looking strong here. And we'll see if FlyQuest can find a way to battle back. The top side of the map still doing a-okay. But that bot side becoming a bit of a problem here. FBI out to a 600 gold lead, Exu as well, up to about a 600 gold lead for himself. And really just kind of outpacing the clear speed of Griffin. And that has led to a lot of these issues. That led to the initial invade, that pushed him back, that led to the dive. And then just moving around the map, once they had won that bot side 2v2, Ignar just gets out there and is making plays.
Yeah, when your team is getting spam ganked and camped on the bottom side by enemy jungle, and you look up and that your jungle has the same CS,
it's a bad feeling.
Sometimes people type.
They type.
Sometimes they type when that happens.
They type, Griffin, it's okay, we're scaling, team. We've got this in the late game.
That's exactly what they type. Both of them are level 6, but bottom side. So I want to see what happens with this invade. And Griffin leaves behind just the ward.
Yeah, Griffin going to be able to shadow dash over the wall. Photon was moving. Won't be able to get him range. And now the bot side 2v2. Of course, the stand united, something you have to really watch out for. You don't want to overcommit on a dive and then have Shen appear and turn around that fight. But, if you can play it right, and you can disengage, as that Spiraling Spear misses, on those early Shen ults, it is so punishing for the Shen because the cooldown is just forever. As the Chains of Corruption going to get popped, Ignar is not 6, and he may have gone too far. Slowed down and killed by Masu. He really went deep there. Had the early Swifty boots, thought maybe with enough move speed he could just run out, and he popped the Ignite for the Nimbus, but even that didn't get him out, and he was not 6 and had no defensive stats.
Yeah, just as we're hyping him up. A little bit too much hype for the bottom lane, maybe. Yeah, and Varus was already 6, so he knew Varus had access to ultimate. It was a little bit low on that.
Got a little bit bored. You could hear the circus music on that one.
Or just hyped up, You're making plays, getting camps. Also, sometimes supports will do this where, especially if they're already getting their jungler to camp their own lane, they're like, well, I'm just going to keep making some more plays and bluff that my jungler is here. Sometimes. I don't know if that case here. We're kind of throwing some stuff out.
Sometimes you just get bored, you know?
But also,
we've been there. You're playing a melee support into a range champion. Has Photon in some trouble. Gakkos had used his ultimate, took a big trade of ultimates, but leaves Photon a lot lower on health. Gakkos down a little bit of gold, but doing well.
So I'm going back right now, scrubbing all the way back. What it was is that Masu had gone so far out of vision all the way back to his own tower. He thought that he based, and it was just the Bard there, and he thought, oh, it's been so long that if Masu is here, then he's trolling his timing, and he like canceled, and it's going to be a bad timing for him. So that was the thought process. It wasn't the boredom.
Didn't work out for him, unfortunately. Gakkos 1-6 on the Scion. You know, they are winless with him on tank so far this year. But you also have to take into consideration Quad is 9-1 on the Hwei. So which is more powerful?
When numbers fight each other.
Exactly. The curse of the Gakkos tanks or the blessing of the Quad carries here. Griffin shadow dashing out. Might be forced flash, but looks like he's just going to be fine and walk this one out. As no one able to get in range, and he did finish off all 3 grubs, which, to be honest, is kind of a rarity. Usually you just get 1 or 2 and you have to get out of there.
Yeah, I want to continue with your numbers fighting here because I feel like we could make some very good emotes based off these. Gakkos tank and Quad bless. I feel these if we got chat to like spam the 2 combative
which is more
emotes,
powerful.
Yeah, which is more powerful. Just because I feel like Gakkos tank, just like his name, like. It evokes an image, right? Meanwhile, the same thing for Quad Bless here. So I don't know. What do you think is stronger? Is it Gakkos tank tearing him down, or is it Quad Bless? I'm feeling a Quad Bless here.
I'm feeling the Bless. Oh, nice. Tempered Fate there. Going to be able to lock up Palafox, and now he's going to get rooted. The Emperor's Divide comes down, doesn't land onto Quad. They don't have anywhere close to the damage to finish him off, though, so just going to be able to get the Emperor's Divide there out of Palafox. I don't think Gakkos is like so bad on tanks or anything. It's just something I noticed when looking at stats and thought it was kind of interesting. You know, it's more that he really excels on the carries, and maybe FlyQuest isn't as comfortable playing around, but Quad definitely a very good Hwei player, and I think Hwei can be incredibly strong. It's just more hit or miss. I always kind of put it more in the bracket of like Vel'Koz than Azir, where, you know, if you hit everything, it's super powerful, but you can also kind of do nothing in a fight pretty easily.
Yeah, and if you have time to hit as well, which might be hard if you've got Ignar flanking around on Alistar, creating chaos.
That's why we got the Gakkos tank, buddy.
Exactly. Gakkos tank will mark them and keep them out. Dignitas, though, they might not leave it up to any of the FlyQuest members as Dragon stacking continues. Griffin wants to steal it.
Has no smite yet, and it didn't have that smite as it went down. Just came up afterwards. They're going to see if they can try to chase down Exu, though. On the side, Bear starting to poke away. Palafox getting some good damage down onto Quad as Exu with that Crescent Guard absorbing everything. Griffin has to run for it. Will he be able to get out? Flashes over the wall. The Curtain Call not going to connect onto him. Chains of Corruption lands onto Exu as Masu knocks him down, and in the pit, Cryogen going to pay the price. He falls, but Palafox incredibly low. He's going to get hit down surely by Gakkos, but he can't catch up. Masu trying to come around the side and finish him off. Photon is going to go Mega and gets the Gnar into the wall, knocks one down. Quad trying to trade it back. Great flash back, and is going to be able to get him with the Crushing Maw. Gakkos, Masu, the rest of the team chasing in. Flash forward as Masu gets another and goes on a killing spree. And just like that, the FlyQuest bot lane are right back in business.
Ooh, Masu with the Varus ultimate over the wall. The Dragon Pit was able to lock down Exu, and they took out enemy jungle there, trying to wrap around and get some extra kills after the objective was taken. Turning it to be a lot more competitive here. Chopping down on some of the Dignitas lead that they had built up, but here's another look at it. Let's see, so yeah, sometimes the observer icons here for Smite aren't super reliable, so yeah, maybe it was a couple more seconds on that one. And didn't quite have it either, so Exu does get that, but then look at the chase. So they go in on him, Exu does get his ulti off. He actually is trying to W flash Cryogen, it looked like, but he kind of split both members. He didn't hit the W flash on either of them. And then it's Masu over the wall, able to lock him down with the ulti. Palafox having to flash out from the other side too after they got that kill. Meant that FlyQuest do, chase down a little bit of extra gold. Of course, it cost Masu his flash to get this extra smite onto FBI, but quite good for them at least. Photon, though, doing some work and creating some space, almost enough space for FBI to run away, but flash was there.
Yep, just barely Photon is able to get that Mega off as Spiraling's Bear going to get popped onto Palafox. Will shift back and shrugs off most of that trade. You can see Exu and Ignar are moving in to try to get behind him. So there's a scrap on the bot side, but I think the top side is where the action could actually be. Palafox, though, taking a lot of damage. He's trying to push in this wave from Quad. Cryogen there to defend him. So it's much ado about nothing on that top side as Quad will just clear out the wave. This is actually a play potentially on Palafox. Nice reaction timing from him, though. Shifts out of that Tempered Fate as he was recalling on a ward.
All right, it's going to be pushed in both mid and top then for FlyQuest. Going to get control of the map for a while where we have double resets. There's no teleport on Palafox, so that's just good money for Quad. Hui going to get some turret plate money up here off of that. And mid lane, they got kind of equalized there as well. So honestly, if they're able to stabilize from here, FlyQuest have some pretty competitive chances as far as the next team fight that they do get set up. But the work that Dignitas have been doing, setting up nicely for another dragon stacking, it's a little less than 2 minutes until the next one. And if they can get there early, Ignar loves using this Fog of War, wrap around to some of these crazy flank angles.
Masu going to get pinched on both sides. In comes Ignar, going to look to knock him back as he gets rooted up by FBI. He's got nowhere to go. The stand united does not even complete. As that is the first one of the game, I believe, from Griffin, and not going to be enough to keep him safe. They just pinched him on both sides.
Yeah, nice Hex Flash from Ignar. We have the Sion ult.
Gakko's coming in, crashing into the wall, though, as Exu is running for the hills. Gakko's taking a ton of damage from these here on the side. Quad and Cryogen going to try to keep him safe, but he gets knocked back by the Emperor's Divide. They're turning around on a Palafox. He gets stunned into his own wall and knocked back for a trade kill. That one likely not worth it there for Palafox, but in the meanwhile, Photon is getting paid on the bot side. Look how far ahead he is getting on this Gnar.
Yeah, that allows Gnar the split push. I definitely don't think that was worth as far as going into to ult back the sign. Maybe they could just keep hitting the sign and push him out. They already had advantage there with the extra one and some pretty good positioning. If you just keep your range and keep on hitting, a lot safer. But sacrificing one extra there, giving back a kill, still is going to be very profitable for Dignitas. They had already won so much, and as you say, got to push the other lane as well. So that puts up the gold lead to 2K, but could even be better.
Exactly. I mean, especially when Azir, you're looking at the itemization for Gakkos, right? It's all armor. So Azir is the one that's going to be pumping the damage. You want to keep yourself safe.
So I feel like we discuss this a lot, but a lot of times there's so many, like Azir players looking for the angle to go in and make a play when you could just auto attack with soldiers.
Just right click them.
Sometimes just be a little more calm, just auto attack. Even if they don't finish off the full kill. I mean, I think they did have a lot of CC still for Sion. He was locked down for a while, but regardless, they're still in a very good spot for Dignitas.
TP coming in from Photon. The Mega Gnar about to expire here, so timing not great. And FlyQuest will get pushed in mid lane. Photon gonna have that Gnar bar slowly charging back up, but it is on cooldown for a while. He can't get any rage. And this is allowing FlyQuest to get priority in that river. Doesn't look like they want to start it up just yet. I mean, Shen not great at actually soloing out those objectives, so they're just going to keep fighting in mid lane, and now Photon slowly charging up that bar, might be ready for the fight.
All right, they do have vision set up, but Ignar coming from... Ignar's got his teleport swapped.
And look at those deep wards. There's all kinds of pings on those deep wards. He's potentially thinking about it, but instead we'll just TP the team.
Okay. Honestly, if they can get the front to back here, Sion ultimate from bottom side.
Exu gonna go in. There's the Crescent Guard getting popped. Masu flashes back over the wall. Curtain Call gonna get popped here. Squad is taking a lot of damage on the side, but in comes Gakkos, and now the knockup is straight into Dignitas. Crashes into them. The Tempered Fate and the root to follow it up there onto Photon, and now Photon is into a bounce house. He is getting knocked up, knocked down. Palafox forced to retreat on the side as the magical journey from Cryogen here, bringing Gakkos over to try to chase after him. They chunk out Palafox, and that should be the Dragon as this time. Gakkos has the drifting skill to find a great engage.
It's Gakkos' tank, baby, all the way to the bank, and they're able to win that one. That was beautiful, right down the river, hits them both on the counter engage, and it is the attempt on Masu's life, but so Masu's gonna flash to create the extra distance after Exu goes in. Exu went for a flash play to try and like Zinsec them a little bit, but it didn't really Zinsec anybody.
His mark is on Masu, so you can't knock him back.
His quad went just lateral in the lane, so he moved quad, but it It didn't move him in any beneficial direction.
No, I mean, it almost.
And then you don't have flash for the Sion ult. So.
Yeah, like the way he flashed looked like he was trying to knock back Masu, but your mark is on him. Whoever you hit last.
He already W'd and charged him.
Yeah, so I don't really understand it. I mean, he didn't have the angle to get quad. The angle was right to knock back Masu, but you would have had to try to charge quad and then flash behind Masu to make that happen. So he just got way too hyphy, and then Gakkos with a great punish. Exu goes down in a hurry. Gakkos kind of crashed into the wall on that earlier play in the topside river, but this time he does nail him, and now quad with a pretty significant lead, but it is still Dignitas up over 1K, and with the Dragon advantage for now, as it is a 1K lead for both Photon and FBI. So the side lanes for Dignitas still very strong.
I mean, I don't feel like you ever get a better answer to your side lanes either. You know, it's Azir and Gnar. Those ones are those are going to be hard for you to deal with either way for FlyQuest. As the game goes on, your sides are just going to be constantly collapsing in on you, and you just have to collect basically with Sion and Hui at the moment. At least you have a Bard on your side to make some plays.
Tempered Fate comes down. Can they actually set this up? I think it's just going to be a play for a chunk. The Spiraling Spear is thrown out. Palafox going to be put very low. Ignar up here to peel, but Palafox will be sent back to base. Has the teleport, and it is Ignar having to pop his ultimate as well to stay safe.
We do always mention Bard, you know, trying to figure out the side lanes here for them, and that is huge value. So much damage onto Palafox. They push him completely out of lane again. Teleports towards mid, though.
Yeah, Griffin could be in a little bit of trouble as Palafox comes in. Nice flash, though, from Griffin. Gets over the Emperor's Divide. Masu using the Herald just to try to escape here. Does stay safe, but it means the Herald's not going to get a charge mid lane, so that is going to be spent for just the escape there for Masu, kind of acting as an extra summoner.
Yeah, good moves from FlyQuest, and Jhin on the move with the Bard. All of that resulted in they get the extra teleport out of the Azir. They got the top tower fully into Quad's pockets as far as all that money, and finishing off the turret plates and taking that one down. So continuing to funnel this Hui, the big carry here for the team. Quad is going to have to pull a lot of the damage. Flank from Photon does get scouted.
Oh, that magical journey was not the angle that Cryo wanted. Does sidestep the snare, and the Gnar actually misses on the ult, doesn't get him in the wall. They do get out the ult from Griffin, though, so the Stand United spent. Griffin clearly wants something from it. Not going to get it. These Shen ults have not been very effective, but now in comes Gakkos looking for FBI, will force the flash. So a couple of trades, not able to actually commit to a kill, but both teams forcing some big summoners and cooldowns.
We've all been there, you know? Sometimes some magical journeys will just end up a little short. Okay?
Not that magical.
The angle can be tricky sometimes when you're doing it quickly.
On a skinny wall, it's actually quite hard.
Yeah, when you're doing it, especially when you're doing it fast. Gotta get out of there. So it does require a few more resources, but still looks fine for them.
Yeah, Photon has that Mega Gnar bar charged up. Last game, I didn't feel like Ocean Soul was a great soul. This game, it feels quite strong for either team, honestly. You have a bit of kind of like lower consistent damage teams, and you have some tanky members on both sides. You know, you have the Alistar, you have the Gnar, you have the Jhin on one side, and on the other you got this Shen Sion frontline. I do think Gakkos needs some MR, though. He has not purchased any MR at all. The person who's going to be killing you in the 5v5s is Azir. You know, yes, Gnar is a problem in the side lanes that you have to itemize somewhat for, but I don't think building not even a null magic mantle at this point in the game is going to be correct, because Palafox is going to be the one that is dealing with you in those 5v5s. Jhin and Gnar, it's probably not a team fight where they're focusing down the Sion that they're going to be able to win.
Yeah, I assume after Steel Caps,
surely
next thing is surely going to be
one null magic mantle. I beg of you. We'll see if he does grab it. How are you a fan of these rocket belt builds?
Honestly, I am, because wait.
Oh, nice knock back. Quad gonna have to flash away as he's tanking that tower up. Palafox getting a bunch of damage down. In comes Gakkos. Palafox flashes to the side, but gets bound into the wall, and Gakkos makes him pay for it. Photon and Exu, though, chasing in. Quad has to be careful. The curtains are gonna get called here. Quad is out of range, and Tempered Fate is gonna interrupt it, and Sion is just tanking up so much damage. There's no Azir to get the damage done. Exu knocked up. Gakkos walking forward. Not a care in the world as Hui comes back from the base. FlyQuest moving forward. Ignar trying to find a combo here. Does get chipped low. Gakkos still moving in. Is Cryogen going to pop the magical journey? Exu is low. Has to run for it. Dignitas pushed back. It looked like it was going to be a good play here from Palafox, but FlyQuest survive and are going to win the Dragon and the tower off of that team fight.
He really wanted to finish off Quad there. He really wanted to finish off the Hui. Flashes forward. But honestly, I say Giga Brain Gakko, so you don't have to build MR if the Azir is dead.
True.
See, the Azir flash forward, they kill him
And
off.
there's our no magic mantle. So he's got the Azir itemization secured.
For next time. Nicely done there for FlyQuest, and Quad does escape with his life just barely. Then he got time for his shield as well afterwards, and now 2 Ocean Dragons, just the regular ones for themselves. Pretty nice control up here around Baron Vision as well, with the Scuttle Grab about to pop. All's going quite nicely for them.
Yeah, it really is. The Shen has been all right, just kind of quietly involved in some of these fights, not making too big of an impact, honestly. They haven't had an effective stand united just yet, but hey, Shen is still a tank. He's still creating space. The parry zone is very annoying for FBI when timed correctly. And always going to make side lanes a little bit more difficult, because we talked about how Nara and Azir are obviously stronger in the side lanes, but you always have to worry about a potential stand united. You have to worry about the Bard showing up out of nowhere, as we will see FlyQuest just heavily playing for vision right now around this Baron, but Dignitas trying to keep some eyes in the area so they're not surprised.
Definitely don't want any sort of surprise ults coming through to burn your flash. Cryo is kind of spying around, hanging on Fog of War, and ooh, he's looking for them.
Yeah, did tickle his toes there with the tempered bait, but not quite getting him. Just a little tickle, you know? Couldn't quite grab on.
And FBI was giggling.
Yeah.
Very close, because FBI didn't have his flash, so he had to wiggle those toes to get out of there. Very close. Swing and a miss.
Yeah. Couldn't quite grab him, you know? Oh, that
couldn't
sucks.
quite again. We've had a game of a lot of almost.
We have.
I feel like
that was a well-timed ult there from Masu, and now
Yeah.
Photon is walking in on the side. That Chains of Corruption completely stopped Ignar's ult in its tracks. Exu scrapping with Ignar, but getting the worst of it. He is just getting poked down by Quad and Masu. This FlyQuest team is becoming pretty annoying, as they have a lot of long-range damage. And if you are not clean on your engages, it is tough to fight against the comp that they have built.
Definitely agree, and this mid tower still under siege. It's got crystals built up. They can't finish it though. FBI is able to delete the wave, so nobody able to pop the crystals, and it stands for now.
And this long-range artillery, they're just constantly dodging. It's like a bullet hell against Quad and Masu. Piercing arrows and these artillery fire shots coming down constantly. Again, connecting in onto FBI. They finally knock down the tower this time. Palafox pushing up topside, but doesn't have the confidence to stay around and get that tower, and knows that they could actually look for a play up onto him.
I mean, this Dignitas team, it kind of revolves around which of our engagers have flash, because you really need it to make the engage onto this range advantage that the Quay and the Varus have. So it's got to be, a big Ignar flank or Fog of War play. Currently, he's on Hex Flash, which requires way more setup. Obviously, is not as useful, but Palafox can try and make a big move when he has his. It's just very dangerous, because then you lose for a meantime, like one of your biggest DPSers, and then, of course, Photon is the other option.
Yep, going to be trying to find those angles. I mean, Ignar did find some really good engages early on, but the last, 15 minutes or something, it feels like it's been a lot more difficult for them to find.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Varus ult on the last one.
It was really nice. Ooh, Exu could be in some trouble. Going to get taunted up. Ignar over the wall here, looking to threaten. They are going to knock Griffin in, but no damage is really around, so not much going to happen from this. Photon now coming in. Is the binding into the taunt. The CC onto Exu is causing some problems. The Tempered Fate going to get sidestepped, but he is rooted up there by Masu. And has to pop the Crescent Guard and the Flash to get out. So that's going to be problematic here, as they are just going to head straight on over to Baron, it looks like, and try to force the issue. Make Exu fight without his cooldowns.
Yeah, no Crescent Guard is very, very difficult for Jhin to operate now. They do have the Flash for Azir and for Gnar, though.
Look at that chunk onto Ignar. Loses about 30% of his health. Exu is healthy, and this Baron is going down so slow. This is a lethality Varus trying to do it, so FlyQuest, I think they need to turn. Photon is just getting free damage down on the Gakkos. Griffin was still tanking up the Baron, and FlyQuest will be pushed back. I mean, their Baron is pitifully slow with just that Varus and Shen damage, so that was not really, I think, the play that they were looking to draw up, and now Dignitas, as a result, has a bit of prio here around mid, so we'll see if they want to try to look for a play. Palafox trying to threaten on the side as Ignar is rushing forward here, and they will be able to knock down the tower, as Ignar just getting this damage rained down on him constantly from Quad, who probably has the death cap on this base, and I think Quad has just been having a great game.
Yeah, he certainly has. He needed to be the big carry, and he has. Death Cap completed, 3-item power spike, just in time for the dragon fight. All right, Quad is walking over through the jungle right now. Dignitas are trying to burn down the Baron, though.
Ignar channeling the Hex Flash. Is he going to go for it? Photon on the side has the Mega Gnar charged up. Ignar is very low. Now Palafox tanking some damage. Photon getting marked here by Gakkos as they're going to go in. The Crescent Guard gets popped. The Spiraling Spear as well. Masu trying to retreat back is on the side. Ignar and Photon are battling against Cryogen. Cryogen trying to get out of there. He survives for now as the Dragon is taken by Dignitas. The Tempered Fate is going to whiff. Gakkos is in some trouble on the side here. Pops his ultimate to try to buffer the CC, but Exu is chasing in. He's in on the Quad. The shields are massive on Quad, but they won't quite be enough as FBI running from Gakkos and Griffin. Palafox pumping the damage out, shifts in onto Masu. Masu stands and fights, but can't finish him off. Griffin, taunt, flash, gets the kill back. And on the side, it's FBI and Ignar. A beautiful binding is going to get cleansed there by FBI, but he just has no damage. His 4-shot can't even break the shield from Gakkos, and he is getting chased. He's got the flash. He may have to use it. Cryogen going to look. He flashes forward, gets bound up. It's going to be a trade, but it's just a support for the life here of FBI, who eventually will get knocked down. Jhin can do nothing against the FlyQuest front line. It is a scrappy fight. Dignitas get the dragon, but FlyQuest win out in the 5v5.
What a fight. Let's take a look at our Pagoda moment here. This one gets crazy. Quad is walking over. He's huge on the way. But look at the top side. Photon about to go Mega. Cryogen and Gakkos both go for him. Wow, you have the secondary engage. Exu right in onto Masu and Quad. Pops his ultimate with the ult from the Jhin coming over the top. So much damage on the top side. Gets pumped into Photon here, though, when Masu and Quad rotated over, that he's now low. So on the retreat, Gakkos is able to finish him off with the help of Cryogen's binding. Then they get the re-engage here. Despite the Shen shield as well as his own shield going down, Quad does get shut down as FBI got to move up. And then Palafox goes in, finishes off Masu. Flash from Griffin, able to find that taunt at least on him at the very least. And then, you know, finally, they do have the numbers advantage. And in the end, like, using your flash to go for the kill trade
not worth
onto just a Bard there definitely doesn't seem like it was worth. I think Griffin actually didn't even have to flash, so kind of nice for, oh no, actually this thing is kind of a little bit off.
I will say though, one advantage for Dig, Ignar now has his flash, no flashes on the FlyQuest carries. So he could potentially find a big play. If you can flash in, get a combo into an Emperor's Divide or a big Gnar wall, you know, stun or something like that, you know, maybe they could win out on this next fight. And Dignitas are at soul point. So even though FlyQuest went out of the fight, are slightly up in gold, Dignitas, realistically, they're one good dragon fight away from potentially securing this game. Ocean Soul is going to be so hard for FlyQuest to deal with because they're so dependent upon their poke.
Yeah, and Dig started this game out performing so well. Let's see if they can actually do it. Dragon Soul, oh man, time flies. It's only 2 minutes on the next dragon already. We're about to have a banger in the side lane, maybe.
Photon gonna be able to dodge out on that. Masu getting down here, but Masu struggling to get in range, and Dignitas are just starting up the Baron. You can see FlyQuest trying to get up there and respond to the other side. The Chain's Corruption gonna get flashed away from, so Photon absorbs the pressure. He's TPing up there, and they're gonna secure the Baron here in the face of the 3 FlyQuest members. Masu is trying to get up here. They have the double TP, so he does arrive. Griffin forced back, has the Shadow Dash defensively. The Redemption comes down. Cryogen's in trouble. Magical Journey out to safety. Photon on the side is trying to chase in on the back line as Gakkos is just sectioned off. He is slowly getting whittled down on, but look at the fear from Quad. Palafox tries to go for the big play, but he is terrified by Quad and taken down. The Tempered Fate just clipped FBI, and this could be the fight that breaks the back of Dignitas. What a beautiful play there from Quad as Gakkos wants even more. The Stand United to Rise. Photon falls. Exu set running. Gakkos going to be able to tank up the tower as FlyQuest has a massive play from their mid laner.
Quad reads them like a book, and FlyQuest stuffed the play completely. Even with the Baron buff, Dignitas are losing everything. Their base doesn't stand a chance.
They're just marching in here. They do have the Baron buff, but it's only their jungler and support to try to defend. FlyQuest looks like they're just going to take the inhibitor and back off. They want to try to play for this next dragon, not confident that they could end before Palafox respawns, and I think they are correct here. So Dignitas will hang on, but that was a big-time play there from Quad.
You have to play these fights slowly. With the way that these two teams are built, it's not about the huge, very quick plays. It's about keeping your battle lines in. Let's take another look. So really good Baron from Dignitas. Great Baron. But now when they look for the turn, let's take a look. They get a lot of free damage in the Griffin. Gakko teleports in with a huge shield though, with his roll completed. Everybody gets out of range except for Gakkos from the Jhin ult. But here, look at it. You're looking for a little bit too quick. Quad, boom! Nails Palfox just at the last second. And then you get Fear chained into taunts, and he's completely stuffed the play.
I mean, he just wants it too bad. We're right back to live, and it's a fight breaking out. Photon might get burst down. He's trying to get into the Mega. The bar is almost fully charged up. Gakko's peeling on the side, and Quad makes no mistake. Knocks him down. The Tempered Fate won't find any. As Gakko charges in, it's a double knock-up on the front line, and they get crushing Maud together as Griffin is delivered to the back line. FBI is in trouble. Dignitas are in shambles. It's Palafox trying to knock down Masu, but he doesn't have the juice to do it. Exu is back with the GA. It's a taunt, it's a flash, it's a knockdown Azir. Exu in a 1v3, trying to survive, taunted up, knocked up. Cryo running, trying to stay alive. They will eventually be able to knock him down. And it is an open mid lane here. FlyQuest will push. They don't have their carries though. The respawn timers are quite long. I don't know if they can end the game. Photon's up in 15.
Yeah, as is Ignar. I think they could just make time because only tanks are left up for FlyQuest. Still, it's another banger of a team fight, and it's going to result in the third dragon for FlyQuest. We're going the distance.
I mean, we just jumped straight out of that replay into another fight, but I'm still kind of like focused on that replay where I feel like Gakkos was sectioned from the whole team.
Yeah, you have time.
Could just hit the Scion and you win the fight for free.
It's another instance of you have time. And again, you got to play these fights a little more slowly with how they're constructed here. But take a look at this one. Ignar popped the ultimate, tried to walk forward. It was another good ult from Masu though. You saw the Varus ult on the side on Photon. Completely denied that engage. And then Quad hits the snipe. So beautiful stuff from the FlyQuest carries there to basically take out Photon right at the beginning. And then you have the chase attempt through where it does get dicey because with Gakkos and Griffin so deep onto FBI, Palfox does go into the back line and flashes as well to at least take out the two carries here. They get Quad and he gets low enough Masu here that Exu can finish him off. So at the very least they do take out the enemy two enemy carries so they don't lose on it. But still losing more and more ground each one.
I thought Masu played that fight brilliantly. I mean, you called out the Chains of Corruption. He also, as they pop that Stand United in the backline of FBI, he sidesteps the taunt, and Masu nails him with a piercing arrow, puts him incredibly low, and is able to flash the Emperor's Divide at the same time. So really playing these fights out well. Masu definitely a standout here.
The only one that can do damage to Scion is you, Christian.
Yeah. I will try to hit.
That's what we're talking about. I mean, especially, you know, if you're flying in, you're trying to go for a trade, well, it's like FBI said, no one can hurt Scion except the Azir, but if the Azir is always flying into the back line, he's not there to do the damage.
I also like that this comms, listen, and updates our story that we're talking about FBI's growth, that we showed all of the quotes from his former coaches that were on that coaches podcast. FBI's very calm, you know, just calling out the win cons here. Hey, just a friendly reminder, you're the one that's going to have to work through this Scion because he stacked a bunch of armor from the early game, so it's going to be pretty hard for me and Photon.
Ooh, Exu taking a ton of damage here. Has to prop the Crescent Guard defensively. Will be able to walk it out, but Dignitas, they are one fight away from losing this game. They've got to stay locked in. The series would end if they do fall in this second game. FlyQuest now 3 dragons apiece. Titanic Hydra has been completed for Gakko, so now the Scion actually has some damage, so you can't just ignore him. If he runs past the Azir in onto this Jhin, he is going to be a problem. And this is Masu on his carry stats. Has been very good for FlyQuest, and we obviously highlighted them in their 2v2 quite a lot so far this split, but really showing up in a big way in that last team fight on the Varus, and I think he's been a big part of the success when FlyQuest is having it.
Yeah, that, his gameplay as well as his leadership, we keep getting interviews and talking about him wanting to take on a bigger leadership role because he is one of the elder members on the team despite being so young.
He's like 20.
He's a veteran maybe. But
that's elder when you're surrounded by, you know, Griffin and Cryo and whatever.
All the Gen Z.
Yeah. They have a young team.
They certainly are. The youngest, in fact, that we do have, and the youngest team out here looking at 2-0 over Dignitas. But this game's still very, very close. The gold lead is not the biggest of deals. It's about these epic objectives. Our next team fight could just break everything. We've got Dragon Soul coming very, very soon in just under 2 minutes here, and with Baron on the map at the same time. And that can can wrap up the entire thing. We're almost 40 minutes in. It's all about the big plays now. Death cap completed for Palafox. You gotta be the one to be able to work through the damage.
Yeah, that is a huge buy for Palafox. He was just sitting on the 1 NLR and now has that full buy as Photon takes a ton of damage. That was just the Titanic proc off of a ward, did about 20% of Photon's health there. Gakko's very tanky, level 19. Exu took so much free damage there from Masu as he tried to get in. Griffin slowly working down this Baron, but that is going to take forever for him to kill. Exu is aware of it, has the GA back up and available, but look at Dignitas, they're just constantly getting poked as they try to walk in. Ignar is incredibly low now, 20%, sidesteps that damage coming in from Quad, but he's going to have to potentially go back from base, and now the Baron is in danger of just getting knocked down. Dignitas can't even find a way in. Griffin's still just tanking this up. FlyQuest pushed them back, beautifully secured.
And that's just a full tank Shen and his pet. Full tank Shen and his little pet here, while the rest of the team
slow and steady wins the race.
Is doing poke damage. Gets the job done, and honestly, that was faster and steady than I thought it was going to be.
Fast and steady wins the race too.
Yeah, medium, medium speed there, maybe. At least for him and his pet damage, working out quite nicely for Griffin and FlyQuest, because it allows your damage members to do poke damage and to push off the enemy team the whole time. So they're not necessary to pump all their spells into the Baron while you're doing it that way. Cool. FBI.
Takes one arrow there from Masu, and he is sent back. Ignar getting hit hard. Exu and Palafox, though, looking for a flank. Palafox going to try to go for a big play, potentially here once again. Photon coming in, but he has no Narbar whatsoever. Ignar is incredibly low, and Ignar has to flash back to safety, running away as Exu goes in, pops the Crescent Guard, and it's a deletion of Masu. It's all up to Quad now. Palafox playing it slower, trying to go forward. He flashes in, he looks for Quad, but Quad flashed over the wall, and now Exu is getting knocked down. Gakko's finally going to be finished off. Dignitas are winning the fight, but Quad on the side trying to make it happen here. Quad and Griffin have got to get out of there. They've got to get back to base. They are the only two members alive, but Ignar has found Griffin, and they're going to try to chase him down. The Deadly Flourish comes in. Palafox has arrived. Griffin is going to be killed off. Quad is going to get back to base, so it won't be a game ender, but it is a big-time play, a big-time fight for Dignitas, as they should eventually be able to get the Shen.
Yeah, and they should be able to get the Dragon Soul as well.
Stand united, stand united. He's out!
He's out, but they lose the soul. You lose a huge objective. With how long these fights...
Wait, it's going down slow. Can he get there in time? Griffin's running straight forward. They're going to try to burst it.
He has flash!
He has flash. He can actually go for this here. He doesn't have the vision yet. He's going to taunt in. He sees it getting low. They can pull off it. Quad is trying to help him finish, but he's forced to flash back defensively. Photon pushes him out.
Oh, with how long these fights are, Ocean Soul can do so much work in these extended fights. Dignitas, never say it's over if Dig are still breathing.
Was that just the fourth shot from the curtain call from FBI? Because Masu got exploded. Ignar going to get caught out here. They're going to look for a pick onto him. He's taunted up, does pop the unstoppable force. He's trying to survive here. Looking to just try to back up, but he's getting CC down. Palafox again going into the back line, but this time he is hit by Masu. He is hit by Quad. Palafox still surviving on the side. It's a level 20 Gnar looking for the flank. It's Exu in the middle of the entire team. It's Masu standing and fighting with a double kill. It's a GA being popped. It's FlyQuest with blinking health bars, but everyone is still alive. Again, Dignitas go for the big play. FBI flashes in, gets hit by the crushing maw. He takes him out. FlyQuest, against all odds, win the fight against the Ocean Soul. Dignitas crumbles under the pressure. They tried to go for too much, and they are going to regret that one big time.
First of all, what are these Hwei shields? These are massive Hwei shields, and FlyQuest, they are going to stay strong despite the Ocean Soul to finish it 2-0.
I cannot believe it. FlyQuest, it looked like they were out of this game, but Dignitas try to go too far, look for the big play, and FlyQuest outplay them in the fight once again and will take the series 2-0.
And Masu hit the last Q onto Palafox to snipe him after he was trying to get out after going for the Azir ult onto Quad. Masu and Quad able to snipe him, not let him escape from going for that play, and turns it into a FlyQuest victory. What a back and forth game that was.
That was crazy. I'm going to be honest, though. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Dignitas didn't just slow it down. We even heard them talking about it in the comms replay. When you have Ocean Soul, just do nothing but hit frontline. As long as you're not getting one shot by Leveris and Quad, you can't really lose the fight with the addition of that Ocean Soul. So I feel like they just had to slow it down, but they kept feeling like they saw a big angle, looking for the Emperor's Divide, looking for a big engage, and FlyQuest outplay him when it matters most in this fight. It is a 2-0 win here for FlyQuest, and Dignitas unfortunately remains winless, can't take a series, and today can't even take a game after two very competitive ones and a second one where it felt like they were in the driver's seat at that point.
Whew. That one got me excited. I'm sure it got all the fans excited. Let's take a listen in, Emily, and see if it got Quad excited.
All right, the casters told me the first thing I need to ask you is how excited are you after that win?
Feels pretty good, but we still make some mistakes, so I think we need to still practice a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, some of those late game team fights got very chaotic. So talk me through, especially after that initial team fight mistake where it did look like Dig were going to be able to come back. Talk me through how you guys kind of brought it back and settled down.
I think overall this game, every team fight, they need to find a flank or engage on us. But I think some fight, they really good engage on like Shinjao, like flash into just one shot our Masu. That was really scary. I thought we could lose like that fight and then we just lose the game. But I think next fight we did really well, just going to mid and then keep poking, don't get flank, and then keep poking, and then protect me and Masu. So yeah, it was pretty good last fight.
Yeah, there was another earlier fight as Dig were trying to kind of split the map and do Baron that you landed like a really crucial fear onto Palafox to kind of win that, and that really turned the tide in your favor. So talk me through that fight and just this Hui pick overall.
I think we have Bard and then Sion. So I think I can be just scaling gem like Hui and then long range into Azure. So that's why I pick Hui. And then I don't know why Masu tried to look not on board when bottom side. Honestly, I didn't say anything, so that's also a problem too. So we get bottom for free, but we killed 3 people, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so to be fair, we killed 3 people. Yeah.
What is it like? The last question I kind of want to ask is, obviously, you are like kind of the older veteran leadership on this team. This team still seems very chaotic. I was listening to you guys. You're very, very loud. What is it like kind of stepping into that leadership role?
I mean, we have a lot of kids. So I want to stay calm, and then I want to be good leader. So I try to sleep well because every day is so tired. Because they talk a lot. Also, they call my name for no reason. I don't know why they might come like quad, and they say just random things. So too tired. Just I wanna take just good sleep.
All right, well, get out of here. Get some good sleep. Thank you so much for catching up. On the other side of the break, we will have Cloud9 taking on Shopify Rebellion. See you then.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Keep looking, bro.
We still have Shenled, we still have Shenled.
Dark stun, dark stun.
Looks in, no flash, no flash.
I'm dead. I'm looking Xin or Jhin. I might look for E flash. Watch me. No shuffle, no shuffle. Look at Azir.
Azir has nothing. No flash, no E. No flash, no E.
Arita no flash. I can win this. I can win this. Just play. Wait slowly.
Yeah, only Bard can die. Only Bard can die.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it. FlyQuest, it looked like they were out of this game, but Dignitas try to go too far, look for the big play, and FlyQuest outplay them in the fight once again and will take the series 2-0.
Calling you out.
Welcome to our second series, Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9. As we see Cloud9 arriving, they still refuse to do the clown car, which I know I bring this up every time, but
where's the rest of them?
One of these days, you know, they need to just pretend that they're like all cycling through. It'd be funny.
Where are the rest of Cloud9? Get out of the car!
Oh, he's putting on his
Yeah, you gotta put on sunglasses.
What am I doing to criticize you when you're putting your shades on? Understandable.
How dare you?
Yeah, my bad. I take the L on that one.
Everything you do, gotta look cool, Raes.
Hi, fair enough. Why do I have these glasses on instead of like the nice like sunglasses?
Yeah, they look beautiful. You need the
Yeah, you did get the circle ones
transition
first.
ones.
You did get the circle ones first.
Anyway, going into this matchup, I think we all can agree, very heavily C9 favored. Shopify Rebellion, though, they've been putting together some good early games.
Yeah, I mean, just like
the problem is,
yeah, I was about to say,
as we can see, their goal difference at 15 of all teams in the LCS first.
Yeah.
And I would like to attribute a large portion of that to one of the players, a main player on that team. Obviously, junglers have a very big influence on early game.
Yes.
But Contractz has had some really, really good pop-off games. And throughout his career, everyone's come to know when he has these extremely good snowball ones. Energy had some really famous ones, especially against G2. But he's done that throughout his career over a long period. Some of them, obviously, then he also has ones that are not that good or snowbally. But look at these stats so far, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, he is really like feeling himself right now, and he has been this engine for their early game, right? I was actually really pleasantly surprised by a lot of the stats for Contractz when I was like looking them up. I didn't think they'd be this good, especially since they have struggled to get wins. Being third in KDA still of all junglers, I was pretty surprised.
Yeah, I have a lot of faith in this team only because of, yeah, basically the stats that we're seeing, but a lot of it is driven by Contractz looking mid early, quite a few times. And at least in the last couple series that we've been seeing, that's really unlocked Zinni to play a lot better. I felt like their 2v2 has been a lot stronger. And so even when the games are getting really hectic and back and forth, especially in the Lion series, you're like, ooh, they have angles. I just need to see more from the side lanes, top lane and bot lane in particular. So like that's one point of, I think, growth of the team. The second one is
you have a draft for us, yeah.
So I want to talk about the draft here because this is the game that they had, game 2.
dirty?
Maybe a little bit. Good luck on that side of the chair. This is them going up against Lion. And the biggest question mark that I have here is going to be the Vex. Now, in a situation where you're playing Vex, I want you to be able to have high burst damage, single target, something that you can focus on. Maybe if they had the Vi, maybe they had something that's like you can fight front to back a lot easier. I like that. Also, really don't like it when you're going up against a Lulu. I think it's really tough for you to get basically, you know, if you're playing Viego, you can get a possession. If you can get a reset, that's fantastic. I didn't really like Vex in this position, and so you really saw it struggle. In this game, in this position, probably a Galio. I think Galio works well, so then if a Kali and a Vi is trying to dive in, then it's easier for you to play around your Jarvan. So it's like, even though someone like Zinni has a lot of creative picks that you can play around, not in this specific game, it didn't work.
Not this pick.
He is now, what, 0-4 on Vex in particular. But let's pray that if you're getting another Vex out there and you get that one dub, that it happens with a better draft.
Dude, I want to see people use some creative random picks.
I like it. Let's draft around it a little bit better. That's my hope.
Okay,
and I'm hearing in my ears that we're ready for a draft in my mind. So let's take this over to Flowers. Flowers, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lounge, and welcome back to the LCS, everybody. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Jat for this one, and it's time for a best of 3 between C9 and Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and I got to shout out Cloud Sitke on Twitter telling me that C9 hasn't won in 315 days.
300, that is 50 shy of a full year. It sounds like C9 has to be ready to take these boys down.
You'd think they haven't played as much as you would think.
That's details.
Days. It was a 3-2 in LTA that last time they played that Shopify won. The last time C9 won was Split 2 playoffs when Cloud9 swept them. But still, it's been a minute.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
That gives a little bit more excitement to this because like the Lounge was saying when we first came back from the break, I think that pretty much everybody is going to look at this head-to-head and say, yeah, it's certainly C9 favorite.
It absolutely is, and C9 is coming off their best week so far in Spring Split. They really embraced the Enchanter meta, and I thought were able to win their 2v2 bot lane and then press with winning top and bottom lanes very successfully. So we'll see if they can continue that type of winning side lanes today.
Well, C9 has elected for first pick in this one, so Shopify will be playing from the blue side. We can see Orianna and Karma banned out by Shopify so far, alongside that Seraphine there. So all champions that can provide some shields, some utility taken off the table. Over on the other side, we're going to focus solo lanes a little bit more with the Raes and the Rumble banned out, and the Lucian to round everything out. C9 with that first pick, I would not be surprised. Yep, there you go, Varus locked in.
Yeah, in lieu of the Karma Ezreal or Ashe Seraphine pairs being gone, it looks like teams are starting to go back to Varus. I'd say previously this is when they do the Yunara Lulu Corki Nami trade, but in the last series, Corki Nami went completely unpicked the entire time, and in this series they're prioritizing the Varus. So I feel like there's been a shift in scrims this past week in what the teams think is better.
Well, I also talked about it last week when we saw Yunara Lulu get drafted in one of the games, and the stats always come up at the bottom. Yunara Lulu has not been successful in North American stage play. Maybe it's a different story in scrims, whatever, but the numbers are just, they don't lie. It has not been a winning combination so far in LCS matches, but we will get the Ezreal drafted for Shopify. They'll wait on the support pick and instead prioritize the Pantheon for Contractz.
Makes sense. Contractz taking that as his #1 AD jungle, likely to just be traded back for another AD jungle with Blaber Jarvan, which is a little scary in the past, but something we didn't mention with the 3 bans that Shopify had, what is not included in the Orianna, Karma, Seraphine bans that is normally a ban against C9? I think we're seeing it hovered right now.
Yeah, this is always exciting when we get it. It's the signature champion for APA.
Psych,
it always works out well, and now it's
Annie.
getting replaced by Annie.
So, for what it's worth, Ziggs into Ezreal's not that good. You want to be able to pick Ziggs. I mean, if you're APA, you can probably just pick Ziggs whenever.
Yeah, that's my problem with pivoting over to Annie, which is another champion that I have just been very whelmed by in North America. I feel like the big selling points of this champion have not been realized on the stage, and it's just not living up to the reputation it's supposed to have. Whereas APA Ziggs, every time he breaks it out, even if they lose the game, his individual performances are almost always standout.
Yeah.
So I'm, of course, going to be a little bit disappointed that we don't get to see the Ziggs in the game where it's left open, but the Aurora will be the response in the mid lane, I'm assuming, here against C9.
I think the Ziggs angle is still looming. I understand why they do the Annie here because for some reason, one Ziggs game always comes into my mind, and it was against Shopify, but it was with Palafox, where Palafox picked LeBlanc into Ziggs and just ruined his life and completely ran the game. Zenny would probably have a counter pick ready for Ziggs. Like if you're thinking as APA, game one, they leave Ziggs unbanned, and they already have two champions that are good against it. Okay, maybe it's a trap, and he's going to hold off. That's where I'm at with the Annie, and Annie currently works well with the Jarvan and the Varus. And if they lose, it's going to be because they didn't pick Ziggs. Totally agree.
Yep.
But for now,
there you go.
They're going to try Annie.
Okay, we'll see how it works. We'll see if they can prove me wrong on that one. It is double engaged supports banned out by Shopify Rebellion, the Nautilus, and the Alistar, both taken off the table. They don't want something else that can start fights off because honestly, C9 already has some really good go buttons.
They really do. And I am wondering if C9 is going to have to ban the Bard based off of the double melee supports that Shopify banned and Bard being a good pair with Ezreal. Bard's good with both supports, but since C9 picked first pick, that means Shopify gets first pick after second phase of bans, and that's why it's just a bunch of support bans.
Yep. The Nico, the Bard, the Nautilus, and the Alistar all off the table right now. We're assuming that both sides still got to pick those supports unless they want to try to flex the Annie down there for Vulcan. Shopify banning out engagers of their own. Will they choose to play something similar? They're sitting on this Rel hover for quite a while. Yeah. Plenty of different options here, but gonna have to pick something. Leona, the choice. Okay, first Leona of Split 2.
It's been a while, but we're so deep already into the support bans, and Leona herself is a strong champion in solo queue, gets extremely durable, especially if you decide to go with an early Protoplasm harness. It synergizes so well with the Leona W. So I actually like the pick. It's always been a good pair with Ezreal, and we're so deep into the support pool bans that it makes sense.
And it also reminds me a little bit of the one of those pro player champion mechanical insight shorts that we had, talking about how Ezreal is actually deceptively strong early on in lane. If you stack lethal tempo, you stack his passive, and then you just all in, because people assume his job is to sit back and pelt you with Qs. But he can really pose a lot of threat just all-inning, which Leona also wants to do. The pick for C9 in the support role in response was Rakan. And every time I see Rakan picked into Leona, I remember years back meta where Xayah and Rakan was dominant, and Leona was one of the popular picks into them because she can stop Rakan from doing what he wants to do and being slippery, jumping in and out of the fights.
Yeah, absolutely. If you pre-press your Q as Leona as Rakan is charming you, you'll get the stun and at least stop Rakan from temporarily chaining the rest of the CC on your team. So we got some classic support picks coming in here. I wonder if the meta is a little bit shifting away from always seeing Seraphine Karma in every game. This series, it's because they're just banning it out.
Right, I mean, we still did see them. They're just on the you can't play it list.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking this morning that if you ever get Ashe Seraphine together, it feels like if you're just good enough at it, it's the best.
Right.
So I am happy that we saw in the first series an effort to disrupt it. There was a first pick Seraphine followed by an Ashe takeaway, so you couldn't land the pair. And then here, Shopify just said, no, we're not playing that game.
Well, we also haven't quite touched on yet those last couple of picks in the draft. It's Yorick versus Gnar in the top lane. So we did have the Gnar pick up there for C9 because they had to blind, because Shopify gets last pick of the entire draft. Gnar's pretty much evergreen. You can play it into almost anything. Sure, it has worse matchups sometimes, but usually they're not going to be big meta picks. Yorick, when I see this champion drafted, your team had better be ready to play the side lane. This is not a champion that I want to see grouping for anything other than a necessary objective, like a big dragon fight, like a Baron that's about to be taken. If Yorick has any say in the matter, he wants to be split pushing, and the team needs to be ready to facilitate that. And I do like to see it drafted alongside a jungler like a Pantheon that can help from a long way away.
That's what I was going to add as well. And it is an opportunity for Fudge to try and make a difference. It feels to me like Fudge has been a big non-factor. The Fudge non-factor.
There's no
used to be
Fudge factor. Yeah, the Fudge factor is 0.
Now it's Fudge non-factor. It's not all his fault. Shopify somehow, just so you guys know with this Pagoda Pause, it's a Vulcan mouse issue. Getting ready checks should be going back in shortly.
Cool.
Shopify has just played the least games, and it's crazy because even when they've had series, they haven't had a series go to 3 games, Captain Flowers, in 2026. So
yeah, that is pretty crazy.
The series they win in 2-0, and the series they lose in 2-0. And a lot of the 2-0 losses end up actually being close, but it just, in the mind's eye, makes it feel like they just haven't existed. It's the weirdest thing. And then because top lane is already so isolated and Fudge hasn't had stand-up performances, I just feel like I haven't seen him play.
And the thing is, when you play a champion like Yorick, if the rest of the map loses,
you still don't see him.
You can walk down the side lane as much as you want. By the time you take the tier 2, they're going to take your Nexus turrets.
Very true.
And you're just not going to really be in the game, even though you're doing the thing that your champion was drafted for. So that's, again, why I'm saying I want to see Shopify be able to play around these side lanes. I want to be able to see them have the map awareness they need to facilitate that Yorick being successful while not just hemorrhaging moves in other places to C9, who I believe is a team that knows how to punish if Shopify tries to send too much towards the Yorick. If they try to overplay towards the side, I do feel like C9 is one of the squads that's going to say, okay, well, if you really want to win in that one lane so bad, we're just going to win everywhere else.
For sure. They're a team that is capable of playing through every lane. In the start of lock-in, it felt like APA was the best performing player. Last week, APA was kind of sprinting it in a few of their games, but Thanatos and Sven and Vulcan were so dominant that they were able to win in those ways. I'd also want to say Shopify, as we're still waiting to see if Vulcan's mouse issue is going to be resolved soon, Shopify played a very good game 1 against Lion, where they were able to burn summoner spells early with an early gank from Contractz, and then repeat the pressure on the turret. And I can definitely see them trying to do that again with the Leona Pantheon, so I'm not surprised if Contractz tries to path top to bot and go for some pretty early pressure onto Sven and Vulcan, because Sven has taken cleanse, they have less combat summoners in terms of the ability to fight, and they might be able to get a dive off.
Yeah, and when I think about, like, one topic that always comes up in League of Legends a lot is movement, mobility creep, whatever you want to call it, right? Champions having more and more tools to move around as the game has developed over the years. And I feel like one of the things that doesn't get talked about enough in response to that is the value of point-and-click CC. Considering movement helps you outplay something that has to be manually targeted by a person. Pantheon W, Leona Q, both of these are just click the guy can't move anymore. And you're up against 2 champions that have no inbuilt movement to begin with in the Annie and the Varus. Sure, Annie can make herself slightly faster with Molten Shield. I don't really care about that. We're talking blinks, we're talking dashes. So I feel like if you can get ahead with Shopify, if you can have this Leona and Pantheon in a spot where they feel confident, where they have themselves ahead of the curve in terms of their own resources, their own stats, it's going to be pretty difficult for the Varus and the Annie to not just constantly get dove on.
Yeah, absolutely. Contractz is also a player who's been playing very well of late. It just hasn't translated into victories. I imagine how frustrating it is for the Shopify team to continually try to make progress in scrims, but not be able to manifest that on stage. Lock-in being 0-6 and being dead last place, into jumping out to beating Dignitas 2-0, into then immediately losing your next 2 series. So I feel like under the surface, the team is progressing a little bit. And on my side, we did just hop out of the game, so it seems like our issue is a little bit larger than we thought at first, but looking to see if Contractz can have a big performance here today.
Yeah, and I hope that he does. I feel like historically when we talk about Contractz, he's been a player that everybody looks at and says his highs are really high, but his lows are really low, and they want to see more consistency from him. And I feel like those types of barriers and those obstacles are more difficult to overcome when you're in a situation like you're talking about where Yeah, split 1 was garbage. You just want to forget that, put it behind you, focus on Spring. You start off with a 2-0 win against Dignitas, and I think most of us had, or I think probably all of us had Shopify and Dignitas in the bottom 3 in our power rankings, right? Like, that's another team that you should be able to beat. But then, like you've already said, you've lost the next 2. Now your opponent here in Week 4 is Cloud9, which is one of the teams that most people had at the top, right? So it's just like the schedule feels brutal. Because you're most likely going to start off at like a 1-3, and then that momentum just feels that much harder. You're that much further behind the pace of being able to kind of find that flow state and find that confidence.
Yeah, and everybody else's schedule is like a little bit easier than theirs because they don't get to play Shopify. So
that is.
I'm sorry. The pause is too long. I had to. We've been talking serious for the longest time. We have to start.
No, that's
joking around a little bit.
That's totally fair. We're at that point in the pause. We did not expect the mouse issue to be this powerful. It happens sometimes. It's all right.
On the topic of Shopify, though, the guy we just saw yawning on screen, he was supposed to be the solution that catapults this team to success.
Yeah, there was a lot of hype.
Because 2025, this team was actually 3rd place consistently. They finished 3rd place in Split 2. They went to LTA playoffs and then had an unfortunate series against Red Canids, did lose to Brazil, but that could happen to anyone, apparently. C9 then did that at the America's Cup. So they have been so much worse than what their expectations were that it's just an adjustment period, and they haven't played that many games, so maybe they'll shoot back.
Okay, so update for everybody out there. After review, Cloud9 reported that the mouse issue, which was outside of their control, meaningfully affected their early game and requested a chrono break, which league officials have accepted. The game will be remade with the same picks and bans.
Okay, so I'm going to guess he put a ward in the wrong spot.
I was going to say, we're literally at the start of the game. I'm curious unless it was just a level 1 bloodbath that he ran it down?
No, there wasn't, because we were in game. Nothing had looked like it happened yet, but if either the mouse issue, either it stopped him from running out of base on time, and he wanted to just be in a position to award, or he actually warded the wrong spot. They remade the game, so I don't even have the spectator right now, but I would imagine that's exactly what happened. So in Vulcan shoes, I'd absolutely pause and do that, and it now makes sense why we had such a long delay, because it's this small mouse issue. But if he would notice it when he went to place the ward, and he probably just missed a bush.
Right, yeah. So I guess if you just throw the ward in a wasteful spot, it does feel meaningful that now you're going to lose some potential lane control. Or...
Yeah, total speculation on my part, but that's just what I would assume happened.
I mean, that's better than my assumption of it's a level 1 5v5 and everybody dies. Like, yours is at least more likely to occur.
Show us those runes again, buddy.
Yeah, let's see what we're running here. Give us some content.
Yeah, unsealed spellbook is what I saw. Just switch over to it again. I know you're itching to. No, he's just picking a stamp.
Okay, just getting back in. Well, we have had a couple of mishaps so far this year with people picking champions.
Don't change your runes, buddy. All right, Aftershock Leona.
Okay.
We're picking up what we can.
Standard stuff, liking it.
Sentinels is not in this game, so it's unlikely we're going to have another rune fiasco.
No Guardian Aatrox or anything like that.
B-boy, show us something.
All right, come on, everybody. Focus up, lock in, pick the right stuff.
No mouse issues. We're going to get in here.
1 chrono break is a thing. We can't do a second one for a botched draft. It can't happen.
That is actually the strangest chrono break. It's logical, but it's the strangest chrono break ever. Because it's not a chrono break. It's actually just a full remake, although technically you could chrono it. But, like, what's the point?
Right, yeah.
You're just going to redeploy from your base and run out
literally
anyway.
Nothing has happened.
Yeah. No one's seen each other. Although I could definitely see if one coach was, like, a big rules lawyer, they'd say, no, we saw the jungler in bot lane. They're going to adjust and do a different invade. You can get into a really big argument.
You make the argument about it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so here's a replay,
we have the replay
of what happened.
All right, show us again.
Yeah, that was really
so fast. I wasn't ready for it. Yeah,
okay.
So he's trying to ward here. I see. So because he can't ward here, he's worried that the other team is now in the bush. So if he places the ward again, he's worried he get jumped on. He's being super careful about any potential downsides and doesn't want to wait for it to happen because then people would confuse him of only pausing when something bad happens.
Okay.
Respect to Vulcan.
All right.
We made it.
Now, let's see that ward. We've got to make sure that once he sprints down to the bottom lane, the middle brush right by the alcove receives the ward as intended.
Dude, I can imagine he just takes the sweeper this game now. He took a ward,
and
he's taking a different path, so he's completely changed the game. the butterfly effect. Sven is the one.
Sven instead, he's like, don't worry, I've got this.
We're not remaking
apply
again.
The ward.
My mouse works.
Okay, so the ward is safely in the brush here for C9. They're feeling fine now. It doesn't look like we're going to get anything super creative from either side. And I always kind of wonder about that. If you have something really disruptive, any kind of pause or tech issue or whatever at the very beginning of the game, do you try to do something more weird, more unexpected after the game resumes, just because you know your opponents will probably be less focused?
I mean, we have the answer in a sense. In game one, we were saying it's going to be a bot-focused game. I expect Pantheon to path top to bot. He started on red buff. When we paused and remade the first time, he was over here with minions about to spawn. So both teams have actually slightly changed their level 1.
Okay.
Not that it matters, but I think it's just to mix things up so that some in theory plan doesn't punish them.
And I like the idea of doing that. If people's mind states are going to be more scrambled, you want to try to take advantage of that chaos and make something potentially happen through a little bit of creativity. APA versus Zinni, again, we already kind of talked about how we were hoping to see like the Ziggs, but the Annie still makes sense in the composition. So that's one thing I'll be keeping an eye on as this game goes forward. How effective does this Annie feel? How much value are we getting over it, considering the trademark champion was left over and passed over in exchange for this more meta pick?
Absolutely. Hope to see Zinni perform at a higher level. He's had a few flashes of brilliance, but overall has had a very slow start here in 2026 with all the hype that was built around him as the KT Challengers mid laner, you know, the heir apparent to BDD. Then BDD pops off of Worlds. He ends up on Shopify. It's really crazy. And then last place. But Shopify, in Spring in particular, the 6 games they played, very solid wins in week 1 against Dignitas, actually, not against DSG. And then Team Liquid, still very close gold for a lot of that first game. And against Lion as well, very close gold until like the 20-25 minute mark. So the early games have actually been very effective for this Shopify team, and they just haven't been able to close out as much as you would want.
And I feel like that's the tragedy of what you were talking about during the pause, the fact that they've never seen a Game 3 so far this year when these games are staying pretty well locked close for that first 20 or 25 minutes. But this could be the game-changing week. We'll have to wait and see here. But APA getting the better of Zinni. They're in that first trade, checking in on where our junglers are at. You can see top side Scuttle Crab controlled by Blaber right now. He'll be able to secure that one, no contest, and Contractz will just make his way down to the bottom. Yeah,
going to be a crab trade, and these are the same gold graphs, but this time for Cloud9 throughout their split. And the big thing here is they've actually won all of their series, but you wouldn't necessarily know it by the gold graphs at 20 minutes. They played a lot of really close games in which they win late. Blaber sticks around extra to get a Fudge kill.
Yeah, Fudge is in some danger here, tries to flash away, but the flash follow is ready to go, and the first blood is even handed over to Thanatos, feeling good about that one.
Really big kill fight bot too.
Yeah, immediately Seos is ready to try to make something happen here in the bottom lane as Ven, knocked down to 150 HP, does have to spend the cleanse, but no other summoners spent there by the C9 bottom duo.
Straightforward gank, but a very effective one. Blaber hurts his jungle tempo by only about 10 seconds, so the gank ends up being extremely valuable. And we know that if you get Thanatos ahead on Gnar, he can take over the game, and getting the flash and a couple minions down for the Yorick early on can be devastating. Big pickup for Thanatos if you talk to him, getting those boots early. He loves that on Gnar.
Having that extra money from the first blood, being the difference in getting that on your first shop or not, just feels so effective. APA silenced, muted 9 times this split, 3 from his own AD carry. That's just, people talk a lot about protecting your own inner peace and making sure you're keeping yourself set up for success, and it sounds like what Sven's doing. He's not here to yap.
Yeah, Sven wants to see the flash timers that Vulcan types, and he doesn't want to hear APA's mental warfare.
He doesn't want the rest of that nonsense in there. Okay. Still just that 1 kill so far on the board. First Drake is about to spawn here in 5 seconds or so. I do always like to keep track of how much early priority is placed on the Drakes, especially when we have supports that can be more explosive, when we have things like these engaged supports that can set up a play that then rotates over into a Drake afterwards. But right now, it's Sven and Vulcan with control over the bottom lane as Seos makes his way back down.
He really does, and Blaber on a ward up top lane. That's where we have Contractz laying in wait. A lot of jungle-focused top lane. Contractz is not spotted, and Blaber realizes that's a little fishy.
Yeah, but Blaber going for these Krugs now, though. If he gets the Krugs, he should hit level 6 off of it. And then you've got a level 6 Jarvan versus a level 5 Pantheon. But now Thanatos going to be in some danger. Half HP left on the Gnar, and he does not have any Gnar bar to charge. He gets away for now from the little ghost. His potion keeps him alive. Thanatos lives with what had to be 20 HP.
And there are no flashes on Shopify to try and finish that kill. That could have been so good. They'll still get a plate and a lot of turret damage because Thanatos is without TP. Nearly a lane-saving gank there by Contractz.
I also think he dies there if he didn't have the fully upgraded plated steel cap.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that ended up making such a huge difference, being able to survive that. So good stuff for Thanatos. Shows the payoff of the earlier play from Blaber up there in the top side. You can see Blaber is now waiting down here in the bottom side river because B-Boy and Seos are trying to get this wave pushed up and crash, which you can see they do, but there's no play to be found for the Jarvan, so he'll go ahead and take his recall. No attempts on that Drake here just yet, like I was talking about earlier, but there's a lot of C9 vision. They've got the bottom Scuttle Crab, they've got the ward in the upper part of the river, now an additional ward in the Pixel Brush, and a control ward in the Dragon Pit. They really want to know if Shopify's going for this.
Play for bot. We're playing for bot.
Yep.
Went back and checked. Thanatos lived with 3 health. So
3?
I'd say the plated steel caps did keep him alive.
Okay, I was thinking originally it's 20 or 30, something like that. I'm like, yeah, that probably factored in. 3 is okay for sure.
A little close. That's like the second that you pressed your first refillable potion is the difference between living and dying, as well as all the plated steel caps and all of his rune choices. So very close, but that's sometimes how League of Legends games are decided. And now that they've set up around bottom lane, the ganks have failed. Thanatos is back to trying to farm plates in the top lane, and Blaber is probably just going to move in here. Seos, that's vision you don't control.
Yeah, he managed to sidestep the initial Jarvan combo, but then the Cataclysm still locks him up. He tries to use Zenith Blade to escape onto APA, and the escape will be successful. Manages to put himself in a spot where he can flash back over the wall to escape any more follow-up from C9. So Seos is going to stay alive, but that was both summoner spells used defensively from Leona.
So low-key, that was a really bad place to be, but the result is really good. I'm always going to trade like a heal flash on my Leona for a Jarvan ulti, an Annie ulti, and then also all the tempo they've gained where they're trying to chase down this Leona who's going to reset anyway. Bot lane wasn't sweating either. Shopify actually gets a lot of tempo off of that. Now Contractz are trying to use it to steal red.
Blaber is in the area, throws out the flag, finds that the camp is not there. Dragon Strike into the brush, but he doesn't want to try to overcommit to this. You could see that Fudge was walking down towards that jungle as well in case there was going to be a battle. And this is also the consequence, what you just mentioned. They know that APA doesn't have Tibbers, so if he rotates up and this turns into a big 3v3 in the jungle, they don't really want to fight that. So C9 just going to walk away from it. Seos looking maybe for the Zenith Blade there. He needed the one more kill on a minion for the Solar Flare. Does finally have it now. The entire time, Blaber is looking to take the first Drake. Just about 8.5 minutes into the game. Seo's going to walk over, see that it's still about half HP. That means that Shopify can challenge for this if they want to.
Very greedy contest.
Goes after Blaber. Not quite going to find him. Solar Flare there for the follow-up, and immediately Contractz and Zinni guarantee that Blaber's out of there. Nice collapse from Shopify.
That was so sweet. Essentially, it looks like a trade from Shopify where they send Yorick to hit Grubs. So C9 think they're taking Grubs, which makes sense because they're a Yorick team and want to be able to split push. But then instead of killing all 3 Grubs, they only kill 2. It doesn't give the global call out. Contractz moved down. They know they have ultimate advantage, and they just get the kill and likely the Drake, but this fight's not over.
Yeah, we're not done yet. B-Boy and Seos trying to keep everybody on C9 distracted, but now it's time to exfiltrate. Seos still trying to hold everybody on C9 down, but no, Vulcan's already got the kill. Seos out of the picture. Chains of Corruption fly out. Zinni's got to be careful. Blaber jumps in with a Cataclysm, and Contractz drops too. C9 are getting their punish. Blaber nearly dies, and B-Boy finally takes him out. The Tibbers trying to body block as B-Boy chases back. It's a double kill for the Ezreal, and he might not be done just yet. Another Mystic Shot finds Sven. Tibbers won't be able to do anything about it, Jad. It's a bloodbath in bot side.
B-Boy's Ezreal comes out of that with 2 kills, and Shopify get the Drake. Watching it one more time, we know there's no Pantheon ult, no Leona ult, no Ezreal ult, so Shopify is low in terms of starting this fight, regardless of if the TP comes in. And it's a good fight start for C9 as they're able to burst down a couple, but it's the continuation that gets them in trouble, mainly because they miss everything. So Blaber doesn't land his EQ knockup, and Sven misses his flash Q on the Varus. If they get that kill on Zinni, then they probably have numbers, and B-Boy's not confident enough to chase, but because they missed everything.
No flash.
Nice.
Nice B-Boy. Well played.
Yeah, good.
I agree. That was well played by B-Boy. Good. Shopify will be happy with that one. They take the Drake like you mentioned. They already had the 2 out of the 3 grubs from earlier. Yeah. That last grub is still just going to be chilling there for the next 4 minutes or so. So either side can go collect him if they really want to. MasterCard Power Spike completed, as Zinni is going to have his Proto Belt unlocked now on that Aurora. So we'll see how much more playmaking he's able to accomplish with that, considering he does almost have the ulti ready to cast here again. Does have a very sizable health advantage over APA right now too, but won't hit him with that last 2-fold Hex. And Vulcan's just going to make sure that his mid laner's okay to take a reset.
A lot of support roams in the mid lane here in this Annie versus Aurora matchup. Really common matchup. They both kind of want to do the same thing. Just burst each other, and also both have pretty strong wave clear. So getting the shove in and protecting your wave so that you can get the TP back. Now matching with Malignance. Good stuff from APA. But I like the position Shopify's in this game right now. They have good bot push. Item power spikes, and Contractz ult is up soon. They're going to be looking for a play bot here.
B-Boy is so strong. He's got red buff alongside the Trinity Force. The tier is halfway stacked, so I'm assuming around the time that he gets the Manamune completed, he'll be able to just fully evolve it into the Muramana for the big power spike. Checking back in on top lane, though, because this was where that first blood was. You saw Thanatos having a pretty sizable individual lead so far in the game, and once again, he does. Fudge down multiple waves, still down that 1 kill. But at least they've both got their tier 2 boots, so he's not just only going to get run down by the Gnar. Meanwhile, down here in bottom lane, it's Seos and Contractz are going to make their move yet again. Solar Flare lands onto Sven, but the Zenith Blade is out of range. Chains of Corruption also not going to find the target, but B-Boy eats a ton of damage coming out from piercing arrows. Then staying alive for now. It's Contractz also misses the spear. Zinni has to show up to finish the job, and C9 are looking for a little bit more. APA wants to stun the Contractz, and he finds the burst he needs. Now Seos has to try to get away, but it's disaster for Shopify. Rebellion that play, a couple of skill shots that should have been just a little closer, a little more accurate, end up costing dearly.
Oh, this has got to be so frustrating for Shopify, because I loved the idea of this play. It just falls short in the execution. They had perma mid push, they had bot push, they want to set up a numbers advantage dive with a no cleanse Varus. You can see no summoner spells there down on the bottom, but the big thing here is just they land the full stun, Zenith Blade doesn't connect, and then Ezreal shifts in and also misses because he was expecting a CC follow-up from the Leona, so they miss everything. Now they're caught under the turret, and Blaber can execute.
And then Contractz misses the spear.
Yeah.
That's a melee range Pantheon spear, and that's a 200 HP target. That would have killed.
They are all skill shots. They can be dodged or missed. However, if you're stunned, you miss it.
Yes.
Because there's no dodging when you're stunned.
The guy can't move.
Yes, Seos did miss that E, but I'd say Sven dodged the Pantheon.
Okay, that's fair.
You know, we'll give him some credit.
That's fair. I'll accept that. It is now a 6-4 game for C9. They are only up 500 gold, so it's not like Shopify have just completely lost all control of the game, anything like that. Like, we still have a very competitive game thus far. Just about 14 minutes on the clock, just about 30 seconds left before our next Drake spawns. And 1 minute until the Herald shows up on the Rift here as well. We did see it on the screen a little bit earlier that Contractz did secure the final grub that was started by Fudge earlier, so at least they've got those. You mentioned already how grubs are more important for Yorick comps than they are for most other comps, just because he has to be that dedicated split pusher. So now the question will be, how much value does Fudge get from that, considering Thanatos has owned the 1v1 ever since he got the first blood?
Yeah, geez, 1.4 thousand gold.
It's 40 farm.
Trinity Force completed. While he has this power spike, he's just going to keep dominating. Thanatos Gnar is just different.
Yeah, he's really good at the champion, and he's 40 farm and a kill ahead. Like, this is not going to be an enjoyable split pushing game for Fudge unless something drastically changes.
Looking at the top laners with no TP, they're going to keep doing their thing. But with this Drake being up, C9 is going to want to retake this vision. We definitely could see a fight in a moment's notice.
Seos controlling the area for now. 2 control wards already put down by Shopify Rebellion. Blaber level 10 here on the Jarvan. Contractz only level 9 on his Pantheon. Teleports available for neither top laner.
Zinni keeps getting the mid push, so that's giving Shopify these windows to move back into river, but then once APA clears the wave, he'll be allowed to enter. So this is perfectly setting up for a fight.
Okay, Drake's still about half HP. Piercing arrow only hits Seo. Solar flare finds a target in Blaber, who immediately flashes away. True Shot Barrage chunks Ven a little bit, but not a whole lot. As the Infernal Drake is claimed by Shopify, but it costs them their support. I'm going to call that worth.
Yeah, Drake for support, but APA quickly ran top lane. He might be looking to execute Fudge here and break open the top turret. Contractz is going to follow with a Pantheon ultimate, though.
Okay, 2v2 potential up here underneath the top lane tier 1 turret. Fudge getting bursted down very quickly. The Mega Gnar into the wall takes him out before Contractz arrives. And C9 with APA's rotation into the top lane finds another kill.
Really well executed there by C9, and that's completely an APA play. He sees that the dragon fight is done, and he just rushes up top lane. You could tell they also knew it needed to be a fast play, so they were aware of the Pantheon ultimate possibility, and they just pull it off. This is now a 2,000 gold lead for this Thanatos blind pick Gnar. He is making Shopify pay.
And now that Fudge is dead for the next 5 seconds, it means less control over the top side of the map for Shopify by default, which means it's that much safer for Blaber to just walk up into the top side river, grab that crab. That almost gets him to level 11. Just going to need slightly more EXP to unlock that level 2 Cataclysm. Control over the top side still here for C9. Zinni is going to rotate into top lane, though, to make sure he's catching these waves, because Fudge has now moved bottom after respawning. APA is the one answering him down there. Both of those champions have their teleports ready. APA does get caught in the dark procession, but immediately just turns it around with Tibbers, forcing Fudge to walk back a little bit. It's a battle of minions between these two, and Fudge ends up flashing away.
Usually the Yorick is going to be really confident if you can get into melee range with your Maiden. Not with no MR against that Annie.
Nope, but the Rift Herald has already been claimed by C9. Blaber, the sacrificial Jarvan for that one. And the eyeball is still on the floor. Shopify is trying to protect it and prevent C9 from being able to get anything out of this objective. Thanatos in mini-Gnar form, trying to step up, create a little bit of space. But the eye is starting to sparkle with that purple energy. It's about to go back to the void, and yes, it does. Nice move from Shopify there. They get the kill, they get the punish on the enemy jungler, and they stop them from being able to take what they earned that cost them that sacrifice.
It ends up being really good getting the kill onto Blaber. And now, though, the pressure is still back in the side of C9. Thanatos is going to continue to scale with him staying on the map and being able to get that first turret. 2.7K. This is... aside from Thanatos, this game's exactly what we'd expect of a normal C9 Shopify game, right? C9 plays these messy games that they win in the end. Shopify plays these messy games that they lose in the end. But now Thanatos is just the difference maker with 2.6K.
I mean, it's almost exactly the overall lead for C9 as a team, right? Like, you look at the other roles. Yeah. Vulcan and Blaber are up about a little bit under 1,000 gold between them. Zinni's ahead just barely anything. It might as well be written off. And then B-Boy's up about 1,000 gold himself. So this trades pretty evenly. But Thanatos is just the X factor in this game. And you already mentioned how his Gnar is built different. We know that he knows how to pilot this in a way that can just win you games. And contrary to the story of Yorick, where he doesn't want to be able to join team fights unless he absolutely has to, where this side lane is his only true home, his real calling, Gnar is happy to participate into team fights as long as you set up well for them. All of Gnar's team fighting is about Gnar bar management and everybody being able to play around it. And I feel like if you're going to have a guy that's as good at Gnar as Thanatos is, you as a team need to be able to play around that, and that's what I'm expecting C9 to do.
We'll see if they can. They were trying to set up a play on the bottom lane there, but Zinni got a really good trade on APA, and C9 had to call off the dive that they were thinking to break that turret. They can still take the crab on the way out and reset.
So the big thing I'm looking at here is we've got a little over a minute until our next dragon fight happens. Now, if Shopify secures this dragon, they've already got the first two. They didn't get them super quick, but it's still a good pace for being able to stack towards a soul. But the problem is Thanatos has TP. And yes, Fudge also has TP, sure. But Thanatos has TP. And that's just not going to be an even battle, considering he's an entire Black Cleaver ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of items.
That's pretty strong items.
I would also say, though, like, Shopify's in an okay spot with Leona. Leona's incredibly hard to kill now with Protoplasm Harness, and then B-Boy's Ezreal is also way far ahead of Sven's Varus. So there is a window for them to get a good fight. If Thanatos is going to keep splitting, they'd want to start, but he also has TP, and he's going to fly in with that giant TP shield. This is all on Thanatos. if Shopify can get the Gnar TP out before the Drake starts and then run away, that's kind of their best chance.
Thanatos just immediately drops the Gnar ulti there for a quick trade onto Fudge. Of course, Mega Gnar doesn't have a very long cooldown at all, but it will not at least be available immediately as the dragon spawns. C9 controlling the bottom side Ripper for now, controlling the top side push for now. Shopify have got to respond somewhere because they're losing ground in both locations.
Yeah, Shopify's going to want to fight. So if, like, Seos can engage. It'll take them a long time to push him away from the fight.
Well, Thanatos
Thanatos
already has the Gnar bar just about charged. Solar Flare finds 2 targets. APA is going to get bursted low, but he finds a kill into Contractz first. Vulcan staying alive for now as Zinni does finish off the kill onto the Annie. Tries to get over the wall and escape, but he can't quite do it. Blaber down to 50 HP. Vulcan singing the same song, but it's Sven finds the kill into B-Boy instead. C9 is doing a beautiful job fighting, and the raid boss has arrived. Shopify don't have the gear, and C9 get a 4 for 1.
Thanatos is taking over this game. As soon as Shopify was thinking about an engage, he ulted in. It basically synced up with the Pantheon ultimate. You can see how strong Shopify is, right? Seos manages to kill Annie, they push Vulcan out of the fight, but then a full shield, perfectly managed Gnar bar Thanatos flies in, doesn't need his ultimate that is on cooldown earlier, and there's no way Shopify can fight once he arrived.
And then the ultimate comes back right here so that he can slam Fudge into the wall and guarantee that he gets yet another kill on his enemy top laner. And DeMonte's face is the face of a man who just got TP'd on by a 3,000 gold lead Gnar. That is now a 3,500 gold lead Gnar. I don't know what the answer is for Thanatos.
He killed the turret while we were in the replay, so that's how he got the extra 500 gold.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have TP for another 4 minutes. Good luck.
Okay, that's good. You got to do something big with these next 4. But the problem is also 4 minutes from now no longer means you potentially get a Dragon Soul because you just lost the Dragon fight. So now it's still just a 2-to-1 Dragon count.
True.
Yeah. So that 4 minutes that we're looking forward to doesn't really feel that great, but it probably feels better than this. He's just kind of running at him.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, so close.
Took a lot of turret damage.
So close. At first I thought we were just going to see Thanatos right-click him, and that's just it.
He would have given up his entire bounty if he does that, because Contractz would have been able to collapse on him. I'd say Vulcan is also having a sneaky, solid game.
Yeah.
The Mikhails is really crucial for getting people out of Leona or Pantheon CC in terms of avoiding one-shots. They have to exit the base.
Zinni versus APA up here on the top side. The Tibbers, again, just dropped pretty much off cooldown. So, yeah, Thanatos, obviously the story of the game. Blaber, pretty significantly far ahead of Contractz now here, too. Has his Sundered Sky plus Black Cleaver already completed, BF Sword, building towards that third item. Vulcan, you already mentioned him doing very well, has the Mikhail's Crucible to clear off the status ailments from anybody on his team that might get caught by that Solar Flare. Because every time we're seeing these fights started by the Dragons, Seos fires Solar Flare, and we're not really ever seeing him hit multiple stuns. C9's not staying close enough where two people can both be in the center of the flare. So as long as you just have Mikhail's, you hit the guy who got hit with the center of the flare, other guy flashes out because he's only slowed.
And they're starting the Baron up right away now. Thanatos does help kill this pretty quickly, and Fudge is bought with no TP, so they're going to have a numbers advantage here.
Yeah, Shopify on the approach, but Thanatos has the Gnar bar charged. Shopify's going to pull him off of the objective at least. Honestly, this is about best case scenario for Shop.
And this is a little bit similar to last week for C9, where Vulcan and Thanatos are both playing well. It's similar in the sense that Vulcan still hasn't died. So last week, game 1 and 2, deathless. This game, in a fairly bloody game, also deathless, but Thanatos is just creating action, guys.
Yeah, Thanatos jumps in
and Vulcan.
Seos and Contractz in a 1v2, but those odds feel pretty good. For a Gnar that's this fed, B-Boy falls to Sven on the side, and now this TP this is a funeral teleport. This is just no way home out of that one. Fudge arrives, Fudge dies. The Fudge factor remains at 0. 0 and 4 in this one. It is not the effective Yorick in the side lanes that you were hoping for. And now with a 6,000 gold lead, with a 5 versus 3 advantage on the Rift, it's C9 just going straight back to that Baron they start.
Yeah, Fudge, 0-4 factor. I don't know. It's been a rough one for him. They took Thanatos to 3 health with that first gank, and Thanatos has never looked back.
Nope. 3 health makes all the difference
in a game
of League of Legends.
Now he's off to the races. Thanatos makes that whole play. Vulcan follows up on it, but he is throwing that gold lead around.
And now
he's had good Gnar games in the past, but this one feels pretty special.
And he's moving towards Wits In now with the itemization because the only fed player on the enemy team is an Aurora. And if Aurora is going to spend her entire burst on a Gnar who has a Negatron cloak that will eventually be a Wits End, your team's feeling great.
You are. He might hit 3 items before Fudge hits 2. He's sitting on 1,400 gold with the items he has currently in his inventory. So he just doesn't want to reset yet for the tempo, but when he does, he'll be able to buy.
Yeah, that is some daunting stuff. 50 seconds till our next dragon spawns, and C9 know it. They are taking control over the enemy jungle. Control ward at the enemy red buff side brush, just to make sure that you've got absolute control over the area. And with the Baron, they're going to put some pressure onto the tier 2 while there's still 30 seconds to go on that objective. It's just Sven firing onto the thing. Yeah, you've got the Baron up minions helping a little bit. Blaber and APA waiting over the wall, just hoping Shopify tries to engage on the Varus because they're ready for the counter.
And Fudge is pretty hopeless at the moment. Was running out bot just in case. He's going to run back top even though he can't do anything to the Thanatos. Thanatos is holding TP this whole time while he's solo pushing his own wave. I think Contractz might try to 2v1, but I feel like Thanatos wins those.
Yeah, you might just lose. Like, if both of you get Mega Nard into the wall, I'm pretty sure you still just lose.
I guess you'll just hit minions in the mid lane. When you're stuck between 2 bad decisions, what do you do?
Third decision.
You know?
You go mid.
Years ago, my wife and I told our dog to stay and ran in different directions, and then we both called him. And this is a similar output to what happened. He kind of just, his mind kind of broke. He didn't know where to go. So that's what it feels like is happening with Pantheon right now.
Well, it's a lot harder to go bottom now that Solar Flare is shot off and did absolutely nothing. Seo's chunked down to 1/3 HP. Contractz still looking, trying to find an angle to potentially make the play, but they're just not giving him one.
No good angles.
Thanatos is already level 18 on the Gnar.
Don't feel rushed here, guys. They're gonna run it down at some point.
Sometimes that's all you got to do. You just wait for your opponents to make a mistake.
At the same time, they're going to have to engage at some point because they're losing the slow bleed like crazy. I agree. The patience from C9 paying off.
All right. 8,000 gold lead. No need to rush it. You've got your second dragon already. Extra armor and magic resistance. Going to feel good considering, hey, we just completed our Wits End on the Fed Gnar. We just completed Guardian Angel on Blaber's Jarvan. This is just getting to a point, you know, that Edge of Night also done for Sven. It's just hard to see, okay, what is that miracle angle? What does that look like for Shopify to find one of these fights?
Yeah, Locket being completed on the Rakan, also super clutch. So Vulcan really just stacking the items that could possibly lead to a lost team fight. Somebody gets caught, Mikhail's, Aurora gets some AoE, Locket, just absorb that initial engage, and then they know they're going to win the extended fight.
All right, Shopify, you've got to find some kind of an angle, but it feels nearly impossible. Fudge continues just trying to answer whatever Thanatos does, but that matchup is always going to be Thanatos' priority. He is 85 farm ahead. He is 2-0-4. Fudge has not been able to find an effective role to play in this game thus far, and Thanatos is just going to keep that pressure on, keep that building. Level 19 now on the Gnar. There's just no answer.
He's just kind of grooving on his player cam. You see he's kind of dancing back and forth.
I mean, if there's any game to just groove, I feel like this is a good groove game.
This is the best feeling. You're on your signature pick. You're having a good one. Your team is winning.
Your team is just about to kill the fed enemy mid laner who is forced to flash away defensively and still barely lives. They're just going to barrel down topside, take that tier 2 anyway. And the whole time, you're just getting to push.
Yeah, just hitting minions, Mega Gnaring. Going back to base with 1,600 gold. What you gonna buy?
Yeah, let's see what's
popping. Tunneler. Tunneler.
Yeah, little tunneler action. Doesn't do anything super special, but
there's no rush. His jungler already told him, don't worry about it. No need to take any risks.
Yeah, just get your little ball of stats, health and damage item. Everybody loves health and damage.
Yeah. When you're this fed, you kind of don't like ending the game, to be honest.
Yeah, you just want to keep playing. You want to experience this a little bit longer. Seos doesn't, though. He has to flash away. Still only level 10. On this Leona. Will Thanatos hit level 20 before Seos hits level 11 and literally double his level?
Well, Seos just hits 11, so he can't quite get there. It was close.
I know. I was really hoping we get to see it.
I mean, he's 19. He's super close.
Seos now going to step over a C9 ward. APA trying to get away. Contractz arrives with the Grand Starfall. Flash for the stun. Really wants this kill into APA. Tibbers used to try to protect himself by a little bit more time. Thanatos jumps in. Contractz dies first, but APA is finished off by Fudge, who gets his first kill of the game. But now Fudge has no way out of this when Zinni is trying to make sure that the rest of C9 can't get in here in time. But I don't think it really matters to him, man. Zinni's your target. The wallop from Thanatos, not quite enough range, but it's still a 2-for-1 favoring C9. I like the fact that Shopify looked for something, but when you're this far behind, it's every play is a 5% play at best.
And even though that play lost 2-1, it won in the fact that at least TP Flasher off the Gnar. It's going to lose more now that Gnar's also hitting your Aurora.
Yeah, this is the Aurora that doesn't have Flash, remember, because she almost died in the Tier 2 play earlier. But Zinni's still staying alive. Aurora, very slippery champ. Vulcan also having enough HP to escape the scrap, and Thanatos isn't going to chase any further forward because the rest of the team, they're waiting over at the Baron. They want to make sure that they can just get this one on spawn. Blaber and Sven can do plenty of damage, and even more with Thanatos joining to continue that DPS. APA, after his respawn, also going to teleport in and just make sure that there is no prayer for Shopify to try and challenge at this objective. That's going to be Baron number 2 for C9. With 75 seconds until the next dragon spawns, they're going to run the rift the whole time till then.
And they're going to do a quick reset so that they can set up for this Drake. In terms of just eliminating windows for Shopify to make a comeback, that's what C9's trying to do here, is they're just trying to play in a very disciplined way. Sterix completed for Thanatos. Objective bounties are on. Thank goodness. It's felt like they should have been on for a while, but the Drakes were what was keeping Shopify's win probability up, I'd imagine. Now they're just clearing out and looking to set up the Drake.
And if you're Shopify, what do you even do here? Because it feels like walking blind into this jungle that could have C9 waiting in any brush. There's just no way getting a third Drake is worth that.
I know. It's one of those things where if I'm playing this game, I'm definitely feeling really demoralized. But you have to just hope that Blaber hits. That's actually it. I think if you're ever trying to find like a strategic way back in the game with the current tools they have, I don't think they exist. So you're just hoping that C9 sees an angle that isn't good and goes for it, and you're able to capitalize. There's no way to win a straight-up 5v5 fight.
That's even tougher, because we heard from Blaber. Guys, they'll just int, play it safe, play it cool.
Blaber's good.
If he's already aware, then what is even the hope?
You just gotta hope.
All right, hope against hope. That's all Shopify's got. As C9, yes, the dragon is up, but they're more concerned with pushing towards the enemy base. They've got 90 seconds left on this Red Bull Baron power play. They've got the Baron up, cannon minion, slowly plinking away at the enemy turret health bar. They'll shoot the crust off of it, knock off a third plate. Cannon minion continues doing its job, finally taken out of the picture there.
I'm a little surprised that C9 didn't clear out the Drake before this play, because if something goes wrong, then they're going to be on soul point. They could have just cleared that off the map, but they're probably just trying to maximize their Baron uptime, and they're going to take the dragon after. But like, there's playing with no rush, then there's playing a little bit too slow. They're going to win either way, likely.
Yeah, I mean, you're 5 digits ahead now. It is a 10,000 gold lead. You are at the point in the game where you should just be able to brute force.
Yeah, because now it's a 38-minute, 30-second Dragon Soul instead of a 37-minute Dragon Soul. We're really splitting hairs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this game has felt like it ended 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Right? But it hasn't against C9. I'm not going to fault them for playing safe and minimizing their potential loss chances, minimizing the opportunities for Shopify to come back. But eventually, I do need to see you push the Nexus.
Yeah. There's no Skarner in this game, so Sven is safe. Like, there's very few ways they can throw. If this game was faster, I wouldn't have taken the cheap shot. C9 is playing great, but...
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Lack of Skarner, very important. All right, C9, total control still. They've got the Baron for exactly 3 more seconds, so that's about to go out the window. But they've got their 3 Mountain Dragons. They've got their super fed front line. Jarvan's got the Spirit Visage now there for Blaber. And here we go. Vulcan jumps in after B-Boy, but immediately the cleanse and the flash to escape that Rakan engage means Shopify's AD carry is going to stay safe for now. 5v5 here in the mid lane. APA actually not here quite yet. As Seos is going to be caught, throws the solar flare, flashes over the wall, getting away for now. Chains of Corruption flies out, and it's a great shot from Sven to keep the fight going. Blaber's in the middle of everybody, but he's still got the Guardian Angel. Remember that. APA finally joins the fray, and now Zinni can't find anything over the wall. APA escaping for now, kiting and fighting against the ghouls from Fudge, but Thanatos is already on a rampage. Vulcan diving into the back line. B-Boy might have lived earlier, but he's buried now.
Fudge finally tries to get away, but no, there's no escape. Another grand entrance from Vulcan. And everybody on Shopify is left dead or licking their wounds as C9, they'll lose APA. All 4 other players still here, trying to barrel down the mid lane now. Contractz defending as well as he can. Blaber still staying alive, still has himself that Guardian Angel. There's just no stopping him. Sven is godlike. It's only Zinni alive. This should be your game-ending push. Thanatos. Yup, he's got the Mega Gnar. He's got the wallop. He's got enough damage, one would have to think. Vulcan jumping into the back line yet again. Zinni goes golden, and Sven's just trying to DPS the turrets. Zinni should finally fall here, not quite yet, and there it is. Thanatos unstoppable at the very end. 35 minutes into the game, 21-8. It's a Thanatos raid boss Gnar game. It's GG game 1 for C9.
C9 take it slow and win by 15,000 gold. Sven lands the Chain of Corruption, which secured them that final fight. Vulcan is deathless yet again. Another perfect KDA for him. And C9 keeps rolling. Lounge. What was the key moment?
Oh, I got your key moment all right.
Oh yeah, Raes? You got a key, moment?
I got a key moment. And it's not one of those like jumbled keys, like a janitor's keys that has like a million. No, just one key.
Oh,
just one key.
Nice.
One singular key. Let's see it.
All right, so this game I'm going to be focusing specifically on what seems to be third dragon fight. Because A, 2 dragons already are there for Shopify Rebellion, whereas 1 is still there, and C9 is ready to fight for this one and not give away this one with the gold lead that they have.
All right.
Now, for me, I want to focus on the gold a little bit. Because both mid laners want to base as 38 seconds are left for the dragon to come up. Immediately, even though Zinni has more gold in his purse, generally speaking, because of the Ionian Boots of the Lucidity just being a lot cheaper than Merc Treads, Zinni actually has to wait a little longer for the base. So he's going to base a little later than Cloud9. Cloud9's full basing, whereas Zinni could technically base now and be ready for the team, but no matter what, he is going to be second to the play. What this means is that Cloud9 is going to be able to clear out the vision that Shopify Rebellion has and be in position. And if I show you what Shopify Rebellion sees, it's tragic. So yes, Zinni's going to have to come for the play. They need to now create a plan of being able to contest for the vision that C9 has so they can get Soul Point and really put themselves in the driver's seat. Now, if we play this straight through, I like the blue trinket, number 1. And I want to play a little game with you. The game is going to be which top laner is more useful in the fight. Is it going to be a Mega Gnar that is going to be really full on that meter, or a teamfight Yorick? Now I'm going to replay a little bit.
I feel like we can win this game by just saying the Gnar.
That's probably
what do you think, Kobe?
And also, 2 people are already dead, too. That was quick.
The main thing is, I would have expected the engage from Shopify Rebellion to instantly wipe out APA. APA does a great job of just throwing down Tibbers instantly, and then full comboing Contractz as he enters. And so not only is he dead before Annie even dies, Zinni has to back away, flash over, and you get to see the immediately flash follow-up from Blaber. And so Thanatos, who's already super impactful, you get to see Yorick a little bit. Yorick now needs to make the trip, because even though now that he got to this portion of the fight, but they now jumped over the wall, he's like, all right, man, what am I supposed to do? The fight
hell
seems
no,
like it's
Yorick
already
can't
over.
jump. That's not fair.
The fight's already over. Mega Gnar's come through.
Actually,
like,
no, that sounds terrible.
everyone is running out. Fudge is like, maybe I can take out one of these members. No, you're getting completely targeted. So I think the main point was C9 were able to get first vision and clear out the river just a little bit, just because of the quick base timings that we saw from him. So it was like a little bit of an edge that turned into something
Come on
big.
over here, buddy.
Thank you. A little bit more space, and I'm gonna man spread too, just to take up the rest of it.
Let's do that. There we go.
Thank you. So I think being first on the objective was great. They had a very clear plan on what to do when Pantheon ulted straight through, and of course, Thanatos was way more impactful in that fight in comparison to the teamfight Yorick.
Raes, you are on an island with your Pog vote.
I gotta
here.
give a little love to the jungle, you know. I feel like there's two top lane bias here.
We are usually the jungle bias people. What are you talking about?
True. I also like, though, you gotta get, if you're Annie, you gotta, as long as you get your spells out before you die, it's all good.
Yeah.
And so, spam, get all your spells out, leave Tibbers up, even though you're dead. Angry Tibbers, and you got so much AoE that they're already winning.
It's funny. I remember we were asking a pro, what is the champion to be the most useless on, but to get the most impact on? The answer was just Annie. Like if you're really far behind in the game, if they're going to be focusing you down, guess what you're going to do?
Just hit your keyboard, boom! Before it doesn't matter if you die after, all good.
I feel like you're underselling. APA had really good timing there. I'm also glad you pointed out Thanatos because his Gnar team fighting there was really, really good. One of the things that won him player of the game. However, if you are watching right now, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Before we head to break, let's take a look back at the C9 Kia Champions Arena show match from last week. Welcome to the Cloud9 Kia Champions Arena. Players from Cloud9 and Sentinels will face off in a game, this time of ARAM Mayhem. We didn't have ARAM Mayhem last time. It was just a regular ARAM game with the addition of IRL augments as well in the form of unique challenges.
All right, roll that bad boy. Let's hope that you don't get to wear the finger puppets. That might be worse. 10 minutes, jumping jacks every death.
Flower screen takeover? What is...
I don't even know what that means.
Alright, fuck it. That's good. Yeah, I remember that. Flower well...
What is a flower screen takeover?
We'll find out.
I don't know what this means. My screen is going to be poros. I'm not going to be able to see my game, I guess. That sounds fun.
What's a shoulder shape? I have no idea.
How did you guys get? I don't even know what this means. Cast for 1 minute. Oh, so after 9 minutes you have to leave and you have to join the caster.
Oh,
yeah, for 1 minute.
Real takeover. Seems like I'm gonna check in as the game goes on to see if Sven. Oh, this was rigged.
It's so loud. Can it even fit your fingers?
Not really. Okay, well, I don't know how I'm gonna play.
APA, what you got going for you this time round?
Puppet fingers.
That's excellent. And they look cute as hell. Show the camera.
Where's it? Which camera am I looking at?
Oh, that one right there. Actually, there's a lot of cameras. That one actually.
Yeah, I'm looking at like 4 cameras right now.
There's a bunch of cameras on you.
How is this for me? Well, I'm not doing anything, but I'm enjoying it as a spectator, so it's good. Yeah. How's Ronnie doing? I don't know.
Yeah, it's great. We're having a blast here.
Are you stressed at all?
Nope, because I got the power of the Poro by my side.
We're missing our support here.
Support?
Our top laner, we're missing our top laner, sorry.
Our top laner has goggles on.
Our top laner's got goggles on. Wait, Blaber, move. Move? Oh, sorry. I'm ready.
We're screwed, bro.
I feel like you go Jhin, you'll be our carry, Hui. You carry us.
Okay.
Wow.
Do my best, but I'm old.
It's fine. Age is just a number, bro.
In the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Yeah, they're gonna fight, okay? Think about Pantheon flank.
Yeah, I'm
Pantheon's
tipping
gonna
ults. I will charm him.
I'm tipping
Pantheon ults. I'm charming him if we go on him. Okay? Look, Pantheon.
Pantheon. Pantheon.
I'm coming, guys.
Pantheon's one shot.
I'm behind. I'm gonna easier.
Yeah, sounds good, Sentinels. I'm with you.
Oh my god. We're no flash.
Yep. Block you.
Ezra no flash. Ezra no flash.
You're no flash?
No, York no flash too. York no flash too.
York.
They're waiting 2 seconds, guys. Play slow.
Yeah.
Kill his wife.
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
And the raid boss has arrived. Shopify don't have the gear, and C9 get a 4 for 1.
Welcome back to the LCS. Tickets for our spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena from June 13th through 14th are still on sale. You can head to Ticketmaster.com or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets today. Hope to see you there. I love the fact that we're getting another road show this year. I always love these. They're one of my favorite parts of each individual split. It's always fun to just go to a different location, have a bunch of fans there, and enjoy some League of Legends.
For me, it's just the best way to feel the community of LoL esports. I feel like it's what really drew me into feeling that this was legit way back in 2011, 2012 when I was attending my first LANs, about how real the gaming passion can be. So every time that gets refreshed, I always get a little bit happy.
Dude, that's how I always felt like when I was first getting into LoL esports, when I still lived in a cornfield in Ohio, seeing arenas packed with people, I'm like, wait, there are other people who like this stuff too. Because out in the cornfields, esports actually isn't that super popular of a hobby. So it was cool to see that there are a lot of people in other places who enjoy it. So let's get into our second one here and see if Shopify can find a more enjoyable game in round number 2, as we do have Orianna, Karma, and Zinzao banned out by C9. Shopify banning out the Renekton, the Bard, and there's the Ziggs ban that they left out in game number 1. And it looks like Shopify is going to take the first pick Rumble, but the response from C9 I like so much more. You talked about it during our pause in game 1. When Ashe Seraphine gets locked and your players know how to pilot it correctly, it just feels like the best.
I feel like it's the best because it has lane prio and then it also outscales. So that's usually really hard to beat. The way you break it is, it works occasionally, is with this. It's with the MF Nautilus, because if you are able to force 2v2s on the right timings, more like 3v3s and 3v2s, because you need to play it with a ganking jungler as well, in my opinion, then you can win. But I think it's a fairly low percentage strategy with how much I've seen it. The other answer would be the Corki Nami, but I feel like the Ashe Seraphine will have push on that, and I just like the Seraphine team fighting a lot more than the Nami team fighting. So understandable that this is the strategy Shopify has gone in with. They banned really comfort picks for Shopify, and they're going to try and match the meta for meta.
Okay, we've got the Cassante picked as the answer into the Rumble. I feel like this is one of the very common answers into Rumble. You take Cassante, you take Ornn or something. Yeah, he's going to go up a little bit of farm in the early game, but then once you have Kanik Rooker and you just don't really care about Flame Spitter that much anymore.
I think so. I think for Thanatos specifically, though, this can win.
Okay.
I think if you're playing the Galio or the Ornn as an answer into Rumble, you can absorb it and get pushed in. But I feel like Thanatos, once he gets his MR stack, can actually start threatening kills on Fudge. I think he's really good at this matchup.
Based on last game, I believe you 200%. I feel like from early on in the lane, even before that initial gank, like Thanatos was the one who had the early push in the lane. He had control. He gets the first blood assistance thanks to the gank from Blaber. He survives the potential revenge gank from Contractz with the 3 HP that we saw earlier. Again, thank you for producers for that sliver of information to go with the sliver of health. And then from then on, Fudge could never do anything. When Thanatos plays his champions, he knows how to pilot them so very well. So I'm with you. I feel like there could be some Cassante moments in this one. But heading into the second half of our draft, let's see what else gets banned away, as Anivia is removed by Shopify. And then the Vi and the Nocturne are the targets for C9. So trying to limit Contractz' playmaking.
And I also just think trying to avoid Contractz having a strong ganking jungler with the Nautilus MF. So from game 1, the 2 most popular Sundered Sky junglers, Jarvan and Pantheon, are gone. Jhin banned, that's 3. Nocturne gone. Wukong gone as well, because C9 likely would have taken that away on 4 right here.
Yep.
Which means Contractz has to pull something a little bit different. I personally love Mundo with Ashe Seraphine. I don't know if I love Blaber Mundo, but it would be a pretty strong pick in this slot. And Mbessa works as well.
Yeah, Mbessa is also just another one of those like popular skirmishy AD bruiser junglers.
They have such good things for the Seraphine ultimate to go through.
Yeah.
There's definitely a better word than things, but that's the idea with these two diving in. Facilitate. I don't have the word. What, like if you're possessing something, you're shooting the Seraphine all forward? I don't know.
You're shooting conductors.
Nope. No, I can't get it. My words are wrong today.
Pylons.
They have locked in the Skarner though, so there's a chance.
Contractz Skarner, so that's going to be your front line alongside the Nautilus. No, I know
Vessel's the word.
A vessel, yeah.
They're vessels for the
they're
Seraphine
vessels for the ulti to channel itself through. I like that. That's a good one. But whenever I see Nautilus drafted, I know that Nautilus is a melee champion who goes in and engages in front lines, and I don't know if this stat is right. I know you love stats. This is a gut stat for me.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that Nautilus is the dyingest champion in League of Legends. Like, if you look at all of the games ever played in Pro, I'm pretty sure Nautilus has the highest amount of deaths per game. He has to die to do his job, right?
Yeah.
Like, this guy's always dead. So I always want to see another frontliner alongside him because he's going to be dead most of the time.
It's hard to think of a champion who would die more. Liam's going to look into this for us.
Yeah, I'm really curious if I'm right on this.
Even if he just does LCS, because he's gonna crash our servers if he tries to pull every League of Legends game of all time. Per game is one stat, and total's another stat, but I feel like he might have both. He would be in contention for having both.
Yeah, it's definitely, if he's not #1 on those stats, you know he's near the top.
Yeah, he's top.
Because he has to die a lot, like I said, to do his job. But the pressure is going to be on for Shopify to find a better game 2 than what we had in game #1. They were still playing an engaged support in that first game. We saw Seos try to start off a lot of different fights in those bottom side rivers. Shopify actually had decent start down there in that bottom side early on, but then as the game kept going, it just didn't work out. Once Thanatos was able to get involved after having that early lead for himself, everything just kind of fell off the rails.
It really did, and Shopify, they need to have a series go 3 games. They really do. Because I just want to see more Shopify Rebellion games, but we have a fight early, potentially.
Ooh, flash from Zinni over the wall to get away, but Ben's ready for the flash follow. They're going to keep chasing this. I don't know about the flash follow. Maybe I'm going to get proved wrong here. Okay, I might just get proved wrong. They do a lot of damage to Zinni. They force out the ghost from him as well, but he does still escape. So that's Sven's flash traded for the heal of Seos, the ghost and the flash of Zinni. And my big thing about this, chat, is now I feel like there is just a prime target on Zinni's head as a completely immobile champ like Raes. No summoners at all. This early lane is going to be scary.
And as we just see, Blaber took Raptors right in front of Contractz, won the smite fight, hit level 2, and now means Contractz has to go farm his Krugs, trying to improve this head-to-head record, because there is a long history between these two. Contractz, Blaber, both starting their careers, their LCS careers on Cloud9. Contractz going to Worlds in that 2017 roster. Blaber sharing time with Skarner in 2018. Blaber winning 4 domestic titles and 2 MVPs. But it's always fun watching these two go up against each other because Contractz can definitely get the upper hand. He's generally always on a worse team, but can find windows to create winning situations. So going to be tough in this game with that level 1 of 3 summoners to 1, not to mention Zinni being late to mid, and then losing the Raptors to Blaber.
And you just saw the emote personification of having to play against Ashe as a jungler. We're talking about seeing these two go head-to-head. Can Contractz make this record better? Everything just becomes so much more difficult when you're playing against Ashe. If the guy knows the timings that he should be hawk-shotting on to check the different camps, and it's just so obnoxious because they always have extra information.
Blaber's going to know exactly where he is. They have a deep ward that just expired, so they won't know exactly that he's on the spot, but they can generally guess it. Blaber's going to be on the map for a little bit of extra time here since he did Raptors to Krugs to red. Now he's working his way up his blue side, so not necessarily like a double crab angle, so Contractz should still hit level 4 off of his 6th camp, with the 6th camp being the bottom crab.
And since there was that kind of contention, that jungler friction in the top side of the jungle early with what you said, Blaber steals away the chickens, Contractz has to go grab his red buff instead. That means that Thanatos knows, okay, Contractz should not be in this quadrant of the map at all. There's nothing for him here. And so K'Sante is able to just level 4 proxy farm against Rumble. I feel like that's a pretty good sign for C9.
It is. With the draft that they have, if they have vision on the Skarner, they can win all of their isolated matchups, which is looking like a very solid early game plan. And Blaber actually skips top crab to cycle Raptors, so he's just going to continue to do this. And Contractz kind of needs a play to work for this. I believe they would have spotted him with that Hawk. I'm not sure if they did, though.
And you could see the way that Contractz drove his Ishtal's impact. He pathed it right through this top lane tree trunky thing near the Krug camp to see if there were Krugs to steal, and there weren't.
I think that missed him, so he just pinged his E, actually, when it comes off cooldown. They're going to go for a play here. He spent so much time on this.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to find him.
Looks for maybe a recall here. Vulcan will check the brush. Sees Contractz, who tried to juke around the corner of the vision. Still spotted. And now, yeah, the Ishtal's impact just has to be used to get back away, so the time Contractz spends here ultimately ends up wasted.
Oh, Blaber's so happy right now. He's killed 4 Raptor camps before Contractz' first reset.
That's like the jungler dream.
Yeah. 4 Raptors for Blaber? He's not even leaving. He's going to do Krugs now. Who needs items?
This is exactly what he wants, because it's also making it impossible for Contractz to get anything back.
It is. Yeah, he's going to have 40 CS here. Also, you were right about your Nautilus.
Oh, I was?
Flowers. Yeah, look, Nautilus tier 1 all-time, #1 in deaths, 31,000. 7,000 deaths ahead of Alistar, but he's only 11th in deaths per game.
Well, Thanatos is about to try to give Fudge another death, chasing after him here in the 1v1, and he just claps him. First blood for Thanatos. Just removes Fudge from the rift. Contractz shows up to try to protect his top laner. Thanatos doesn't even have to spend a flash walking away from him. That was the most get the hell out of my lane play Thanatos could have made.
It is. Now he's going to have all out. He can probably finish, yeah, he can finish shoving in this wave before the TP completes, so he's not going to lose any minions. And I think he's off to the races, not to mention he found Skarner, so everyone else gets to keep playing their lane in the same way. Thanatos is built different.
Dude, this is such a nightmare for Shopify and for Fudge specifically. Rumble is supposed to be able to be a lane bully. He is supposed to have control. He is supposed to be a champion that enables you to play around topside objectives or jungle invades. But when Thanatos does this, he can't do any of it.
So, I mean, Fudge is sitting at full health. Thanatos probably just has to land everything. Gets the first grass proc. And Tofu Strike gets Q1. Hits the knockback. He's literally missed 0 skill shots so far. Not getting hit by the Flame Spitter because Fudge needs to run away.
Got that one.
Has still landed literally everything and then finishes it off. Perfect.
Yeah, he never missed. There's the Cassante clips that you see where Cassante just runs at somebody, misses all his stuff, and still kills them because he's Cassante.
Yeah.
That was not one of them.
Yeah. Footwork goes in the wrong direction. Pathmaker's like kind of sideways. It's like, got you anyway, because my cooldowns are low.
But no, that was actually very good from Thanatos, recognizing that he had the ability, because like you said, Fudge wasn't full HP at the beginning of that. It's not like Fudge is doing a greedy stay or really overexerting himself. Thanatos just recognizes, no, you're dead from here, man.
But now, look at this. He has 105 MR. He's got Negatron and Null Magic against Skarner, Rumble, Raes, topside. What's going to kill him?
I'm going to give you a spoiler right now.
The fountain?
Probably nobody. Because, I mean, yeah, Skarner's damage is mostly physical with the rocks and the Ishtal's impact.
Yeah.
But it's just like, he doesn't do a lot of damage.
Exactly. It's
right?
physical, but it's not there.
Yeah, it's just like, I guess the number that shows up will be orange instead of blue, but it's a small number. I think it's a really good trade on APA there, at least. And I guess one little bit of light shining in the darkness for Shopify is it was really scary at level 1 when your Raes has no flash, no ghost, but they never ended up getting punished for it. He's got his summoner spells back now.
Yeah, he did. I was so obsessed with Thanatos that I forgot to see if Blaber has let Skarner get Raptors yet. I don't think he has. I need
Blaber's
to go
plus
back and
20 farm.
Yeah, he's definitely cycling that Raptor camp. And a headshot!
I'm sorry, Zinni. I immediately talk about how they don't punish the Raes, and then it's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow into public execution, into Cassiopeia Puke, into a green thumbs up from APA just to add a little bit more insult to injury. C9 get killed too.
This is a try not to tilt special. My top laner's dead. My jungler keeps losing his Raptors. Let's just make a play. We know Ambessa just ulted and ran topside. We can take Drake. This is a good play by Shopify.
Okay. And you can see C9 not really in any kind of a position to challenge for it. As hey, we've got a Raptor camp replay here in the picture-in-picture. I believe this is
he did get his Raptors.
The first that's the first Raptor camp Contractz was acquiring.
He got a Raptors, they can win. At least the game's not completely over. A lot of times Blaber would say, I would imagine when Blaber got the first 4 Raptor camps, he probably said the game is over if I play well. That was probably his mindset.
I mean, he's on a champion that can really carry from the jungle with the Ambessa as well. So we'll see how well he can translate and make good on those early advantages as we move forward in the game. Only 9 minutes on the clock. That first dragon secured by Shopify, like you said, but C9 is going to take the opportunity to get themselves all 3 grubs. It's not like we have the turbo split pusher champions in this game like we did in game number 1, so grubs are going to be kind of back to their usual I guess it's there, so we'll take it status.
Yeah.
But you got something.
I'd say based on the flow of the games so far today, C9 has been in no rush, so they're not panicking over contesting an early Drake. They're willing to give a few things up, which I think is just helping them seem a lot more stable because they are still able to win these lanes individually. We know they make good late game decisions. Let's see if this Raes can do something, though.
Yeah, the Realm Warp brings Zinni in. Thanatos not going to find a target here with his Pathmaker. Goes all out, wants to try to get the kill onto Fudge, but no, there's enough damage from Shopify, and that's the kind of plays they need.
Really well done there by Zinni, finding the window to roam. Contractz gets to catch the mid wave as well. Thanatos did miss a spell once there. He missed an Otofo strike during his all-out.
The first Pathmaker, too.
Much. And the first Pathmaker. Maybe he does trade one back if he lands him.
PA just trying to make sure that this wave stays crashed. Try to get as much poke damage onto Zinni as you might be able to. But APA is running rather low on mana here. You can see both of their tiers stacked up to about the same amount thus far, so nobody getting a major advantage in that department. But it is plus 20 farm for APA, and I feel like a lot of that, yes, of course, some of it comes from you got the kill, but a lot of it is also probably Zinni just had to play a lot more safely and a lot more respectfully early on, considering he had those double loss summers.
And they've had no jungle pressure. The Power Spike item comes through after the death for Thanatos with the Kanik Rookhorn, so he will continue to be immovable, as they've actually swapped down a little bit before role quest completion, which is surprising because I think that Thanatos would want to stay in the magic damage lane. There's a chance that they were expecting Fudge to swap early because the lane was going so poorly and just guessed wrong. That would probably be my guess.
I feel like things probably aren't going to get a lot more comfortable for the Rumble now dealing with Ashe and Seraphine.
This is true.
In a 1v2. So Fudge's life is going to remain difficult here today as Thanatos' Kanik Rookhorn will at least not give him a whole lot of value against B-Boy, but now Blaber joins up here in the top side. The Vessel for the Encore. He does his job exactly as he needs to. Fudge just gets bursted down before he can do anything about it, before Zinni can rotate up and do anything about it, and that's another kill for C9.
Quality vesseling. And the bigger thing here is that Shopify actually invested more people on the map to that spot. The timing was just off, because 3 were there when only Fudge was under the turret. Contractz was kind of close. Zinni was on his way. Zinni lost his summoner spells in that gank defense. So Cloud9 actually kind of gets more than they bargained for with that kill. APA gets to free push mid lane and roam into river.
That's twice now in an 11-minute game that C9 have made a move that has cost Zinni both his summoner spells, and then it's just like, what am I supposed to do? I'm Raes, right?
Yeah.
Like, you need to be able to have some kind of mobility, some kind of insurance to play aggressively and get things done. Nice moves from APA, sidesteps the dredge line, immediately puts the Miasma down, takes Seos down to 200 HP. Zinni and B-Boy trying to make sure the Nautilus can escape from this one. He won't contribute to the death counter just yet.
And the pressure can just stay up for C9 now. Every time there's a play like this, all the map pressure and tempo disappears from Shopify. So Ashe Seraphine can completely move into river, get plates, and Blaber can completely take control of all the control where Shopify was hoping to put down. They might be able to dive B-Boy. That's what Blaber's hoping to accomplish here.
No public execution, though.
Yeah.
That ultimate cooldown for Blaber still has a while yet to go. He does have his Spear of Shojin fully completed, though, so this makes that champion much scarier. And that ultimate cooldown is going to be ready to go at a really nice timing because it's 30 seconds until the second Drake spawns. So Blaber can go ahead and take his recall. He purchases his upgrade from the free boots into the Mercury treads, and now he can path back out towards this bottom side. He'll have public execution when he needs it.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of that could be better is if he was 1, maybe 2 camps further ahead so he would hit level 11 in time for the dragon fight. But that's a lot to ask, considering the counter juggle he's already done. Sven tries to get away. Oh, that's a blunder. But the bullet time over the top still might make it work. Blaber into the back line, providing a distraction as APA's made his way into the play. And Seos, now that Nautilus ain't getting away. Blaber wants to look for a little bit more as Contractz tries to get the distance, but it's just not there. A botched engage from Shopify Rebellion has dire consequences. Thanatos gets kill number 3 in the fight. It's a 4,000 gold lead at 13 minutes for C9.
Just one of those games where everything goes wrong for Shopify. From level 1, guessing wrong, burning the Raes summoners, to here, face planting your Nautilus hook, straight into the wall. The hook is just too damn wide.
Yup.
Sven emotes on him, and then the fight becomes a disaster. The Cassante TP isn't really necessary, just cleans up the kill at the end, because they're going to win this 4v4 with how sloppy the Shopify engage ended up being. But they finish off Contractz, and then if Dignitas comes all this way, he can get the kill.
Sometimes you don't need words. Sometimes it's just the he that says it all. But my guess is Thanatos probably teleported because he's thinking the only way that this goes bad is if Fudge teleports in and equalizes my team as they chase.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of an insurance teleport.
Yeah.
Fudge obviously doesn't end up teleporting down there. So I guess now the assignment that I would have for Shopify and for Fudge is you're 4,000 gold behind. It's 15 minutes into the game. This is a train wreck. The only way to get back on the tracks is you've got to find some sort of use, some sort of play to make with this Rumble teleport while they don't have one to answer.
Yeah, magic resist update. If it's too small, it says 173. That's a lot of magic resist on the Cassante at the moment.
Yeah, that could be a problem. Enchanted Crystal Arrow could have also been a problem. But
hey, could be worse for Shopify.
Right through the upright.
That arrow could have landed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Things are looking up.
We're counting silver linings. Yep. All right. So where's our next silver lining? Let's, well, we've got Rumble in the bottom lane versus the Cassante. This could be the next silver lining. You make a play for the Rift Herald, you teleport Rumble in, you win a 5v4, you take the Herald, you take a turret afterwards with the Herald, the game's even again.
TP advantage.
Okay.
Real, actual silver lining, Protoplasm Harness is a massive spike for Skarner jungle. I feel like any of these junglers who don't need to build a damaging item to clear the jungle hit this really big spike when they get Protoplasm.
All right, Blaber starting up the Herald. Hawk shot to notice Contractz there in the tri-brush. Shopify is hanging around, but nobody's making a move towards this. So, all right, I'm gonna get pissed off about this because you have TP advantage and you're hanging people around the Herald, but where's the play?
You do. Well, the play was to make Thanatos run up. I'm actually okay with them at least letting Fudge get a plate here because Fudge has a gold advantage off of that play. He got a plate bottom, he got a full wave because Thanatos walked up just in case it was going to be a 5v4. I think like that was the play, was just wasting C9's time with 5 people while Fudge gets gold. It's something.
Okay.
Something.
I guess my problem with it is the game is so far in C9's favor.
Yeah.
I feel like even if it's something, you've got to find something more than something. You got to find something square, right? 2 somethings at least.
Yeah, you need to factor your advantage in.
Yes.
With
and you know what?
Fudge's
You know
teleport.
what factor it has to be exactly.
I really should have prepped math puns if we were going to go down this route because I've got nothing.
I didn't know we were going to do this either. For what it's worth, that we need to get Freak on the phone. I'm sure he's with how much he loves puns and math.
True.
That would be the true expert here. But hey, this is the 7th deathless week of Vulcan's career thus far. And remember, the 6th one was last week.
Yeah. If he's able to stay deathless once again, it'll be 8 deathless
7th
weeks.
was last week. This will be 8. Sorry,
Yeah.
this one's not yet done. As now Seos, he just gets burned down. That Nautilus isn't going anywhere. Those stats are looking better and better.
Very deathless. What a vessel that was. B-Boy's MF ultimate, totally useless as the Seraphine ult flies through and interrupts it.
Now Sven just feels empowered to step up, put the damage into the turret. The Void Grubs actually end up helping a lot there. I think the Void Grubs are the difference between that dying or not. I think it hangs on by a thread to just minion damage. But Zinni now trying to get far enough away from Blaber, who's just creating space for the Rift Herald and APA to take down the tier 1 turret up here in the top lane. Contractz wanting to step forward, potentially find an angle for a big impale. But all he's going to find is the eternal CC from Seraphine and Ashe. Thanatos arrives just to make sure. And because everybody's paying attention to the mid lane, the top lane takes that much more damage. APA just waits for Zinni to show up, pops out of the brush, barrages him with 5 or 6 Twin Fangs.
Oh, they might get a kill here, though.
Okay.
TP coming in from Rumble.
Shopify's sending it. It's a 4-man play after APA.
Send everyone.
Realm Warp only brings Zinni. APA, there's no way he lives this. It's just who do you give the kill to? Petrifying Gaze there. Shutdown credit over to Zinni.
Good job.
They got it.
Yep. Nice play. Everyone on C9 was back in base. APA was very greedy, trying to ego on the rise a little bit when everyone else was back in base. So a good punish that costs Shopify basically nothing as they're all able to reset without losing any tempo.
Okay, works out. Shopify, they get their pick. At least they get some more money onto their rise. Zinni 2 stacks away from the full 10 there on the Rod of Ages, which will give him another nice immediate power spike, but still also building towards that Archangels, which will immediately evolve into a Seraph's Embrace as soon as the tier is fully stacked. The team deciding they are going to go for the Dragon now. It's a 1-to-1 Dragon race so far. C9's not going to let him take this without a fight.
Yeah,
APA slithering forward, and it's Blaber into the back line of the public execution here at the very start. Thanatos ready to jump in right behind him. It's a C9 dog pile. Blaber goes on a killing spree, and Shopify Rebellion are dead before they even know it. Zinni's the only one left, and Blaber is about to remedy that real quick. Vulcan following here, wants to provide a little bit of help over the wall. Blaber still needs a little more damage, and he finds it. It's an ace for nothing. C9 wipe him off the rip.
That was actually just beautiful. Everything went perfectly for C9 in that fight. I'm thinking, okay, Shopify is on the Drake. They're hoping that maybe C9 overcommit. But then when C9 does commit, it's instantly over because they're grouped up. Ambessa just presses R in the general vicinity, and then Seraphine ult hits 4. I mean, the space here is the width of the Seraphine ultimate. So if you're in this space, you are getting hit by the Seraphine ultimate. Flash R from Vulcan kills him, and we have to come out of replay because Sven has landed a headshot.
Yep, it's another enchanted crystal. Whatever he enchanted these with, that is some magical stuff, man. Those things are not missing. It's just about Baron o'clock. 20 minutes and 30 seconds on this one. C9's going to start it up, and there's nobody from Shopify Rebellion in the same zip code.
High chance that Vulcan stays deathless for 2 weeks in a row, which would be very impressive.
That's wild.
Yeah, especially with game 1. This game, not so much. Like, they're stomping them. I understand you're playing an enchanter. They're not necessarily playing super aggressively in lane, but that's when the game is in such a good state. Top lane was smashing, jungle was going 20, 30 CS up, so they know as soon as we get into team fights, this front line is going to be unstoppable, and we can just throw Seraphine through the front line. Man. C9's been so good these last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been really impressive stuff. Shopify finally secure their first turret of the game with this bottom lane tier 1 take. Seos flashes in for the dredge line on APA, and that is exactly what happens when Nautilus goes in, when his team is 10,000 gold behind. Shopify, they're just trying stuff at this point because what else are you going to do? It's a 10,000 gold lead 21 minutes into the game. C9 already got the Baron. They have that Red Bull power play for the next 2 minutes. They kill 3 for free right there, and now Zinni and Contractz have to try to defend this alone. Silver linings. The levels are low enough on Shopify. Seos is only level 9, so he's about to respawn already, so it's at least not a 5v2 that much longer.
Can we keep going? They can't wave clear, guys. We can still end. Like,
they're gonna try and end.
Yeah,
they're gonna try and end. Even if they're alive, they can't wave clear. Blaber wants to end it.
They've got a Nautilus and a Raes and a Skarner. That's not the most effective way to deal with a big Baroned up push. APA is going to be your target here with the start. Flashes up the way of the Impale. Thanatos putting the pressure onto B-Boy, so the bullet time does not get much value. C9 have their next wave already here.
Yeah, that's bullet time. They can't use it again. The next wave is here. At the very least, they can get low on this turret.
Seos tries to step forward, but a double knockback on a Tofo strikes coming out from Thanatos. Sets up Blaber and the rest of C9 to dive straight in. Blaber is shut down, though. Those Nexus turrets providing as much supporting fire as they can, with Blaber out for the next 45 seconds. Can Shopify hold this? Zinni tries to get away, but Thanatos is all out, all over him, as C9 continue their 4v3 push.
50 seconds still on this bear, and they're going to stick around.
Okay, slam into the wall there from APA. The Ishtal's impact locks him up, but Thanatos is down to about 20% HP. Sven and Vulcan still trying to cover here for the front line. Fudge rooted up. Sven DPSing, focus fire onto the Rumble. Seos here in the front, yet again. Pathmaker from Thanatos towards B-Boy, again just creating space. Seos down again. The Nautilus 0, 6, and 1 in this one. He just has to throw himself into the meat grinder as Fudge goes in for the TP, just for the extra shield, just for the flank, wants to try to kill Sven. He finds the shutdown. It's Vulcan and Thanatos looking to end the game. The Nexus at death's door. GG 21-5, C9 sweep the series.
I love the adrenaline that C9 gave us at the end of that incredibly stompy game. Could they actually end, or were they soft throwing? Nope. They managed to close it. Vulcan stays deathless, another 2-0-18. Him and Thanatos, the two alive at the end, which is so fitting as how I feel like they're their two carries today.
Those two have played so well. I really liked what we got from Blaber in this series alongside them. I feel like in this game, he knew that he was stronger in the 1v1 against the Skarner. He controlled the jungle early. He was the one flying in, like you said, to be that vessel for those big Vulcan Seraphine ultis, to always hit multiple targets, to always guarantee wins in the team fight. And it just felt like Shopify, they never had an answer.
They had one of those games where everything went wrong.
Yep.
Every Ashe arrow landed, the hooks were narrowly missing, and then the game got out of control fast. Player of the game's hard to pick. Chat can spam, whether it's Vulcan, Blaber, or Thanatos. Raes, what's happening?
Great question. In fact, he kind of just threw it up in the air. Who gets player of the game? Who do you think deserves to get player of the game this one, especially from the fan votes? You get to sway a little bit.
Me.
There it is, guys. Start typing. Start typing Vulcan. Vulcan, Vika, I was going to go Sven. Start typing Vulcan. Question for you. You guys, so far, undefeated in the split. And on top of that, this is your second deathless week in a row and 7th overall in your career. How have you felt about your guys' run so far? And how, if you guys feel like you need anything to improve upon?
I mean, I think it's been a little bit shaky to begin with. Like at the start, it was pretty shaky. Our wins, even though we won, it was not very convincing. But then I think this weekend and the past one, we are playing a lot better, and the games are a lot more convincing. And I think even game one, even though it was like a 36-minute game, it felt like if you ignore a couple early game mishaps, it felt like we were in control the whole time. And I think we're improving. Obviously, we were playing DSG last week and Shopify this week, so weaker opponents, but it's nice to get those wins and ramp up going into playoffs.
Quick question was actually about the level 1 going into game 2, because that was very creative. You guys had like a 3-man run into the blue side jungle. Meanwhile, Blaber was going for a Raptor start on the other side. I mean, you don't have to tell me on the concept about it. It felt like it was basically to make it so Blaber was undetected going for Raptors, while you guys got a lot out of it. Could you talk me through that and some of the preparation you guys go into some of these games?
Well, getting active is like a big motto we have right now, and getting active is pretty broken on this patch. And also, ever since the change of the game starting faster and the minions spawning earlier, all the teams and players have been just running straight to ball in to like get bush control and stuff like that. And people kind of forgot to be careful about level 1 champions. And when we play Ashe Seraphine, Ashe is obviously one of the strongest champs in the game at running someone down and chasing someone. And so it's kind of like the flavor of the month now to go and get active level 1, try to get a kill, try to get a ward, get a flash or something like that. So we saw a bunch of people do it in scrims and in stage games. So we're like, okay, let's see what we can do with that one.
Speaking of getting active, I felt like the team fights were a major focus. Like game 1, great team fighting around Dragon. Felt like it was the same case around game 2 as well. Is that something that you guys have been focusing on within practice, or is it just something that you felt you guys were already strong at?
I mean, we had a bunch of struggles in like the past couple of weeks, so we had a couple of like big team talks, I guess, and we were kind of coming to the conclusion that we need to play to our identity more, and we're not the kind of team that likes to sit back and do nothing. We're kind of just better players if we have options of sending it and making plays, diving people, stuff like that. And we're just trying to lean into that a little bit more and find ways in the game to do more stuff and make the team be more afraid of something else and just we'll go to Dragon and fight them there. So yeah, we're pushing for that right now.
Sweet. Appreciate the talk. Congratulations one more time, Vulcan. And for everybody in the chat before we go to the lounge, that's a Vulcan vote. That's a Vulcan vote in the chat for player of the game. Lounge, take it away.
Raes trying to game the vote. Vulcan trying to game the vote for himself. I would do the same.
I was close. I was really close to voting for him. I'm kind of a Seraphine hater, though, you know.
Well,
wrong champ.
Yeah, it does.
I do want to bring up something that they brought up in the interview, just because I think it's really impressive. Vulcan now has the highest K+8 4-game deathless streak in Tier 1 history. 7-0
right,
and
because the content ended the day. True.
First of all,
good.
those are definitely support numbers.
Kinda good.
But second of all, yeah, this is his 8th
Yeah, I
deathless
think maybe
week
because
in
Sven
LCS tied for second. With
that's what
Sven,
it is. Yeah.
he's been, it's weird, because I feel like
I'm running.
Neither of us voted for him. We both voted for Blaber. But he's been consistently, in my opinion, even in their shaky performances, the one kind of holding the team together.
Yeah, especially I feel like in the shaky ones. You know, when you can point at other people and like, well, you know, they fell off. They played bad this game. They played Vulcan has been carrying. Vulcan
Yeah.
has been creating plays. And even in their wins, it's like, ooh, right there with player of the game, right there with the, you know, #1. But the Pog for the last game is indeed Blaber. Congratulations.
People are going to be disappointed.
I mean, he just started out with so much jungle control. He went to the Raptors immediately. He won the smite fight on the very first one. He cycles, he farms. He has the biggest gold lead individually on the team for the first like 15 minutes before everyone else can get into it. And he just controls so much. And then the Ambessa ult. So many of them, of course, were after an Ashe arrow already hit.
There we
and
go.
a Seraphine is popping over.
That's how it works, though, right? Like, you set up the public execution.
Only
Vulcan
2.5 for Blaber.
Vulcan did game the vote for himself. Another thing I did like that he brought up that really benefited Blaber in this game were the level 1s. I am super excited to see more LCS teams trying some of these more aggressive level 1s, having seen them kind of tried, succeed and fail in LPL, kind of all in Split 1, and then BLG brought that to first stand, and now we've seen that going through. Here are today's players of the game: Gakgos, Quad, Thanatos, and Blaber. I want to call out Gakgos, actually, Kobe, because I feel like when we talk about FlyQuest, he kind of flies under the radar, even in some of his carry performances. I know you guys on cast brought up the difference between tanks and, you know, like bruiser, more carry type champions that he's more want to play. However, I thought his Sion game, even though Quad did take it for the Hui, I thought his Sion game was really good today too.
Yeah, he had that one really good Sion ult down the river, right into 2 people. I will say, interesting, 2 of those players of the games from today played Ambessa. Something with this champion, it is, if you're good with this champion, you can definitely get the spotlight and get a lot of votes.
I think Griffin has also won it for playing Ambessa, so we'll see. It's
a lot of player in the games go to
theory to look
Ambessa
into.
users.
Vulcan needs to play support Ambessa.
Yeah! There we go. I'm in. I'll
Lock
vote.
it in.
Lock it in. I'll vote for you regardless of result, buddy.
As we can see, that keeps Cloud9 Kia at the top of our standings, 4-0, and then 8-2 in game win-loss. And unfortunately, this does drop Shopify down to 1-3 with 2-6 in games. They still have not had a series go 3 games in either direction.
Yeah, and their only win was the one over Dignitas as well, right off the bat, which gave a lot of people hope for this split for them. But it does seem to really be collapsing against the better teams.
Yeah, and tomorrow we see Lion taking on Disguised. And then this is the series I really had bookmarked, because I think Sentinels, when they're at the top of their game, are really, really good. However, they're not always at the top of their game, Kobe. And Team Liquid, despite also being at the top of the standings, has shown some shaky points at times in series still. However, they are doing a lot better consistently than they did in Split 1.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that match, especially as well. I think that one should be a banger.
I think either way, it's going to be bloody. So that's going to be a fun
Fantasy
time.
points for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I have so many Team Liquid members on my fantasy team. That is it for us. We will now be rating Meteos' stream.
Oh, hey,
Get out of here! Guys,
whoa, what the? Raes is rating us.
I know. Take it away! We're going to get Raes back. Hi, Meteos! We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, for Lion versus GSG. I got to watch out.
Meteos, play on Mesa.
I have redemption still.
I can keep going.
Zero plus.
Zero.
We're on Zit. Looking Gnar. Gnar's done.
Gnar's done.
We win.
Block.
Oh, okay.
Careful, Jhin. I don't know mana.
No flash. I can kill. Give me the kill, please.
Go top. Okay, it's fine, guys. Go top.
I cannot believe it. FlyQuest, it looked like they were out of this game, but Dignitas tried to go too far, look for the big play, and FlyQuest outplay them in the fight once again and will take the series 2-0.
I'm gonna ult in, guys. I'm just going in. I'm coming. Look me, guys. Look me. Nice. MS token, by the way. MS token. I'm looking MS. Go back MS.
I don't care. No one care.
I'm chasing.
You want more?
Yeah. I'm looking Raes, guys.
Wow.
Wow. Coming.
Coming, Blair. Beast mode.
Yeah. I got him. Unless he has. Ult.
Come on top.
Go
I
back.
can leash rivalries when I want to
Nah,
get rest.
GG 21-5 C9 sweep the series.